Satin Kola, and today the subject today is about Sharia law. What do you think about Sharia law? Why do you think so, and why you don't agree with Sharia law? So this is the reason. This is why. This is because 2 days ago we had a morning conversation about different subjects, and then someone was talking about migration, and then they say Europeans can only blame themselves because Europeans are not having kids. And he mentioned that Sharia law is a good way to go because Sharia law can help, control women's, uh, so the country don't lose the population number of populations. So that's why I say, I need to bring Sharia law conversation today. I'm hoping that brother is coming back today to speak about it because he say he supports Sharia law. It's a brother from Pakistan. I can't remember his name. I've been looking around, but I don't think it's Pochettino. I think it's somebody else. So yeah, come on in, people. Let's talk about Sharia law. Uh, Comedy George, thank you for sharing live. But obviously, because I'm doing my live, I was not able to participate. Um, but yeah, people, let's talk about Sharia law because I had a gentleman from Pakistan. He spoke about Sharia law because we were speaking about migration, and he said that the Sharia law is necessary because Sharia law is necessary because people, for example, European people cannot blame other people for the decline in population decline, and hence the reason why I think the Sharia law is a good idea. So yeah, we just want to know people's opinion about Sharia law. For those who believe in Sharia law, please come on in and talk to us. Why do you believe? And also, why, if you don't believe in the Sharia law, why you don't believe in Sharia law? So let's speak about it. So it's good for us to speak about different subjects, so we can come to maybe we can come to some conclusion, or maybe not. But yeah, let's talk about Sharia law. Come on in, people. Let's participate. Let's talk about Sharia law. I'm gonna have to take my microphone out in a minute because I don't want this phone to die. Because yesterday we went live from 10:45 a.m. until 6. Morning, Yabe. You all right?
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, brother. Thank you. How's your morning going so far?
Yeah, it's going okay. It's just I'm just waiting for something. Um, Sharia law. I am against. I am against Sharia law
Okay. Why are you against Sharia law?
because I don't think it is. There is an echo. Is it my end or your end?
It might be my hand. It might be my microphone. Do you still going on?
No, when you speak, it's okay.
Oh,
When I
okay.
speak, there is an echo. I don't know. Anyway, Sharia law. If it's the one that I know, that is consummated from the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad, then it has so many bad things in it that's the reason I'm against. One of the things is the apostasy law. Sharia law has apostasy law according to the four Sunni schools of thought: Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, and Hanafi. Those four make the Sharia for Sunni Islam. And they agree that the apostate is to be unalived for leaving Islam. That means there is no freedom of religion. And I am for freedom of religion and against apostasy law. Thank you.
Thank you so much for mentioning. Do you follow religion, right? I can tell you follow religion, right?
No, I'm agnostic,
Okay.
ex-Muslim.
Ex-Muslim. I used to be Muslim as well. Same thing as a Christian or Jehovah Witnesses as well. But now I had to leave religion so to be able to, use my own mind to think for myself. Because one of the things that religion didn't like, I like to ask questions. and then some people don't like it when it comes to religion. So, but yeah, I do appreciate that. I do appreciate your your
Yeah, if I can
insight.
ask you something back, why
Yeah,
did you want to speak about Sharia law, and what do you think about it?
yeah. So basically, we had a live 2 days ago, and the brother, or why we left. Sorry, but someone said, "Well, that's quite clear. You never understood Islam. No wonder you left." Okay, then. Yeah, brother, I will invite you to come on in. But yeah, let me answer the question. So basically, we were talking about migration, right? And one of the brothers is from Pakistan, brother from Pakistan, but he was born in UK. He's Pakistani background. So we were talking about migration, and then he was saying the European, for example, in UK, in England, they should stop saying that they don't want migrants. If the Europeans are refusing to have kids themselves, why are they, refusing migrants? Then they mentioned, he support Sharia law. He support Sharia law, so I think Sharia law is a good idea. That way, for example, if England was following Sharia law, you don't think that the population of England will be declining or European population will be declining. That's why I say I need to bring this subject, because the brothers say support the Sharia law. I say, I mean, it's different mindset, different idea. So it's good to bring it in so we can talk about it.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. And what do you think about it personally yourself?
Yeah, personally, I don't agree with Sharia law. However, I do agree that men should be men and women should be women, right? Because without men, I'm not saying control in the physical mind, but I'm just saying without men controlling the relationship, guiding the relationship, we can have women that won't respect the men, they won't respect the relationship. Hence the reason why that brother mentioned that without Sharia law, Europe will decline in terms of the population. But I don't agree with Sharia law. But I do agree that men should be a man and women should be a man. And women should not be deprived of all, uh, quality of life. You know,
So
women.
where do you get in Sharia law that says that women are deprived from all aspects of life? Where do you get this from?
Brother, I used to follow Islam, and
No, I don't want. I want you to give me evidence. So following your experience, this is not evidence. Does that make sense? So I need to know, like, where's the evidence that you? How did you derive this from Islam?
because some women they are scared to speak about some things.
No,
Sometimes
I'm not saying like women or whatever. I want like from our texts. You said you
yeah.
followed Islam and you followed you knew the Quran and you knew Hadith and all of this stuff, I presume. So where is the evidence that women were not allowed to live and have quality of life and this and that?
Brother, we cannot deny it that we know that in some parts of the planet,
So
women are not.
I just want to evaluate the evidence because I'm not interested in
Okay, can
people's
I try, brother?
experiences and all of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but just 1 second. We know that in some part of the planet, women don't have opinion. Women cannot study,
So that's
right?
culture. That's nothing to do with Islam. So I want text. Does that make sense? So this
I
is
don't
what
have
I want.
I
I
don't
don't
have
want
text
like
to show
cultural
you right
people's
now,
experiences.
but yeah, but go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna try and give him a reference. Quran, chapter
Right.
4, verse 34. It's a long verse. It starts with men are guardians over women. الرجال قوامون على النساء. بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض, for what one has over the other. It keeps on going until the middle. It says, and those women who you fear their ill conduct, first advise them, then forsake them in bed, then beat them up. This is Quran chapter 4, verse 34, speaking to the men regarding their wives. It says, it starts with men are guardians over their women, and the women should protect their private parts for their
Not,
husband.
not, not only their wives, their daughters too, their mothers.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's
yeah,
true. الرجال قوامون على النساء, for all
yeah.
women. But the later part is the ending part is actually the maddest part about it, where it says, if you fear ill conduct from your wife, then first advise her. Second step, forsake her in bed. Third step, beat her up. The word used in Arabic is وَضْرِبُهُنَّ. Beat, ضرب is to strike. So Allah is saying to the men in Islam that they can beat their women. And in Islam, women who are wives are allowed to be beaten, because Allah gave permission to the men that if the man feels ill conduct and he has taken these two first steps, which is to advise and forsake in bed, then the last option for him is to beat her, granted by Allah.
But you know that there are a lot of things in the Quran that are also mithal,
So
which means
so
like
beat them how? Beat
can
them
I
how?
finish? Can I finish my?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. So a lot of things that are written in the Quran are mithal. Mithal is like metaphors. You know, it's not like you should literally take those things into account. And you were talking about Sharia, and now we went directly into uh, the general Islam question, because Sharia is the sacred law of Islam. And this is like just a moral and legal framework. So, which means that the Sharia in itself is the good thing, but we forget that it's the people that are the problem, not the law in itself. Because a knife is not dangerous; it's the person that holding a knife that is dangerous. You understand? So in Sharia, there are a lot of people that are making their own interpretations and using it to their own gains. And this is like general for religions and anything. People are running after power, to have power over other people. But the Sharia in itself, a clean thought, you know. So because if you are taking, I am originally from a country called Mauritania in West Africa. And in Mauritania, we used to have a Sharia law, which means that a thief, they cut his hand, you know. But in order to do that, you have to be certain, without reasonable doubt, that the person is the guilty one. And we have seen in the Western countries, in Asia, in Africa, that people are put in prison without any evidence that they did what they did. You see, so which means that you need really to be sure about the person that you are condemning. So I'm passing the mic to someone else if there are any comments.
I think that's very well put. This is absolutely correct. I don't disagree with it whatsoever. The person who was reading the part from the Quran, Surah Nisa, I wanted to ask you, what is your understanding of hitting? What do you think that means, and how? Did you look into that?
Do you know the definition of the word hit? Should I read the dictionary for you, or what do you
No,
think?
because no, but do you understand what it means by hit? With what? How did he say? With hand? With a stick? What did he say?
We'll get to that. Do you first agree that Allah said that you can hit your wife?
But that's why I'm
Do you
mentioning that.
agree or do you disagree?
No, because there's a whole background story to that. Hit them with what?
Brother, please answer straight. I'm asking you.
No,
We
no,
will
I'm
get to
on.
the second part on how.
No,
On
no,
the
forget
how
the
you
how.
do it, we'll get to it.
Well, I want you to tell me, hit them
We'll get to
with
the
what?
how. But first, do you agree that Allah said you can beat
I
your
agree with
wife?
whatever the Quran says.
But you can't,
With-
you
You're
cannot
not
take it
answering directly.
literally.
He's
You
not
cannot,
answering,
Exactly.
Elsie.
no, you
This is
cannot
what I'm trying
take
to
it
get to, because the
literally.
guy's taking
Yeah,
it literally. He takes it literally.
yeah,
Everything in the
exactly.
Quran, you take it literal.
Can I
This is
speak
what he's
now?
doing.
Because
You can
when you
say I
look at
disagree.
the
Well,
beating,
one second,
sorry,
Aramo, 1 second, brother. Brother, when I ask you, do you believe that Allah says you can beat your woman? Do you agree? You say no, I agree or I disagree. You know, you choose.
I said it very
I'm not
clearly.
forcing you.
I said to you very clearly, whatever says in the Quran, I agree with 1,000,000%.
So in the Quran, in chapter 4, verse 34, it says, وَضْرِبُوهُنَّ, beat them. Do you believe that
yeah,
Allah sanctioned men to beat their wives? Yes? No?
What do you
no,
understand about that?
You see, you're
If
not
you
I
don't
will
answering the
understand
boldly.
it,
question.
there's
You're
no
not
point in me
answering a question.
discussing
That
it.
makes you really...
You don't understand it. You don't
just
understand
answer a
what I mean
question.
by that.
Just answer the question. Do you believe that
I've
Allah
already answered the
sanctioned
question already.
in chapter 4, verse 34? Do you believe that Allah sanctioned for men to beat their wives?
No,
Yes
I
or
don't
no?
believe it. I don't believe
Right,
it.
can I get a
Now,
word in here then before I go?
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
concerned, Sharia law don't belong in the UK. End of story. If you want to live under Sharia law, then bugger off
That's
to
not the
one of the
discussion.
Muslim countries.
Andrew,
Come on.
Andrew, with all due respect, nobody's discussing whether Sharia law should be in the UK or not.
You don't
I don't know
understand.
why you are commenting about whether it's in the UK or
No.
not. This is not the
Let him say
discussion,
his
pal.
piece, guys. Just because you're Muslims, let him say his piece.
No. It's not about that because this debate is
No,
about
it is
talking
about
about
that. Let him
Sharia law,
talk. Let him
not
talk.
implement.
Let him
no,
talk.
No,
You spoke.
no,
Let
wait,
him talk.
wait.
Let
No, but
Andrew
wait,
speak.
Well, hang on a
No,
minute.
you
wait a
have to
minute.
let Andrew
Listen.
speak.
RM
Listen.
official. RM official,
Let
please.
me talk.
RM
Let
official,
Andrew
please.
talk. Andrew, go on.
Yeah, RM official, please.
You all talk about your Quran. Then why have you got so many of your lot running around the whole world saying they're going to take over?
Where? Where do you say that? Where do you see that?
There's fucking videos of it being broadcast.
Where?
Andrew,
Relax,
no
pal.
swearing because I don't want to be banned. Okay, no swearing.
It's
Andrew, just talk to us
disrespectful.
normal. Oh,
Academy,
okay,
bro.
fine.
Good.
Let me
Easy.
let RM
The
official.
guy is an
respond.
angry. The guy is an angry individual. You can see he's an angry individual. So just leave him because he's not going to add any value to your talk. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason. I think people can speak their piece, but we need someone who adds value to the debate, not people that are here shouting and being disrespectful. That's all.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Can I just make something clear? The verse in the Quran, it's very important for one to study what does it mean by hit with what. Once you understand what it is, then you'll know, okay. Because if you look at the context of it, how it was actually practiced, then
The
it
hadith says
becomes
hit her with a
very,
miswak,
very
right?
clear.
The hadith says hit her with a miswak, right?
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Exactly. What is a
Like a
miswak? Do you know what a
toothbrush.
miswak is?
Let me just say
Toothbrush.
something right quick, if you don't
So
mind.
he
please.
believes that
Seriously.
you can hit your woman with a toothbrush, right, Mr. Spy?
Okay, one second, please. Let me say something right
Why are
quick.
you
Oh
laughing?
my God.
So,
And you never.
Assalamu alaikum.
You guys are not brave. The Muslims need to be braver. If you are asked a question and you believe that Allah said that you can beat your woman in front of people, you should be able to say, yes, I believe that, with your full chest as a proud Muslim.
Hey,
But here,
okay,
it sounds like you
brother,
guys are
ignorance
ashamed.
is a big
We
thing.
said it
You are
absolutely.
ashamed of your religion. You are
Nobody's
ashamed
Brother,
of
can I-
ashamed
your
of religion.
That's
One
how-
second, please.
Listen
One
to each
second.
other, please. It's being good conversation.
Please,
Let's
one
listen
second.
to each other, please.
Ignorance is a deep, problem that certain people have. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses the
Yeah,
word
well,
darab in
what
so
are you
many
talking
places
about?
in the
What
Quran.
subject are you talking
Hold
about?
on. Relax,
Just 1 second,
It's
Ebi,
the hitting
relax.
subject. He's talking about the hitting
Okay, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala
He's
also
talking
in the
about the
Quran,
hitting
he
of the
says,
wife.
وَضَرَبْ.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, please.
Let
Allah
him
subhanahu wa ta'ala also says, in the Quran, وَضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا امْرَأَةَ نُوحٍ وامرأة. All right?
Beautiful.
So, does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talking about literally that he hit an example when he said, وَضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا?
Beautiful, yeah.
Okay, so what do you mean?
Are
That,
you, hold on.
so
Just
you
answer my
mean that
question,
the
yes or no.
verse is
Did
not
Allah
talking about
subhanahu wa
hitting the
ta'ala
wife?
hit the example
Yabe,
when
listen.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَضَرَبَ
These
اللَّهُ
guys, man,
مَثَلًا?
these Muslims, they piss me off, LC.
Yabe.
No,
What
you're
are
an
you talking
ignorant.
about?
You have
Why-
no idea.
Just speak.
So you come
Just
here,
speak normal.
you
Why are you
come here
angry?
babbling about something
All
that
right,
you
don't
have no
speak
clue
over
and
each
no
other.
idea
One of you
with.
talk. One of you talk.
Each other. Let's AB speak. Let AB speak, please.
Yeah, you're here. You have no idea what the word means and how it
I know
means.
what I know.
And
Don't
if
talk
you
about
go
me. Talk
define the
about the
word
subject. You
darab,
don't know what I know, you
Yabe, brother,
munafiq.
wait,
so
Don't talk about
no,
me.
you don't.
You don't know nothing about me.
If you go to the Arabic
You
word,
jahil.
darab, it doesn't
Muslims,
mean.
man, don't talk
Come
about
on.
me because I'm
Come
gonna insult
on,
you.
guys.
Yabe,
Come
please.
on.
Let me
Come on,
Because
guys.
don't come here talk
AB
about a
talk.
religion
Come
that
on,
you don't
guys.
believe in
Come
and
on.
say something about you have no
Come on.
clue with.
Come on,
So
guys.
keep
Come
that
on.
opinion to yourself,
Come
unless
on,
you have a
guys.
fact about what you're
No,
talking about. Allah
guys.
subhanahu wa ta'ala
No.
says, وَضَرَبَ اللَّهُ
I'm
مَثَلًا.
your
He uses
position,
Allah subhanahu
please.
wa ta'ala the word darab in so many places, and that's not exactly what it means.
Okay, the prophet explained the verse and he said,
The
hit her
Prophet
with a
sallallahu
miswak.
alaihi wasallam, he
He
has
said,
never
hit
hit
her
any of his
with
wives.
a toothbrush.
He has never
now,
hit
if
any
you are
of
a
his
hadith
wife,
rejector
nor
and
anyone
you
else.
don't believe how the
So
prophet explained the Quran, then I will speak to you
Listen.
as a Quranist. You're over speaking. Go on mute.
listen, bro.
You're over
Listen.
talking everyone. You haven't gone on mute
You
one
are
second
ignorant
since you
about
came in.
you are
Go on mute.
ignorant
I'll
about
explain
this
this to you.
situation about the
You're just
religion.
saying
So
people
don't
are
get
jahil. Put
involved
him
in
on
it.
mute, please, LC.
Host,
This AB
host,
guy, he's not speaking,
host,
talking.
host. You need to regulate
LC,
this.
I'm gonna
LC,
explain.
he has
I'm gonna
spoken
explain.
most
The hadith,
academically
the Prophet explained
and
this
correctly.
verse. He said the beating is ضربا غير مبرح. Beat her without causing her bruising or breaking her legs or breaking her bones. He also said
Akhi,
with the miswak.
listen,
I'll give you the
listen,
hadith number. Go on mute, I'm
listen.
speaking. Go on mute, I'm speaking. I'll give you the hadith number where the Prophet
Well,
said
don't.
that you
I'm
can
not
beat
gonna have
her
you translate
with.
something in the wrong way.
Well, I'm
You're
gonna
ignorant about
just
this
go on
situation,
mute and
so
let me
don't talk
speak.
about it.
Let me
Leave it
speak because you're
alone.
trying to silence me. I'm not gonna be silenced.
I'm
If you are a hadith rejecter and you are not a Sunni, then this has nothing to do with you. I will speak with you as a Quranist who only believes in the Quran. If you are a Sunni, then you should accept the Quran and the Prophet, the hadiths from the Prophet. I will get you the hadith number. I'll put it up here on the screen and we can read it together where the Prophet explains how the beating is done. And he says, ضربا غير مبرح, a beating that will not bruise or break bones. And then he says, beat your wives with a miswak, a toothbrush. Now, are you saying that the Prophet also didn't understand that وَضْرِبُهُنَّ when Allah says ضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا? Oh, did Allah mean beat the floor? So the Prophet is also insane then, I think, because he's not understanding the Quran too. Because he's saying darab here means beat. And then he's giving you the how to beat. You see?
Are you done?
I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to AB.
But no,
No,
because this is started with
Yes.
you talking to me,
And
and
you
you like
agreed earlier, and you believed in the
Have
hadith.
you
I don't
have
know
you
if
finished?
you
No,
changed
not
your
Have
yet.
you
mind.
done?
Let's AB brothers respond when he finished, please, brother.
Okay, yalla. No problem. Go on.
AB finish Yabe, yeah? AB,
He-
come on in, brother.
Yes, let these guys speak calm and bring with evidence, and we can have a conversation. Go ahead.
He's muted. AB is muted, by the way.
Sorry, AB. Well, I bring him back, but I think he muted himself as well.
Yeah.
AB, brother, are you there?
yeah, he will come back when he comes back. Let's carry on.
So I have just a quick a request, you could say. So he, bravely mentioned the hadith and he spoke and everything else. I wanted to do something very simply. Bring me an example of the Prophet hitting his wife. That's one. Two, you have clear hadiths that Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says that the best of the nations, the ones after me, and he speaks about other few generations after him. Bring me examples of the Sahaba, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi, the people after the Sahaba, demonstrating, giving examples of them hitting their wives. Bring me any evidence of it, because these were the people that practiced the Sharia better than anyone today. So I want evidences from Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi to all the way the 3 generations after, hitting their wife or even talking about this matter. Where's the evidence of this?
Beautiful, beautiful. I'll go get you the hadith where the Prophet hits Aisha and she says that hurt very badly. But so far we agree that Allah commands the beating of women and the Prophet.
But you don't want to explore.
One second, brother. One second. I'm in the middle of a
You don't want to
sentence.
explore how.
You're cutting me up
That's,
for a purpose. I know.
You want to stay
We're gonna get past
you don't
things
want to
on a
explore
stage by
how.
stage. You asked for me
You don't
to
want to
bring
explore
you
how, but that's fine.
the
That's up
Prophet.
to you.
1 second.
That's up to you.
He's over speaking me.
Yeah,
LC, do
just
you
1
see?
second, please.
We let you speak. You do.
One
you
second.
let
One
us finish,
second. Go
but
on
that's
mute.
fine.
Let me talk. You asked me something. I'm answering your question.
Go ahead.
You
Yeah.
said, bring me. Do you know how to go on mute, brother? Spy or whatever
Yeah,
your
I'm
name
not
is?
talking.
I will in a minute.
Go ahead.
Okay, go on mute. Let me answer. Do you not want to go on mute? What is his name? This therapy academy.
Brother, just talk, man.
When you're speaking, I go on mute so you feel comfortable. But anyway, okay, as long as you don't talk, it's okay.
I'll mute him for now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, as long as you don't talk, it's okay. Brother, you asked for me to bring you said, the Prophet and the Sahaba, they are the closest to Islam. They know Islam more than anyone else. Bring me them actually beating someone up, beating their wives up, right? I'll bring you a hadith from Bukhari where the Prophet strikes Aisha and she says that hurt. Now, before I do that, we have come as far as you agreeing that Allah commands the beating of women in the Quran, and in the hadiths, the Prophet explains the how of the beating by saying it's with a miswak, with a toothbrush, and by not breaking bones or causing bruising. Have we agreed so far for me to now go and get you the hadith, Mr. Therapy guy?
So, Mr. Therapy, he mentioned that he believes everything Quran says. But Mr. Therapy is off at the moment from microphone, but he'll be back when he can. Brother, are you back?
They allowed me to turn it back on.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make my stance absolutely clear. Okay, In the Quran, he talks about the example that he's giving from Surah Nisa 34, okay? About the hitting of the wife, the daughter, and everything else, okay? Now, I've said this from the beginning that it's very important to explore how. And then the brother went along and he brought the hadith about how, about not bruising and breaking and all of that. Correct? We also said too that it's done with a miswak. Now, I kept saying how. If you actually look into it, because there's more to the context of the hadith. In fact, it's done with a tapping. That's how it was practiced. Tapping, the way that you'd even tap a baby's hand, it wouldn't even hurt them. This is how it was done, and that's how it was explained, and that's how it was practiced. So he may go and bring another hadith from Bukhari, Muslim, wherever he may be, you can go and bring it. We'll look into it. But as far as my stance goes, if the Quran tells you that you can hit them and the Prophet ﷺ practiced it and explained how it's done, and we know from the more context that it's done in a way that you tap it, that it doesn't hurt them whatsoever, rather it's like a warning, then I absolutely agree with that. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
RM official, would you like to add something to it?
Yes, I'm totally with my brother Therapy Academy because the Darb, it was just as I stated in the beginning, and which AB was in. Darb is just a metaphor. It's a mithal. You know, even in the Quran there is the word mithal, which means that what we are saying, what we're bringing to you, is not that you shouldn't take it literally. Put it in the right context, because darb could be just I don't condone violence, and my kids, I never touch my kids, but it's enough that I look at them in a certain way, they understand that I'm not happy with their actions, and that is a darb.
Correct.
It's not like physical, but it could be psychological beating, which means that you understand that here you are not allowed to do this. So, and also what I want to point out is that it's very difficult to have these religious talks because people get so damn emotional. And even in the Quran, lakum dinukum waliyadini, which means that you have your way of your religion and I have mine. So people do not need to fight for their beliefs. If you believe in this, it's fine. Let's just agree to disagree upon things without getting emotional or yelling and screaming. I think it's a big problem. That's why I never get into like religious discussion. But in this matter, I feel like we have really good people here. We have people with knowledge and people who want to learn. So it's good. So, and even in the Quran also, Allah never made a difference between men and women in that sense that we put, because equality has been there for centuries. If you read Surah Al-Hujurat, إِنَّا خَلَقْنَاكُم مِّن ذَكَرٍ وَأُنثَى وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَتَعَارَفُوا إِنَّ أَكْرَمَكُمْ عِندَ اللَّهِ أَتْقَاكُم, which means that God put equality in men and women and in people. And the most important thing is that we learn to know about each other. And the better one is the one with the better faith. It's simple. So we don't need to go to hadith or fiqh or anything else. We need just to understand and use our brain to understand things, not just take things like literally and put them in something without a context and without using our ability to think ourselves. That's the reason.
Absolutely.
Because إنما الأعمال بالنية, which means that you have to have a point in whatever you are doing, have a good thing with it. That is, yeah. So
Can
that's
I also
yeah.
say as well that
Can I join in?
a point of contention people like to make as well, and I'd like to bring it up as well, is the plain fact a lot of people claim to forget that essentially a lot of people go through the translations and stuff like that. So let's say the word beat, like the brother said, the word darab, it doesn't essentially mean to intentionally strike someone in order to hurt them. But if you put it in the English language, it would be presented in that way. So I would say a lot of people's arguments do come from a disingenuous place. Like you said, you need context with everything.
The problem that I have, the brother said that he was a Muslim before. He started mention Hanabila, the Shafi, and all the schools of thoughts, the four that we know of. There's a lot more, by the way. It's just the four that we know of at the moment, but there was ones before them too. So he mentioned those, and then he concluded by saying, "Oh, the Sharia is long." I'm thinking, hold on a minute. that means you never really understood Sharia. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Because if
All
you
right,
really
I'm
truly
gonna
understood
explain it to you.
Sharia,
Can I explain to you?
Can I just join in quickly before
If
you?
I can just have
What I
one
was
or
going to
two
say.
minutes, because 4 people spoke and I was on
Yeah,
mute.
but
Yabe,
Ramos spoke,
Yabe, can you let
so
African man say something? You mentioned
yeah,
okay,
can I
all
just say
right.
something? I've not spoken yet.
just 1 minute.
So I've joined obviously, and I've only been listening for a short period of time. I heard what RM official was saying, and I'm a Muslim, and I have to disagree to a certain degree, and that is because when it comes to the Sharia, we have evidences from the Quran and the Sunnah and so on and so forth as to how to implement things and how they were implemented during the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So therefore, when it comes to the Sharia, there are certain elements of the Sharia that are agreed upon, no matter what madhab you follow, no matter if you follow the Hanbali, the Hanafi, the Shafi'i, or the Maliki.
Yeah.
And then there are certain elements that it's open for ijtihad, meaning that the evidences aren't clear cut in terms of what the ruling is and how it's implemented, and therefore there's space
Interpretation.
for scholarly interpretation. And if they differ over things like that, then there's no harm. So what I'm trying to say in short is Sharia is something that we are Islamically obliged to uphold, especially if somebody is an Islamic ruler, then he's obliged to act by it. There's actually verses in the Quran that say whoever doesn't rule by وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ, whoever doesn't rule by that which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed, then he's a disbeliever. I can get into the ins and outs of that, but I don't want to hold and hang the
Yeah,
hood on
African man, thank you, brother. Just let you know that.
beautiful, yeah, very well.
Yabe will come in. Yabe will come in. African man, let me just
Thank
explain.
you.
I
Thank
brought
you.
this. I brought this subject because we had a panel 2 days ago. A brother, Pakistani brother from Birmingham. We were talking about migration. So he said that Europeans shouldn't be blaming migrants for the decline in the population, European population. Then he mentioned Sharia law. He said that that's why he agreed with Sharia law. You know, so that's why I brought this subject so we can talk about it for Muslim, for ex-Muslim like me. But yeah, thank you, African man, for coming up. Yeah, Yabe, go. Sorry.
Sorry, the
I
host.
appreciate it. One
I didn't.
second, guys.
No,
You
I
guys
just
all
want to understand
spoke.
what the host
Now
said.
it's my turn. You guys all
I'm
spoke.
not going to talk. I just want to ask the host a question about what he just said. The scenario that you were just talking about, somebody coming to the UK. I didn't understand it. Can you just repeat that? You were saying somebody came
No,
to
no,
the
I was
UK.
talking. We were talking about migration, right?
Yeah.
A Pakistani brother said that Europeans shouldn't be blaming migrants for coming in. If the European population are declining, it's European fault. Then he mentioned Sharia law. He said Sharia law is a good way to live the life. So he supports Sharia law. And I said
Okay.
to the brother, then I'm going to bring this conversation, then we can talk about it.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, sorry, I had to disconnect my microphone, otherwise battery will die on my phone.
It's okay. Therapy Academy. Do you have
Oh, for
a
God's sake.
problem with going on mute or like
Well,
I don't
Brother, I'm
understand.
not talking. You can talk. I'm not talking. I don't know why you keep mentioning me, but keep talking.
No,
No
because there's
problem.
like a flashback or something. If you go on mute, it's easier. If you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Yabe, go ahead.
Can you put the Therapy Academy guy on mute? I think he has a
Brother, just 1 second,
issue.
okay?
Yeah. So basically, guys, in the world today, there's 2 billion Muslims, and 57 or 54 Muslim countries, or Muslim majority countries. The one that somewhat claims to rule by Sharia is Afghanistan. The rest are democratic, secular, and monarchs that don't rule by Islam, all of that. Sharia law, the way it was, the way I know it, the way that it's in the Quran and Hadiths, Sahih Hadiths, right? It's really barbaric. It says that you should stone adulterers who have been who commit adultery. It says that you should chop off the hand of the thief. It says that you should unalive the apostate because he has left Islam. It says that you cannot set a legal minimum age for marriage. Even people say that, if you marry a 6-year-old and consummate with her at 9, today, if you consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old, they say it's acceptable as long as the father deemed her fit or healthy enough for it. You see? So all of these problems that Sharia brings, they don't exist in the world because the world has moved forward, and Sharia will never come back to this world, or it never actually was fully Sharia here. Maybe after the Prophet, then there was, I don't believe he was a prophet, by the way. Then there was the four Khulafa al-Rashidin, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali. And then after that, it just became tribal, like, Bani, all these three different, the Uthmanis were the last, then there was the Abbasids, and then there was the Umayyads, right? These people, they didn't really, they were all different. They all applied things different. Anyway, Sharia law is not something that is actively in this world today, other than Afghanistan, maybe. And no one, even normal Muslims, don't want Sharia law. Normal Muslims don't want to marry children. Normal Muslims don't want to cut off the hand of the thief. Normal Muslims don't want to unalive the apostate. Normal Muslims don't want to stone adulterers. You see? So Sharia law is very outdated, and even most Muslims agree. I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. So, brother academic is off now at the moment. African man or RM official, would you like
Can
to
I
ask?
say, you said that the stoning of adultery, it's not correct. It's jalda. الزانية والزاني فاجلدوا كل واحد. It's
That's,
like lashes. It's
No,
are
but
you
it's
Quran?
still wrong.
Do you not
RM,
accept hadiths?
let me just join in quickly. So, with regards to the adulterer, there are two rulings. So, ruling number one is if she is, or if they are people that haven't engaged in marriage and they've never been married, and if they've never been married, then there is jalda. That is when you actually whip the person. Like, if somebody has been married and then they engage in adultery, then a rajm, which is throwing stones at them, is the Islamic ruling, and there's no doubt about that. You can find that within all the different schools of thought. However, when he claims that that is barbaric, I want to mention something, which is to claim something is barbaric or immoral. This is subjective. This is a subjective thing. Morality in general, if you're not taking it from a higher power, then it's a subjective thing. Somebody might say, "Oh, I think it's great." Another person might say, "No, I think it's barbaric and it's immoral." And we can't come to a common conclusion. Why? Regarding this, because every single person is open to having their own morality, unless they're taking it from a higher power. And I can obviously use this example for things like homosexuality, which, just about 80, 70 years ago in some of these European countries was considered to be something evil, and then now it's considered to be something completely normal. So morality does change with time and people and things like that. So when you're saying things are barbaric, when you're saying the chopping of the hand is evil or immoral or whatever the case may be, this is all subjective to you. But for us, it is objectively good. And we see a lot of benefits that come from it. So, for example, the chopping of the hand. Somebody might say, "Oh, that's very problematic." But the robber or the burglar that's burglaring into houses is less likely to engage in that, knowing that his hand is going to get chopped off, in comparison to him being arrested for 1 or 2 years. It is more of a preventative matter. So therefore, it can be looked at as a good thing. So I just wanted
Yeah,
to say,
but if you chop the hand of the person, do you have enough evidence that makes you think that this person was because even in the matter of adultery, if you accuse your woman of adultery and fail to produce 4 witnesses, then you are the one who is going to be given 80 lashes. You see, so you need to have proofs beyond reasonable doubt that this person was the burglar, or this person took something, or this person killed a person. You have to have evidence.
yes,
So,
RM,
hmm?
I'm not disagreeing with regards to that. I know the Sharia, for example, when it comes to the act of adultery, it's very, very hard for somebody to actually be accused of it because they need to bring 4 witnesses. And these 4 witnesses, they have to actually be there, present, actually citing the penetration, which is something that is very hard to actually bring as proof.
Exactly.
However, what I am saying though is that these rulings do still exist. And for example, somebody who's a burglar who robs something, if the court find the proof against him, then the ruling of chopping of the hand still does apply. And what I'm doing as a Muslim is I'm happy. I'm happy enough to accept these rulings, and I see them to be rulings from Allah, and I see there to be wisdom within them. And one of the problems that we find amongst a lot of Muslims today is when non-Muslims bring these issues to them, they struggle to accept it, or they struggle to you know
Yeah, because it's
African man,
barbaric.
just sorry, sister. African man, can I just have a question?
Go on.
So, do you think that when those people ask questions, do you think that the imam normally like to answer those questions so they can stop them from having that confusion?
Okay, this is the thing. I'll be honest. Me myself, I'm involved in da'wah, and I'm somebody who's relatively quite studied. And I do agree that a lot of people that are in these positions, because of because of the fear of how people are going to react, they may kind of water down the answer. But that is not my approach. My approach is always trying to make the person understand the ruling, make him understand some of the wisdom behind the ruling, and also making him realize that when you are rejecting something for because of morality, then you need to realize that morality is subjective to begin with. So that shouldn't be a reason why you reject something. You should reject something if it's not the truth. And one of the things that I always pose to people, I say to them, if you knew for sure that God was the one that came with this ruling and you had no doubt about that, would it be a problem? And if somebody says yes, it would have been a problem, then we know that that person isn't sincere, but he wants to follow his desires. However, if the person says yes, I would follow it, then say that is the position that we've taken as Muslims. This is the truth from God.
Yeah, go ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister.
It's the truth from God according to you, right? But according to your belief system. We can't say that's a universal truth. We can say it's according to your belief system. And me personally, I don't have the same belief system, right? And when we talk about Sharia law, that is dated, sir. We're talking about something that happened years and years ago, and it's quite barbaric. So to have that in modern society, I think it's a ridiculous notion. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to be nice. I'm just going to leave it out embarrassing. I find it embarrassing that people could push for something as barbaric as that. And I feel like oftentimes people kind of have this kind of notion that everybody's like an Islamophobe. But no, like when you're asking that, okay, we want to cut people's hands off because they stole something, like somebody else earlier said, like we don't even know if like it's true or not. Like those are extreme views. And the fact that it's kind of downplayed as just like, oh, it's just a lot. I find that very scary.
Yeah,
Can I just quickly
official.
respond to
It
that?
was RMF official was talking about it. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
can I
he
just,
didn't mention that people shouldn't have the hand chopped off without the evidence. But RM official, go ahead, please.
I was trying to be more balanced because personally, I think it's wrong to kill people, beheaded them because they killed someone or someone stole, you chop off their hand. And in the other hand is like even in the Quran that no one is allowed to take a life but the one who creates life. So uh, I think these kind of, I'm not calling it barbaric, but these kind of practices are outdated. They don't belong to our world today, 2025. I don't think it's correct. And I want to ask Africa Man, uh, let's say we don't have control over things that happen in our lives. If you had your son or your daughter or your brother, someone close to you that you love, that was accused of stealing, and they are going to chop off their hand, what would be your reaction? Because don't do to others what you don't want them to do to you. That's some of the basics in most of religions.
yeah,
What
I'll
would you do?
respond. Okay, I'll respond to just
Okay,
before I respond to that.
can I go after
Can I,
you then? I want to
yeah,
say something as well.
Okay, yeah,
just
that's why. Go ahead, Africa man. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm just going to quickly, in short, just quickly respond to the woman on the right. I forgot her name. It doesn't say her name on there. The quick response to hers was when she was saying that the majority of the people, or a lot of people, ain't Muslims, so they're going to deem some of the things within the Sharia to be barbaric. We're not forcing you not to take
That's
that
not a
view.
question, sir. I'm
Can I
saying it's barbaric. I'm not
can,
questioning whether it's. Look,
It's a
I'm
can I
saying it's.
statement.
Yeah.
A statement,
can I
yeah.
respond?
For
Allow me to respond.
clarification.
Can you let me respond, please? Okay, so what I was saying was the statement that she made regarding that a lot of non-Muslim, a lot of people are non-Muslims and they deem what's within the Sharia or some of the punishments to be barbaric and so on and so forth. For me, that's not an issue. Why? Because I said to you, that is their opinion. That's their subjective opinion. And their subjective opinion is not an objective fact. So therefore, today they may be saying that. But tomorrow, even if they're non-Muslims, they may change their view and say, you know what, this is actually a very good punishment and we want to implement it because of the benefits that come with it. So I don't really take that into consideration and I don't see it as a good argument. But now to respond to RM Official. RM Official, you said something which was regarding some of my family members or people that I am close with. and you said if these rulings were to be applied on them, so let's say, for example, I had a relative, a son, a mother, a sister that engaged in some of these crimes in Islam, such as burglary of a large amount or whatever the case may be, and then the judge said, you know what, we're going to rule by the chopping of the hand. Would I object to that? No, I would not object to that. This is the ruling of Allah. I would accept it, no doubt. It wouldn't be easy for me to see a relative getting their hand chopped off or whatever the case may be, but because it's the ruling of Allah, I would accept it. Just like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, this is very deep. There's a hadith, and I never forget this. It was a hadith about his daughter Fatima. He said, if Fatima engaged in, I can't remember exactly which crime it was, and she's the son of,
it was theft. لو سرقت فاطمة لقطعت يدها. That's the
نعم
hadith.
نعم لو سرقت فاطمة لقطعت يدها. He said, if Fatima was the one that that ended up engaging in this kind of robbery that causes a person's hands to get chopped off, he said, I would have chopped her hand off. Which shows you that the rules of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we don't change our mind if it's our family members.
Okay, well, is that according to like her situation, or is that an instruction though? So there's a difference, right? We could say like in certain situations, God can say, okay, this is what we're going to do according to the time, right? According to practices that were going on back at that time, right? But then to say that, okay, because he said it to Fatima, that's now a standard rule that we need to practice. I don't agree with that. I don't understand that.
Okay.
700 years later. Yeah.
What's next, LC? Yeah. Thank you, guys. So basically, a lot of points have been mentioned. Brother African man, actions speak louder than words, and we see you and other Muslims rush to the secular side of the world, to the liberal side of the world. You read a verse earlier, وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْكَافِرُونَ. Whoever does not rule by what Allah has revealed is a disbeliever. Why don't you, brother, show us with actions that you actually believe, and go and live under a khalif, someone who actually rules by what Allah has revealed. The closest you would come is maybe Afghanistan. Why do you live in the West, under kuffar, liberal, secular homosexuals? Why don't you show us your values with your action instead of saying something and living differently? You say one thing with your mouth and you do something else with your actions. It's hypocrisy, and this is with all Muslims. They don't want Sharia. They really don't, because if they wanted, they wouldn't rush to the most opposite side of the world. In terms of ideology. Theology and theocratic states like Iran, Afghanistan, all these, they don't want that. Muslims like the African brother, maybe he's from Somalia like me. I can tell by his accent. Imagine all the way he has to come. There's so many Muslim countries that were peaceful that you could have, and you and your family could have stayed. Why do you come to England? Why do you come to the West? It's because you want freedom of religion, you want freedom of speech, you want freedom, you want gender equality, you want all the benefits that are in the West, But
Can I respond to that?
And that is actually the definition of a nifaq.
Nifaq of a
Hypocrisy.
munafiq,
Yeah.
definite
Yeah.
munafiq here.
Yeah.
So
Can I
one second,
respond?
brother, you say hand cutting is not barbaric, stoning a woman is not barbaric. The Prophet said he would cut off Aisha's Fatima al-Zahra's hand if she became a thief. First of all, he didn't cut her hand or whatever. But Muslims, the 2 billion Muslims today, why are they not following Sharia? Why are they against Sharia in countries like Turkey, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Malaysia, right? Where there's Muslims, they don't want Sharia. Guess what they want? They want freedom of religion. Islam and Sharia says, "Man baddala dinahu faqtuluhu." Whoever leaves Islam, unalive him. The Prophet said this in Hadith Sahih Bukhari. All right? He said, whoever leaves Islam, unalive him. Do Muslims want that today? No. They want freedom of religion. So Sharia law is absolutely barbaric and it's outdated. Thank you.
Yeah, but let me respond to what you've said. So you made quite a lot of statements there. From the first of them, you was like, why did you leave, your country and so on and so forth and come to the West? Number one, you might be able to tell by my accent, I was actually born in the West. I wasn't born back home. Obviously we're from the same country, and the whole internal civil war occurred, and that's the time where my family members left, and I was born slightly after that. So I was born in the West. That's the first thing. The second thing I'd like to mention is with regards to, you're talking about a Islamic ruling known as hijrah. And hijrah is when you leave a non-Muslim country and then you go to a Muslim country. And this ruling is an Islamic ruling that the Muslims should abide by. However, this ruling of hijrah, it doesn't apply to every single Muslim. There are certain, conditions that need to be met when a person, when he becomes obliged upon you. From them is that the person has capability. Number two, there are scenarios where, for example, if a person is engaging in da'wah, which is calling people to Islam, that would be a sufficient reason why he wouldn't need to do hijrah. You know the hadith of Mu'adh ibn Jabal radiyallahu anhu, whereby the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam sent him to Yemen, and he says, إِنَّكَ تَأْتِي قَوْمًا مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ فَلْيَكُنْ أَوَّلَ مَا تَدْعُوهُمْ إِلَيْهِ شَهَادَةِ أَنْ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. I'm sure you've probably heard of the hadith. He sent Mu'adh to Yemen and he told him, how to give da'wah over there. Was Yemen at the time Darul Islam? No, it wasn't, but he allowed him to go there. So if a person is engaging in certain activities and in certain scenarios, hijrah doesn't become wajib, because we're looking at the greater benefit. That's the first thing. So that ruling that you was mentioning about me being a munafiq, a hypocrite, that is incorrect, because I do engage in da'wah, number one. And number two, you don't know if my scenario is a scenario where I'm capable of actually performing hijrah. Number two, with regards to people ruling by the Sharia and not. If somebody doesn't rule by the Sharia, he doesn't automatically become a kafir, first of all. Even though Allah says in the Quran, whoever doesn't rule by the Sharia, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْكَافِرُونَ, that doesn't necessitate that a person becomes a kafir. Why? Because the kufr, the disbelief in the Sharia, there's two types. There's the major disbelief and there's the minor disbelief. This would fall in the minor disbelief because of all the evidences that we have. I don't want to talk for a long time. So in summary, what I want to say to you is this. The countries that don't rule by the Sharia in terms of in totality, that the sha'ab or the people that live within those countries, those Muslim countries, they cannot do anything to change things, because Islamically they are obliged to obey their leaders. That's number one. The one who is mistaken, who's going to be judged, is the actual leader. But as for me, I am not somebody at fault for living here at the moment. There's no nifaq in that.
Well, you're an adult now, right?
Can you make me large, brother? If you don't mind, just make me large so we can read this hadith.
Yeah, I would like to say something first, though, because he's mentioning the fact that, okay, it's not his fault that he was born in the West, right? But, like, you're an adult, like, you can choose to go to a different country. And if you say the Sharia law is the best way to live, then I wouldn't understand why you would choose to stay in the West. Like, I can't understand that. And I'd also like to ask you this: what country right now, because there's a few Islamic countries, right, do you think is like the best place to live based on Sharia law?
Okay, so obviously you didn't listen to my response, which is unfortunate.
But so there's none.
You
That's the answer.
Can you stop cutting me off and allow me to speak? You didn't listen to my answer. My answer was very clear. I said to you that there are certain scenarios where individuals can live in the West and they don't need to perform hijrah. And I mentioned to you more than one scenario. And I said to you that I fall under one of those scenarios. But you didn't even listen. You didn't take time to.
You don't, babe. See, this is the thing. There's so many excuses.
But it's fine.
No, it's embarrassing. I'm sorry. There's so many excuses. Why?
Allow me to speak. So what I'm saying is, it's important that when you dialogue with somebody, that you listen to the points that they're making. I from now on, I choose to not really engage with you anymore, because I think Yabki and Yabi Yabkis, for example, he's actually engaging with you, but you're not. So
okay, thanks for sharing. But for me, I find it very disgusting when you're coming online saying that you're trying to push, especially as a woman. I think when it comes to Sharia law, it impacts women on a different scale, and I find it quite disgusting that you kind of push this narrative, like just blasé, like, oh yeah, we should introduce it, cut people's hands off. It's disgusting. It's extremely barbaric, and it's actually very concerning to me. And I'm very concerned that I'm walking around and people like you exist with this mentality. Yeah, okay, so I do have an energy for it.
Can
absolutely.
Stretch, go ahead, so we can diffuse this. Stretch, go ahead.
All right, can I go next so I can read the hadith?
No, please let the brother speak first. He's got this call.
All right, thank you, Scratch. So, brother, the hadith that I have here.
I've got to drop. So I'll try to come back in a bit. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Take a screenshot of the hadith because it goes against you, African brother. Anyone who associates with the polytheist and lives with him is like him. Living in the kuffar lands makes you a kafir. All right? Sunan Abi Dawood 2787. The Prophet says, Man jama' al-mushrika, whoever stays with a polytheist or a disbeliever, وَسَكَنَ مَعْهُ, and he lives with them in their country, فَإِنَّهُ مِثْلُهُ, then he is like them. In another hadith, sahih, that the Prophet said, أَنَا بَرِيءٌ مِّن كُلِّ مُسْلِمٍ يُقِيمُ بَيْنَ أَظْهَرِ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. I disassociate from any Muslim who lives within the mushriks, the disbelievers. The Prophet said this, I disassociate from any Muslim who lives within the disbelieving lands. So, you know, by following the hadith of the Prophet, the man that was here now, African, you know, guy, his name, he's actually a disbeliever. The Prophet says he disassociates from him because he lives in the land of the disbelievers.
No, sorry.
No, I was just about to
One
say
thing.
there is.
One thing.
Sorry, brother.
Sorry, one thing. Disbelievers are people that don't believe, but Ahlul Kitab, it's the Christians, the Jews. So it's not because the Prophet was actually protected when he was when the Quraysh and all these people wanted to kill him by actually Christians and Jews. So make a difference between Ahlul Kitab and the disbelievers. There is a big difference.
Okay, so the people that say Jesus is God, the Lord and Savior, are they Ahlul Kitab? Because the Quran says, لَقَدْ كَفَرَ الَّذِينَ قَالُوا إِنَّمَا الْمَسِيحُ عِيسَى بْنِ مَرْيَمْ إِنَّ اللَّهُ هُوَ الْمَسِيحُ عِيسَى بْنِ مَرْيَمْ. The Quran says they have disbelieved. They are disbelievers.
That's basically ignorance when they say, because
Are
Isa
they
ibn
the
Maryam,
people who believe in Trinity? لَقَدْ كَفَرَ الَّذِينَ قَالُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ ثَالِثُ ثَلَاثَةٍ.
Christians that believe in the Trinity, they're not.
So
They're not.
they're not Ahlul Kitab.
They're not Al-Kitab. Al-Kitab are basically people that are following the true message of Isa ibn Maryam, which is basically like Christians all claim that it's the Bible. It's not the Bible because those Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they're not obviously.
You see, this is what kind of pissed me off because RMO was now trying to say, oh, the West is actually Ahlul Kitab. They're not actually disbelievers. They're, you know, why would you say stupid things like that?
I'd like to say it is
hang on. Hang on a second. Yabe, I accept the fact that you call me it's stupid, that I'm stupid. But I'm telling you, there are actually good Christians that don't believe actually that Jesus is God.
Yeah,
so
Unitarian.
I would like to say this.
Sorry, I'm just finished.
Speaking on behalf of Christians and you're not Christian.
No.
Yeah, no, they're Unitarians. The Unitarians.
Sorry, can I finish?
No, brother, please.
Can I finish? Yeah, what I'm saying, you are telling me that I am not Christian. I don't care about that because I know that there were 4 books.
No, I didn't say I didn't say that, brother.
I'm talking to my sister.
Finish your point. I'm not trying to have you address something that I didn't get a chance. Do not address something that I didn't finish. Address the point that you were trying to make.
There are 4 books according to Islam. There's a Torah, Al-Injil, Al-Zabur, Al-Quran. That's it. So, and those who follow those things aren't disbelievers. To just clarify for Yabeda, I'm not saying that Westerners, all of them are Ahlul Kitab or disbelievers. I was making a point. That's it.
Well, you don't even understand what I was trying to address because you started panicking. What I'm saying is that every single Christian believes Jesus is God. If there's a Christian,
no, they don't. Sister, respectfully, they don't because my
stop speaking while I'm speaking.
I'm saying, but you can't claim all Christians.
Do not speak over me.
Respectfully, sister, they're not.
Speak over me. Based on the Bible, right? There's people that can claim to be Christian. I'm saying all true Christians believe Jesus is God. The only way you can get to God is through Jesus. That's not an opinion. That's fact. Okay?
No, that's your opinion.
No, that is not an opinion. That's not an opinion.
MCM, thank you very much for having me here because I think the debate is like it's a lot of egos around.
Okay,
so I'm not talking to you. Not talking. LCM. So I will catch you another time because I need to go now. But thank you for letting me be a part of this. Thank you, Brother Yabe, and thank you, Stretch, for the
Assalamu alaikum,
very.
brother.
Alaikum salam. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I will follow you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Back to you too. Thank you.
Yeah, so the Muslim clinic, would you like to come up and...
Wait, I have a question for the host. Are you Muslim or are you Christian? Or are you just non-religious?
I born as a Christian, and then I was following Islam. Then I left
Okay.
Islam.
Okay, so you're not religious in any way now.
Not at the moment. I'm just
Okay.
focused on myself, my mind, my business, and my job.
Okay.
Searching.
Can you guys hear me?
Sorry.
Yeah, salam alaikum, brother.
Alaikum salam. The sister, you said that all Christians believe that Jesus is
I
God.
was just about to say that, yeah.
I don't know
I
why
just
you're
wanted to
asking.
clarify.
Yeah, why are you asking as if it's a question? I said it, yeah. Hello?
No, because I always thought that the Jehovah's Witness did not believe that he was God.
Yeah, but
They believe
Jehovah's
they was
Witness
son
is a
of God.
cult. Most Christians believe that Jehovah's Witness is a cult. I don't class them as Christian. Sorry. I don't class
What's
anybody.
your view on Unitarian, sister?
Yeah, the Unitarians as well.
Because that's what the only reason I ask, sister, is obviously everyone's entitled to their opinion. The reason
Why
is
do you keep
just
saying
where you
sister?
claim
Why
that.
do you keep saying sister?
Well, you're still a female. You're still a sister in humanity. Whether you be whether you be my sister in religion, you're still a sister in humanity.
Don't Christians call their female sisters as well? I think they
Like,
do.
yeah, like, what's the problem? Like, I don't know your name, and like, what am I going to call
What
you,
about
Miss
Northern
Avatar Butterfly?
They
Like,
are a cult too. Mormons, absolutely. Absolutely. And
okay,
Seventh-day Adventists as well.
Oh, if that's what you are, then as I say, like all respect to you. No, I don't. How can I say this? I don't judge you just because you don't follow the same religion as me. That's cool. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It's just I must correct you when you say every Christian believes this. You can't claim every Christian does, because my grandparents, they were both Unitarians. They never believed Jesus was God. They instilled it in us young boys.
I clarified if you
Say
were
again?
listening, and I clarified if you were listening, that I don't believe that they are true Christians. I'm saying if you're a true Christian, then you have the belief system that Jesus is God, and that's not up for debate.
Right, so when I can't listen, I haven't got my Bible offhand, but where it's there's even
Why do you
passages
have a
in the
Bible
Bible
when
where
you're
God,
Muslim?
where Jesus,
Why
where
do you
Jesus
have
with
a
his
Bible when you're
say again?
Muslim?
Huh?
Why do you have a Bible when you're
Why
Muslim?
do I have a
don't have a
Bible?
Quran.
Because I wasn't always a Muslim.
Oh, okay, makes
And
sense.
also, Quran speak about Jesus, sister, as well.
And yeah,
Absolutely, I recognize that it speaks about Jesus. Absolutely. I also find it very interesting. I feel like you can prove Jesus is God through the Quran, but I don't feel like they like that conversation. So I am very
in what
aware
respect
of
though?
speaking
How
of
do you
that as well.
find that? How do you make that out,
That's
sister?
not the conversation. Maybe if he has a different prompt next time.
Huh?
Next time. I said
No, but how
maybe
do
he
you?
has a different prompt.
It clearly states in the Quran, Jesus says the words by Allah. Yeah, Allah says Himself. Yeah, clearly that Jesus is not God. His mother was not God, and on the day of judgment, yeah, Jesus will speak against the people that followed him, that took him and his mother as deities.
That's not the truth though. That's
What do you mean that's not the truth? So how can you
What
claim something about the
This is
Quran
what
not
and
about
I
true.
correct you,
the Christian
and then you
scholar?
then tell me that that's
Why
not
are you
correct? Like,
panicking?
sister,
Why are you
respectfully,
panicking?
like, be
Do not call me
sincere about
sister.
this.
Relax. Stop panicking.
I'm
Calm
not,
down.
sister. You'll never have me
When you
panicking
calm
about my
down,
religion.
then
You're
why are
like,
you
you won't
panicking
have
then?
me panicking, but I'm saying you're claiming one thing, then I'm correcting you, and then you're
You
backpedaling and
can't
then
correct
saying
me
that
because
that's
you're
not correct. Have
wrong.
you ever read the Quran, sister?
Yeah, I actually have, yeah.
Well, you
Yeah,
have
that's
read
not
it
really
front
wrong.
to back, the whole lot.
I've read it. Yeah.
You've read
I stopped at the part where the prophet saw a rock moving. I thought that was a little bit extreme for me.
Right, well, that's
I
not.
kind
You
of
didn't
stopped at that
find that
part.
in the
I kind
Quran.
of laughed at that part and
You
stopped.
didn't find that in the
Where
Quran
did
because
you
the Quran
in the
is not
prophet where he
words of
saw the rock
Muhammad.
moving? Where'd you get that from, sister?
Exactly. You listen, sister. All due respect, I'm going to
That's
call
just
you
the
on this. You're
truth. I'm
lying.
sorry.
You're
That for me
lying.
was a little bit
But
ridiculous.
you're lying.
You're lying.
It's not.
You're a
We're
liar.
Muslims.
Fear Allah.
We're Muslims. You're talking about a book. You said the prophet saw the rock move.
Yeah, he
What are you
saw
referring to?
a
Which
That's
vision.
why.
verse?
Listen. That's
And
why
the
I just
rock
said I
moved and
don't have my Bible in
disclosed
front of
something
me,
extra
so I'm
like
not going to
that.
quote something from the Bible without giving you, the verse that it's the chapter it's in, and then the verse
Thanks
it's
for
in.
sharing. Thanks for sharing.
Huh?
You know both religions
Um,
and you will be.
I've got a question. So the Christian scholar, what's his name? Bart something. His name
Bart
is.
Ehrman.
Yeah, Bart Ehrman. He says that
That's it.
Jesus is not
I
God.
don't
He
care about what he
argues.
says.
What?
Well, that's
He
a
just
top
keeps
Oh,
saying.
so you
I
don't
scholar
know
care
you
about
guys
who
his
have
position?
hold a
clearly
lot of.
refutes your
Oh, right.
claim, but
I
you
don't
don't take
care
from
what
what
he
he says.
refutes or
That's
doesn't
horrible.
say. I don't care what a scholar. It's only your religion where there's scholars and
Bar
you're
Ehrman is a Christian scholar.
There is Muslim scholars that have different belief systems.
Yeah, of
You can't
course.
just name one Christian scholar.
but
listen, there's plenty more.
If you interrupt me again, then I'm not going to engage a conversation with you. So it's going to be either I can finish what I'm saying and you calm down and act like a man, or I'm just going to leave. So choose.
So why do you keep saying I'm angry or
It's
I'm
very
irate?
feminine.
I'm not angry.
When I'm speaking, do not speak.
Just let her finish. So what's your point, sister? Go on. What's your point? Go on.
My point is there's many Muslim quote-unquote scholars that have opposing belief systems, right? So you just naming one Christian scholar that opposes that holds no weight to me. I don't care. I don't even know the person. So I often find it's very interesting. A lot of Muslims are kind of obsessed with Christianity, and I think I know why, but I think it's a reality that you're not going to want to hear. But I find it very interesting. I'm not obsessed with Islam the way I see a lot of Muslims being obsessed with Christianity. Yeah.
Is that your point?
And stone. Exactly. Thank you.
Habibi, let her completely finish, then we can just simply answer. So is that your point? That's it? Yeah? Is that your point done?
Am I speaking?
Okay. You could just say yes or no, but that's fine. Okay, so you don't find a single Islamic scholar from the top of our scholars that would disagree with who Allah is and who the Messenger is. But you have your top scholar who disagrees with the fundamentals of Christianity.
Alhamdulillah.
Who says that Jesus was not Son of God. If you're not going to listen to your scholars, you're not going to listen to me. That's the reality.
I listen to
Hi everyone.
Hey girl.
Hi. I just wanted to come up and say that it's respectful of the religions and all them kind of stuff. I'm not religious. My family's Christian. My parents are Rastafarian. They have different types of blends of Christian, Catholics, Methodists, Anglican, all them kind of different ones, yeah. And the way the guys that are talking with the whole Muslim religion is like, you guys want to say you are the only one and she should expect and just cow down.
Girl,
no.
Let me tell you
this. Let me finish.
Sorry about that.
And she should like back down. Let me, excuse me.
But you're lying against us, but that's fine.
Stop speaking. Continue.
And they're going on as if she should just back down and just accept what they're saying because they're saying it. And
no, sister,
as someone who grew up around Catholics, Methodists, Roman Catholics, Rastafarians, what else? Even down to what's the other weird religion? The ones that knock at your door. What's the name?
Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, the Jehovah people, all them ones there.
The door knockers.
They all have their own beliefs and yeah, I don't really know. I don't really follow all them stuff. But they're so like what's the word? Self-centered in their own religion that they won't allow other people to live in their own. And I just want you to just respect, even when the Muslim clinic is going, oh, the higher up said whatever, bun all of them things. It's for you to know what you're doing in yourself and how you're going about and living in your religion or your spiritual walk or whatever it is that you're doing. And it's fine to give your opinion, but don't try talk down someone's belief or say things that belittles how they think about their own religion. That's all I wanted to say. But that's what it seems like.
I'll agree with that. It's just I can't allow myself to sit here and allow.
No. You don't have to sit and allow anything. That's what I'm saying. The fact that you're saying that.
What? I'm not allowed to pick the woman up when she's lying about
you can say your opinion.
That's all I was trying to say was she's making things up about our scripture. That's not right.
That's not true.
You just did.
Okay. Anyway, like I was saying, when it comes to a lot of Muslims, they don't address the fact that they actually don't all share the same beliefs.
Of course we don't.
They don't share the same beliefs.
No, we don't.
So they make it seem to like the rest.
Yeah, but it's the same like Christians and all them other religions.
Yeah, exactly. So they have core.
So we just have to respect that. That's
some
all
of them
I'm saying.
Some of them don't even read certain holy books. Like
oh please,
they have Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But they don't want to show that to the rest of the world. They like to make a front of like Christians are so divided. They are also very much divided in
Yeah,
their
no,
beliefs.
listen, that is
You know what
something
I
that you
mean?
will never hear me trying to argue. I will 100% agree with you. That's a fact. But that's like that in every
When I
religion.
came,
There's
so
not
when
going
I
to be
said, so when you're saying the highest figure of
I was
talking
just about
about
to invite
Christianity,
Anin.
Well, that
like
wasn't
get a
me, but
grip,
all right,
mate.
okay.
Get a grip, mate. You know what I mean?
Guys, so this has been good so far, but let's not go, let's not be rude to each
Hey,
other.
look, I'm Nigerian and I'm from
Yesterday,
Ireland, so
conversation about migration, I had one warning from TikTok. People was
no way.
so that's not good. So, but yeah, it's been good so far. Yeah, keep going. Who's gonna go? Yeah,
Yeah, but
Slav.
I'm going back down because like I said to you
Yes, I
yesterday when I
have a
messaged you, I'm
question.
getting ready to go
Thank you,
out.
thank you, Ruth
Yeah.
Lewis. Thank you.
I just wanted to say people just respect each other and things like that. I can understand like people have different views and things, but just try not to be too aggressive. It sounds really aggressive. Yeah?
Thank you, thank you.
Take care, sister.
Okay, take care guys.
Bye-bye.
Well, someone
Yeah.
wants Muslim clinician. Someone wants you to come back to finish. Slav, just 1 second, Slav.
No problem.
Muslim clinician, brother, are you there? Yeah, go ahead, Slav. Anna, you need to wait, Anna. Go ahead, Slav.
Yeah, so for the Muslims on the panel, can I ask, do you accept Sahih Muslim as a reliable hadith?
Good question.
Yeah, Muslim clinician or stretch. Would you like to add anything to it?
It's just a question before I ask what I was going to say. So you can talk, Muslim clinician, like you can unmute and talk. But you're muted at the moment. You have to click the little
He
microphone.
knows how to unmute his mic.
He's off.
So you're gonna have to send him a request to do that.
Stretch, would you like to answer that question?
There you go. He can.
Oh no, sorry, I'm back now.
Yeah, he's back. Look, I'll let the brother take it first, or I can take it first. It's up to him. I'm not first.
Oh, no, Bismillah, go ahead, no problem. Go on.
Yeah, yes, we like I do. I can't speak for the other brother here, but yes, I do.
Okay.
If they are proper Sahih hadiths and they can be traced, like the narration can be traced all the way back to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, yeah, of course we take them.
I'm talking about the ones a specific one in Book 8.
In where?
In Book 8 of Sahih Muslim. Wait, let me get the citation.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Whilst he gets his reference, which is no problem, can I just respond to the things about why it's important that you refer to the scholars and why it's important that you refer to the people of knowledge?
No, please no.
Because if you are gonna go to if you are gonna go to the doctors,
oh, so boring.
Wait.
if you're gonna go to the doctors and the doctors start telling you this is the thing with your human body, are you gonna argue with him? Are you gonna argue with a doctor?
Wait, are you a doctor by any chance?
I'm very close to a doctor. I'm a medical student. Are you a doctor?
God save us all.
No, not God save you. So I used to work for the NHS before to that.
Sorry.
Answer the question.
I'm going
Will you be listening to the doctor
You're making
or
a
not?
mistake. I don't want to interrupt you, but you're making an appeal to authority. And just because, like, I would trust a doctor because they're more informed than me usually, that doesn't mean they're infallible.
Ah, very good. That's a good point. That's why you have multiple scholars where they discuss things. So if one is wrong, then the other one can have an input and they discuss. Just like in the hospitals where I've worked, you sit down in a multidisciplinary teams and you discuss cases. Does that make sense? So this is a system that you also have when it comes to academia. That's why you have research.
Agree. I'm a Catholic. Within Catholic theology, we believe that tradition is just as important as scripture, and that discussions of church fathers are just as important to theology as the Bible itself. But my point was that a singular scholar can't be taken as an infallible opinion.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that.
Brother, wait, where do you practice your doctrine?
I'm not a doctor yet. I'm a medical student.
You said you were, and then you.
I'm a physician. No, I said I'm a close to a doctor. I never said I'm a doctor.
Okay, I don't think it's a good idea for him to mention where. So the Muslim clinician will say, don't mention where you work or where you.
No, I'm not. Of course, I'm not. I said he just needs to be corrected. I never said I was a doctor. I said I'm a medical student, but I have worked as a physiotherapist where you do work in hospitals.
Alhamdulillah.
Does that make sense?
Well, no, it's not even that I was going on about. It's actually against policy for you to say you're a doctor and then to say you're a student at a clinic.
Oh no,
Yeah, like
no,
you
a
can't
medical
No,
say
student.
I'm
he
just
did
going to
say
warn
that
you,
he
you
was
could have
near a
received a
doctor.
disciplinary hearing for
I
that,
did
and
say
you
a
could have been
medical
sacked
student.
straight away, and you would have
your
lost
name
your job.
though.
Right,
Your name is a
but I
lie.
did say I'm a medical student, and then
But
I
your
said I'm
name
a
is a lie.
physiotherapist. But it's a different thing, right?
But your name is a lie.
My name is not a lie.
Okay.
You can't declare yourself a
You-
doctor, mate, until you actually pass the thing.
Did
Because
I
if
say
you
I'm a
do,
doctor?
you can be
Did I say
removed
I'm a
from your
doctor?
post.
Or are you lying against me as well? Did I say I'm a doctor?
Yes, you did.
No, he
No, he
said he was
didn't. He
close to a
didn't. He
doctor.
said he was
Why are you
near
lying?
to being a doctor.
Why are you lying?
Okay, he can be a student, which is okay. So
No, but he's lying. He said I'm claimed to be a doctor. Why is he lying? How can you take people at a serious when they're lying against you blatantly like that?
I'm gonna assume he misheard you and he didn't hear you say I'm
He doesn't
lying.
have to
I'm
mishear
close
it
to.
because he's representing himself right now by his name as a clinician. So let's be very like, come on.
Okay,
You
are
can't
physiotherapists
gaslight me,
clinicians?
babe. This is not
Are
Afghanistan.
physiotherapists clinicians?
But
Simple
you can be a
question.
clinician without being a doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Anyway,
much. Okay. Anyway,
can I
so
go back to the
Slav,
question
sorry,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna
You mentioned something about the hadith and stuff, so go ahead.
Well, because
We
I
don't
have a
want to.
verse and then I have a hadith relating to the verse, right?
No problem. You can talk about it. Yes, go ahead.
So wait, let me get
What's
the
the
exact
verse?
surah
What's
for
the
you.
verse first, brother?
Yeah, I'm gonna get the verse real quick.
Cool.
Just, it will take
He's
me 1
getting
second.
everything, which is
Yeah,
It's
nice.
on my second screen, so I can't talk while I'm looking at it.
No, that's cool.
That's okay. We'll wait. No problem.
Sorry, it was Surah 4, verse 24 that I was interested in.
Surah Nisa.
Sorry.
Yeah.
One of you can bring it up if you want. I feel
One
like that's
sec, I'll
more.
just grab it. 1 sec. Let me just grab it up.
You said chapter 4 and verse 24. Yeah?
424, wasn't it?
Yeah.
1 second, let me get it up. 424. 424. Do you want me to read it or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, 424. 424. Right, Bismillah. Also forbidden are women who are already married, except those whom your right hand possesses. Thus has Allah ordained for you. All others are lawful, provided you seek them in marriage with meher, which is basically, and then obviously here, I don't know if everybody knows what it is, but it's basically like the wedding dowry. As bridal money given by the husband to his wife at a time of marriage. From your property, desiring chastity, not committing illegal sexual intercourse. So with those of whom you have enjoyed sexual relations, give them their meher as prescribed. But if after a meher is prescribed, you agree mutually to give more, there is no sin on you. Surely Allah is ever all-knowing and all-wise.
All right, so I wanted to focus on the beginning of that. And obviously, we can all agree that this is talking about sexual morality and what's allowed and what's not allowed. And to me, it's quite clear that the beginning of the verse says you cannot have married women except those who you own. And while I understand this referred to times of war where you'd capture prisoners of war, it still seems like a prescription to have sex with even with married women, as long as there are some women that you captured within war.
No. What it says here is they are forbidden women who are already married.
Unless they are women that your right hand possesses. That's what it says.
Yeah, so unless you've married them. So they can't still be married if you've then gone and married them. Does that make sense?
I don't know, because I've seen Muslim scholars, none of them have interpreted it this way until you have said this to me. And it would be weird for the Quran to say you can't have married women.
I was going to say, brother,
You're the ones that are saying the scholars.
Yeah, you can't. I don't know whether you've actually sat with any scholars or you've actually, like, you know, because there's plenty of like scholars from the even from the West.
So wait,
I have a hadith, by the way, that proves that this isn't about
are you
their
going to
wife.
state that in the Quran there's no mention of taking people's wives?
And then I'll come back and give my answer. Yeah,
I'm saying, so in the Quran,
sister, can you let the brother just give him? Can you let the brother just get the
You should be very careful what you say, because I report people, and I find your opinions very dangerous, especially as somebody who wants to be a fucking doctor. So I'd be very careful what you say to me.
Okay, let the man speak.
Yeah, let the man just read the hadith.
Okay, I'll get you the hadith. Again, I have to just grab this.
Yeah, no worries. Go on, take your time.
It says it's Sahih Muslim, and the hadith number is.
Oh.
By the way, you're referring to a scholar when you're reading this hadith, yeah? Just to let you know.
It's 3432, or it says it can be a different number if it's like a lower numbering system. So if you can't find it, it says it's within
Bukhari notebooks, they're scholars.
It's in Bukhari though, yeah?
No, it's Sahih Muslim.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Sorry. It's in Muslim. Okay, go on. Sorry, what did you say the number was? Did you say again?
Yeah, no problem. It's 3432.
3432. All right, go on. Yeah, go on, but I'll read it out.
You want me to read it out? Wait,
Yeah,
let me pop it up real quick on my laptop then, because I can't read it while on a different screen on TikTok.
Yes, yeah, no, I know what you mean. That's why I just had to get the Quran.
Sorry, my brother's on my computer. Let me just grab my laptop real quick.
Just for context, guys, both Sahih Muslim and Bukhari are Muslim scholars from the past, and they are hadith collectors, just to let you guys know. They're the top.
Yeah, I'm personally aware of it, but I asked because I know majority of Muslims will accept Sahih Muslim, but not like everyone. There's Quranists who don't accept hadith at all.
They don't accept anything. They don't accept any hadith. They just accept only the Quran. So that's what they call themselves, Quranists.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked, because I did. But there's no point of me discussing hadith with someone who doesn't accept hadith.
Yeah.
No, I accept it. I think the brother also accepts it. So
yeah, of course.
Just give me 1 second. I'm loading it up. The thing is, I wanted to read out the verse number to you in case you, or the hadith number to you in case you wanted to look it up yourself.
You know, one thing I'll tell you, Slav, when it comes to hadith, it's very technical, the best way to put it. Because when you read hadith, English, just reading it in the English language, there's so much that's missing, because when you got hadith scholars that study hadith, right, they look into the linguistics, they look into the concept, the time it was said, who was it said by, who were the narrators, and there's so much. And hence in Islam, there's a whole sciences which we call sciences of hadith. Does that make sense? It's like breaking down a research paper. You'll have certain.
Do you know the one brother? I forget his name.
I understand that, but I think this hadith is quite clear, especially since it is referring to Surah 424, where it says, again, just to reiterate, well, you say it is about women that the men have married. To me, saying you can't have relations with married women except if you possess them, I don't really accept that. The book says you can't have sex with married women except if they're your wife. Like, that seems a bit.
You can't though, because it's consensus across the board. Yeah, if you have sex outside of marriage, it's a thing called zina. Yeah, and that's one of the biggest sins within Islam. So you can't go having sex like we don't even believe in boyfriend girlfriend.
I understand.
Obviously, there is
also temporary marriages allowed.
Like you can't. Go on.
Temporary marriage is not from our. So these are the same people.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe that's Shia concepts. That's why when people say
we don't agree with that.
No, we don't agree with that.
Okay, but I'll ask you something. The Muslim.
Okay. No, they're sister. They're Shia Muslims. They are not Muslims by ijma. Yeah, they are not Muslims.
I was saying that was so far fetched, but now okay.
Yeah, they're not Muslims. Anybody who believes in Mukkah,
but we can discuss not all Shia, not
all Shias, but you know where I'm going with that, brother. The Rafidis.
They have different.
Yeah.
They have different.
The ones that don't cast the harbour and the ones that don't, perform mutter and all that. No, I don't call them kuffar.
Thing is, the ones that completely come out of Islam, they start giving attributes of God to their imams.
Like
that's not allowed.
We know that. We know ourselves. The ones that call on Ali
or
Allah,
exactly.
They're straight kafirs.
They call cousin of Muhammad, peace be upon him.
When that girl was saying earlier that you can't, that Unitarians aren't Christian, and you guys were saying, oh well, Bart Herman says they are. You could apply the same logic there. I could bring up a Muslim scholar who would say that Shias are.
No, but our argument was that they are Christians.
You won't find a scholar, yeah. If you know what that individual Shia person is upon, yeah, i.e. if he doesn't curse the Sahaba,
I'd like to go back to the topic.
Yeah, if he doesn't curse the companions, if he doesn't speak out against the wives, and he doesn't attribute things to any other person other than Allah, then we don't call them kafirs.
And just to let you guys know, Iran as a country, is one of those countries that practice the laws that are prescribed from the Shia Islam
Yeah.
more than many other countries, and they have one of the worst abuse cases against women.
Yeah.
Do you know what I've
Just
noticed?
to let you know,
I think it's
and
certain.
we're against
Have
this.
you heard of
I'm gonna get
these
cancelled for
cases in
saying
Iran?
this. I'm gonna get cancelled for saying this, but I've noted there is a difference between African Muslims and what's going on
I
over
agree
there
with
in the
you.
other countries. That's
I
what I'm
agree
gonna
with
say.
you.
And
I
it's
agree with you
interesting
that
to me.
there's
I
a
feel like
difference.
African, because I'm Yoruba, right? The
Okay.
majority of my tribe is Muslim, right?
Sorry, sister,
But
I'm
I
a bit
find there
ignorant.
is
Yeah,
a
excuse me.
difference between
Is that are you
Muslims
Nigerian?
from
Is that
the
Nigerian?
Middle East and yeah, there is.
Okay.
It's interesting to me. I think you guys are very problematic. I think it's a cultural thing,
No,
and that needs to be fixed
African
in those
Muslims are
countries.
just
And
as
it's
bad.
sad. I think it's sad. I think that's why you guys have a lot of
Look,
extreme views, and I think
would it
it
be okay if we went
negatively
back to the
it
original
places this
topic?
negative image onto Muslims in general, and I think it's sad.
I'd rather have 1,000 Kurdish Muslims in my country than 100 Somali Muslims.
Wow.
What's the reason?
Okay, we're not doing
No
that.
one
So I
cares.
don't know
We're not
why
doing
that
that.
was
It's not
even
bad.
relevant, but that's
Can
fine.
I ask you something? The Muslim
Can I read the
Not sure the
Hebrew?
relevance of that was, but okay.
Yeah, Slav, please, brother. Go on.
Brother and sister.
Yeah, so by the way, for the record as
sound like
well,
someone-
I'd like to mention some English translations of the surah do translate right hand to possess as captives, but the Hadith
Wait, let me.
One second. Say that again, brother.
Let me speak about that verse. I'll speak about that.
No. Let the brother Let the brother say what he was saying because I
I
didn't
don't
quite
know
catch
what
it.
Slav said. Slav, please speak.
Why are we allowing
Yeah,
this?
so
Like,
it
wallah, this
says,
is ajib. Why, Slav, can I
they
ask you something?
apologize.
I
I apologize
just
if I
one
mispronounced
sec,
any of
just
the
one
names, by the way. So it says Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, I believe it is, reported that at the Battle of Hanan, Allah's messenger, may peace be upon him, sent an army to Autos and encountered the enemy and fought with them. Having overcome them and taken them captives, the companions of Allah's messenger, may peace be upon him, seemed to refrain from having intercourse with the captive women because of their husbands being polytheists. Then Allah, Most High, sent down regarding that, and women already married, except those who your right hand possess, chapter 4, verse 24. So that hadith directly says they went to war, captured people. The men already didn't want to have sex with the captive women because of their husbands. And that's when, according to this hadith, Allah sent down the verse allowing them to do so. So you can't even make the argument, oh, this was the morals of the time, because the companions of Muhammad within this verse literally say that they didn't want to do it, but then they were told to.
MashaAllah, fantastic.
Abu.
Yeah, and I really, because I was...
Finish, then you can come up, Abu. I know you want to answer to Johnny. Just 1 second. Brother Dawa, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm a Muslim and I know Stretch and Slav are Muslims, okay, and some people in here are Christians. I just want to make a point, okay? That right hand possession is not a wrong translation, okay? That's talking about a war that took place with the Prophet, which was a defensive war against the Jews that tried attacking him. And we have no
It's
issue
the one where he broke the treaty, wasn't it?
Just 1 sec, bro. We have no issue with the Prophet taking women as captive because, again, that's what happens in war. They had women, the Muslim women, locked up. So what happened was they had women as ransom. So they said to them, we'll give you back your women and you give us back our women and we'll trade, okay? So that's what happens in war. I don't think you give each other smooches and kisses in a war. I think people get unalived. And I think people get took as captives. Just like in their Bible in Deuteronomy 20:10, where Moses was commanded to unalive babies
That's
and
the Bible.
infants and
But you're
donkeys.
Muslim.
Yeah. Just 1 sec. Just like we gotta keep your fair horse, okay? They want to critique my Quran, so I can critique their Bible. So Deuteronomy 20 verses 10.
Take a critique.
Yeah, so Deuteronomy chapter 20 verse 10. Okay, then bear in mind, the prophet was defending himself. Moses is not defending himself. Yahweh said to Moses, go and attack and conquer this land and unalive every mother, baby, donkey, infant, and father, and every uncle that's known. Okay? So this is something that a Christian's got to explain to me. What is this verse talking about?
Yeah, we're not debating whether Christianity or Islam is
We're
true.
not, yeah, well, that's fine. But
I'm speaking now, thanks. I'm speaking, thank you. We always have these conversations. Even if you want to say that Christianity isn't true, that doesn't make Islam true.
I never said Christianity is not true,
do this
bro.
thing where it's like Islam versus Christianity. So even if you quote unquote disprove Christianity, which you can't do because
Of course I
Christianity is
can.
the
I
truth,
don't think you
you
know who
can't.
I am. Of course I
But
can. But anyway,
that doesn't prove Islam. So I don't really understand that
hold on,
point.
just one
So
sec.
I would like to get it
bro,
back
can
on
you,
topic, and
yo,
I'd
who
like to
is this,
know
bro?
initially before we continue on who is pro Sharia and who is against it, because
Okay,
we
just
had
one sec.
Muslims before that were against it and some
How
that were
can a
pro.
Muslim be
So
against Sharia?
I'd like to understand
Sister, you
what
won't
everybody's
find
belief
a
system
true
is
sincere
now,
Muslim.
and then we can continue on.
You won't find a true sincere Muslim who tells you that he's
I'm not
against the Sharia of Allah.
focus on what I'm saying. Comprehension skills. Comprehension. Okay.
Guys, one
So
sec.
if you're pro Sharia, then
Yes.
say yeah.
Yes.
And if you're not, then say
Very
no. That's it.
condescending.
Just one sec, man. Hold on. Wait, one sec. First of all, hold on, guys, one sec. Me quoting a Bible verse doesn't mean I'm saying your religion is false. That's a non sequitur. And secondly, no true Muslim will sit here and say they're against the Sharia of Allah, bro. You're gonna go find the Shias say that, bro. Go find the Shias. We're not Shias, bro.
Okay, I can respond to both of your
Before
points.
your response, it's really
Guys, can Abu speak, please? Come on, Abu.
yeah, and I find it really interesting because I'm born in the West, but I've lived in Africa, in Saudi, Saudi, and I feel like many Muslims in the West, and I'm just assuming that Brother Stretch and Brother Muslim Clinician and Inna Da'wah and are from the West and raised in the West. And I'm not really interested in what Slav says, but I find the way he conducts himself, as in the way he assesses. Sorry, I got a call. The way he assesses the Quran is problematic, but he can do whatever he wants. What the Muslims ought to do, is not to validate this guy and what he's doing. I don't know why non-Muslims come to the Quran, pick and point out verses, and then they go to the ahadith and they point out a verse, and then they think that they are jurists. They think they are fuqaha. They try to derive Sharia rulings. How?
Habibi, they never.
But
They're
you
they're
just
not going
did
to
that
think
for the
like that.
Bible, so that's
So
pointless.
what, Abu,
So
are
your
you saying
friend
that you
just said that
fear
you can do
debate?
it for the Bible. You guys are slow, bro.
Wait. The
You
Muslim
guys are
clinic.
slow, bro.
Just one
Didn't he
second. The Muslim clinic, go ahead.
I was just about to make a comment. Akhi, we're going to understand as Muslims that we have this prestigious academic way of looking at the verses and the hadith and all of that. You have to talk to them on their level. Does that make
But
sense? And their level is
I
the
understand.
evidence.
I
So
understand the
it's
Muslim
difficult to
clinician.
talk to them on that level. Does that make sense?
But yeah, but
You're
they
about
do
to lose
understand,
your
however.
job. You're about to
Come on, let
lose
me
your
talk.
job.
Guys, can you just tell me why Moses was with little kids in this
Yeah,
verse?
wait.
Just
Can
one
I
sec.
just quickly
one sec.
say something?
Just one
Ninja,
sec.
you
The Muslim.
misquoted because you said Deuteronomy 10:20, so you clearly didn't know what you were
I
talking
said
about.
20 verse 10. I said 20 verse 10.
Yeah, 2010, fine. It doesn't make a difference. That's clearly Numbers 31:17 to
Yeah,
18.
this is just another verse I brought up. I can do so many from the Bible.
Yeah, you
Now,
keep
can you tell
giving
me why
them.
your God commanded Moses to have little kids as wives?
If you can put the verse back on the screen and I'll go read the context and I'll be back.
Yeah, it's
to
okay.
you.
I've got it
Yeah,
memorized.
do
So
the
now
one
go
that you
attack
were
all
saying.
Can I finish?
What?
It's funny. This girl's got too much energy. She doesn't even know her own Bible. It doesn't know
Oh yeah, you're
that her
used
own
to
Bible
oppressing
says
women.
that
I
you can
forgot.
marry your rapist.
Sorry, I'm not oppressed. I don't
Deuteronomy
oppress women. I don't touch
22:28.
little kids.
Akhi,
Yeah,
Dawa.
Deuteronomy
That's not in my
22:28 is actually clearly, if you read it, if you read the Hebrew.
Yeah, can you tell me the context of Numbers 31, 17, 18?
So now you want the context. Which one do you
No,
want?
I know the
Deuteronomy
context. I'm
22,
asking you if you know the
28 or
context.
Numbers? Which one do you want?
Yeah, let's
He
start with
said
Numbers
Deuteronomy
31 chapter
10.
17.
That's what
All
he
right,
said.
I'm gonna go
I
read
can
the
answer the
context.
Numbers
I'll be
one
back.
right now. I'm
Yeah.
reading the surrounding context. It's so simple.
And I can answer
So
the
what you're doing is you're
Deuteronomy
not
one.
quoting God, you're quoting Moses. The Bible never claims that prophets were
Wait, who
infallible,
commanded
including
Moses? Hold on
himself.
one sec. You just made a blunder in 2 minutes. Who commanded Moses?
It doesn't matter who commanded Moses.
It was the
because
Lord
Moses
of
wasn't
Israel.
told to do
What?
that. Moses was commanding his people. God didn't tell Moses to do that. We
Moses.
don't see prophets as infallible. It's the same reason why David was punished by God for being lustful.
Bro, these Christians are such liars, bro. You're lying on your own Bible. Moses was commanded by Yahweh. Who's Yahweh?
Then give the verse where it says that.
Okay, it says, now watch this. Now go and attack. Who's speaking in this verse?
Moses.
Moses, no, he's not, because it would have been speech marks. There's no speech marks.
There is
a clear
speech marks. I'm
verse.
looking at Numbers 31, 15 to 20, because you're taking out the
Right.
verses in between the speech marks and using it as a claim that God is speaking. Which, by the way, also the people writing the Bible never write as God. This is quite common.
Yo, this guy's
people
dense.
quote
Wallahi,
Paul,
I'm
even
sorry,
when
but I don't think you know what
multiple
you're talking
times
about.
throughout the New Testament
Numbers
will say,
no,
this is
hold
me
on.
speaking, not the Lord.
Dawa,
Bro, my brother, this is Yahweh speaking.
He has different belief. You got different belief.
It's not about having a
Wait,
different belief. It's
is
about
Slav a
being
Christian
informed
or
about the
Muslim? I
text or
can't tell,
not.
bro.
So what he's saying is just straight up facts.
Okay, look,
And what you're
the
saying, you're
speech
taking the
marks
verse
start
out
at
of
verse
context
Can you
and then
tell me
trying
what
to
your
infer
early
things onto the
attestation of
verse.
that verse
And then
is?
he has the context and he's telling you that you're wrong.
Just 1 second,
Duh.
just 1 second. I don't need a
Catch
backup
up.
then. So 1 second. Slav,
Catch up,
do you know
mate.
what your earliest attestation is?
Come on,
What?
sister. Come on.
Can you tell me your earliest attestation for that verse?
So it's what do you mean?
Oh Lord.
He's just
Okay, watch this. Okay, 1 sec. I'm gonna
I
quote.
can't hear you properly. That's all
Okay,
because there's
wait.
multiple people speaking.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can somewhat hear you. Yeah, speak clearly.
Okay, Tertullian, Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, all of these church fathers agree that this is Yahweh speaking. Now what?
Doesn't mean anything.
Show me a citation.
I think you guys
Okay, I'm
don't
gonna bring you a
understand that all
citation.
Christians
No
care about
problem.
is the Bible and God.
All right, no, that's not true. We don't believe in sola
worship. No, we
scriptura.
don't
Get the
worship.
hell out of
To me,
here.
it's quite clearly not Yahweh speaking, and I'll tell you why.
We do not
I'll
worship.
read you what he says.
Please.
We do not
They're
worship.
all panicking, bro. I got them all panicking, man.
You're not panicking. And stop using
No, I
my
can
words.
just read it
You're
out
not
to you. I
special.
can
Don't use
start
my
from
words.
verse 15.
Okay, Slav, go ahead. Answer the question.
I think we need to this is turning into some debate versus Islam and Christianity, which is going away from the topic.
Christians
So
critique
hold,
Islam.
I'm not sure what you want to do about
One
that.
second, guys. The cleaning Muslim brother. A few days ago, I had the panel only for people that follow religion come in and share their belief. It was great. You know, everybody respect each other. Right now, with this live, guys, come on. We might have different belief or no believers, but let's respect your sister, please.
I don't respect people that are trying to push oppression on women.
Yo, bro.
I think they have small dicks and small
I don't know why you're
breasts.
making it about men and women.
LCM kicked her. She's a
Yeah,
Protestant.
but who's trying to?
It's not
who's
that,
trying to
yeah.
do that?
Why are you making this about men and women? I don't get it.
I don't care. Cry
Any
about
woman
it.
that knows her true rights within
Cry about
Islam
it. Why did
would
you get
not
offended
come
when I
out with
said
such
small
a
dick?
comment
Unless you
because
had
women
one.
have more rights within Islam than even us men
He
do.
allows you to grape women. What are you talking about, bro?
What? Say that again? Say that again?
Yeah, I said their Bible allows you to grape women.
Where,
for
bro?
You're
$1,
saying
which
the
is
Quran.
$9.
Sorry, I didn't know who said that. Yeah, no, I know this.
Where?
Welcome to
Where?
Christianity, guys.
Wait, it says.
By the way,
listen,
I
like
just
said-
checked. Not a single scholar has ever said numbers
What?
31, 50.
Well, I'm not going to
20.
quote. I'm not going to quote any.
20, nice one. You mean 17 to 18? Nice one, buddy. Nice one.
No, but I said all the way from verses 15
I don't know what the hell you're talking about,
to
bro.
22. I went earlier because if you go to verse 15, that's where the speech marks start. You specifically quoted the verse after the speech mark, so you could claim that God was speaking.
Right, there's a part in the
Moses speaking
Bible,
to
yeah.
Elisa.
There's a part in the Bible, and I'm not going to.
Well,
like I
wait,
said at the very
stop moving
beginning,
on. We're
when I
already.
was
By
talking
the way,
to the
still
sister.
no one has
Stop
explained
reading
to
our
me.
Bible, man. We know it's
Bored.
evil.
This is
Start
so
reading our
boring.
satanic Bible, man. Don't
Can
read
we
our
get back
Bible,
on
man.
topic or not?
Yo, can we kick
Can
the
we focus on the
America?
topic or not?
No one
This
still
is a
explained
bit
how
creepy.
Hadith 3432 is not
that-
about capturing women in front of their husbands and having sex with them.
No, yeah, it literally is. I'll tell you why. In Numbers 31, 17, 18, Moses commands them to unalive women.
Would you
that
have a
slept with
12-year-old
man,
wife?
and to keep 33 virgins
Would you have a
alive.
12-year-old
and
wife,
then-
yes or no?
Can you be quiet?
Would you have a
You're back up
12-year-old
then,
wife?
so be
You would?
quiet. I'm speaking to Slav, bro, not you. Now, Slav.
How old was
in that
Rebecca?
verse- Oh, Lord.
How old was the mother Mary?
Yeah, hold on,
LCM, kick this girl.
The
man,
Bible
please.
never comments on Mary's age.
Bro, she
No,
speaks
but
too much.
simple
Man.
mathematics will tell you if she was 44 when Isa died, Isa was 33 when he died, 44, sorry, I beg your pardon, it was 44, 45, because it's not 100% known what age she died, but she was around 44, 45, minus the age of Jesus, which everybody believes was 33, even us Muslims believe he was 33. Well, without sounding condescending here, yeah, I did I did go to school, and there's simple mathematics.
Yo, did you
44
quote
stroke
a single
45
verse?
minus
The
33.
Bible never states Mary's age.
Can you quote a verse?
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. So that's.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
well,
Can I
this
get
is
biscuit
where
now?
you go again. You see,
No, you're
saying
just making that up.
all right. So how old was Rebecca?
All right, yeah.
Rebecca's age was never
the
stated,
arg-
and
Yeah,
Isaiah,
these weren't
and Isaiah
stated.
is not.
Right.
I mean,
The
Isaiah
argument
is
of
Rebecca.
So let me finish my question. So
You're
respectfully, then,
assuming.
right? Yeah. So the same
Yeah.
as you assume that all of this is happening within Islam. Where is your proof?
Babes.
Yeah, but
The
no,
same
my
as you
problem
were
is
saying.
So
If
weird,
you read
because
there's such
after
and
the
such.
case, when all of
Sorry,
this is
sorry,
going
guys,
on,
sorry.
hold
To the
on,
sister,
let me finish talking.
Sister,
Oh, sorry,
just 1
guys.
second, Raj, please. Sister, please.
Let
No,
let
we
Rachel
listen to
speak.
you. We listen. Just 1 second. We listen to you when you talk. Well, you keep interrupting. Okay, you keep talking in the background, coming
They
in.
interrupt me, so I'm giving them the same respect that they gave me. So,
Yeah, but
when, if
sister,
you interrupt me, I'm
Listen,
going to
if
interrupt
you're a
you.
Christian,
It's
Paul
simple.
says
And I
women
want
should
to know.
stay
I still
silent.
want to
Can
know
you be
the answer
quiet?
to my question.
Listen, if
Sam,
you're a
let
Christian,
him finish
Paul
his 1
says
second.
women
Oh
should
my
stay silent.
days.
Follow Paul.
You guys are all
Rachel.
pathetic because you know what? You
Okay,
guys
guys, let
are
me
asking
read.
Let
Oh
about
my
Rachel
lord.
speak.
how old was this
guys,
Can I
person?
read the
How old was that
Bible?
person?
Raj,
I'm
just one
sorry.
أعوذ بالله
Read
من
the Bible.
الشيطان
Read the Bible.
الرجيم
Go
بسم
ahead.
الله
No,
Let
الرحمن
but
Rachel
الرحيم.
speak, please.
Yeah, please, let her speak.
guys, just
Let
1
Rachel
second,
speak,
please.
for God's sake.
Just 1 second, please, guy. Right, sister zero right. Most of the people that follow Islam, they say they follow what the Quran said about Sharia law. They say yes. Okay, they
Yes.
answer that question. I know you keep asking that question, but they all said
No,
yes.
I asked. I have a new question. I said, "Would you marry a 12-year-old child?" They haven't. They're all panicking. Like they have.
Yeah,
That's
we're
got
not
nothing to
Joseph. We're
do
not
with
Joseph.
Would
We
Sharia.
you
don't want to
though?
marry 12-year-olds. We're
That's
not
got
Joseph.
nothing to do with Sharia. But
Would
yeah,
you? It's a question. Would
Dresden.
you marry
By the
or
way,
would
I
this
you
is
just
all
choose them
good.
told you,
not?
we're not
It's got
Joseph.
nothing to do
Bro,
with
one
Sharia.
second. She's
Of
so
course. Does
unproductive.
he?
Yo,
Well, your prophet
LCM,
did it,
please
so
kick
I'm
her, man.
asking you.
Yeah,
Can you
we're
It's
not
got
prove
nothing
it?
to
Joseph.
do with it.
A 90-year-old is
But
is
Kick
crazy,
her,
by
Slav,
the way.
kick her,
if
kick
I'm
her.
God,
asking you
if
about. I'm
God
not
deemed
asking you about the
fit,
I've got a
Bible.
question
We're
for
listen, if
talking
Slav.
about the
God deemed
Quran.
fit
I'm
to
gonna
We're
put
put
not.
you.
I'm not
Why
Isa
talking
can't we
about the
speak about the
Bible.
inside
Bible, bro?
Mary's womb at
I'm
11
not talking
years
about
LCM,
the
old,
Bible.
bro.
I'm
what
talking
would
about
be
the
the problem
Quran,
with that?
We know,
based
we
on
know,
your belief
Slav.
LCM,
Your
system.
can you
I'm not
Bible
kick
is
her,
talking.
man? It's
satanic,
I'm
bro.
saying based on
conversation.
your
I'm gonna
belief
put
system.
Muslim
You
clinic
see
as
what
a
I'm
sister.
saying?
Okay, everybody
You see what
else
I'm
can
saying?
Slav, can I
clinic.
please ask a question?
Based on your belief system, would you marry a 12-year-old?
Yo,
Slav,
wait, bro.
We
Based on
don't
your
believe in
Quran,
child
would
Just
you do
marriage.
stop
that?
talking.
Guys,
Stop
wait,
Slav,
talking. Wait,
wait.
wait, 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 wait.
Muslim clinic
Guys,
is a
guys,
I don't
can
know
we,
who you're
can
saying to
we,
stop
physician and a
talking because
can
you don't
we,
physician.
really
Go ahead.
know.
can we
Hold on.
actually have like a proper
Slav.
conversation instead of just going, oh, this verse says this verse says
All right,
that.
man.
Like, can we stay on topic?
Okay, yeah. You know what?
Slav,
I'll,
can I
I'll
ask you a
answer.
question, please?
I'll answer the questions real quick fire. So first of all, with Moses, yes, while Moses was a prophet of God and he was very important, he was a patriarch. That is completely irrelevant because that doesn't make him infallible. Even within the Bible, he was punished by God for
Do you agree when he
disobedience.
took 32
We don't
virgin
think
girls
that
for
everything
himself?
that the prophet said or did is automatically infallible
Do you
word of
agree
God.
with?
It was
Do you
his
agree with?
Yo,
command to his
Ninja,
people out
wait,
of
Do
man.
you
anger.
Let
agree
him
with the verse,
speak.
bro? Yes or no?
Let him speak.
Verse 15 literally starts with Moses speaking, and then he's speaking to another person, right? I said the reason that there isn't speech marks is because you started at verse 17 rather than 15. Moving on to Rebecca. First of all, there isn't enough biblical evidence to say she was free. That is
Rabbi
just
Rashi says
shoddy
she's free.
math.
I want to show
But
you.
second
Bro,
of all,
wait.
that's also irrelevant because Isaac isn't a prophet. And
Slav, I've got a
and again,
question.
we don't hold
Sorry,
the
okay,
prophets
go
as
on. Sorry,
infallible,
Slav.
and we don't hold them as examples to ourselves.
Sorry, Slav, did you say Isaac
Can I,
wasn't a prophet?
Not within Christianity, no.
Okay. Right.
Slav, can I ask you a
He's a
question? Sorry, guys,
patriarch.
this is just a quick one before I go. Slav, by the consensus of the Christians, yeah, are Jehovah's Witness and the Unitarian, are they Christians or not?
No, because they don't hold to the
No.
Nicene Creed.
Which ones? Both of them.
I don't know enough about Unitarian belief, but Jehovah's Witnesses absolutely not because they don't see Jesus as divine.
Wait,
No,
I don't know what that was.
Unitarians don't either. Unitarians aren't
Father,
Christian.
I don't know what Unitarians believe in, but if they deny the
I just
Nicene
told you
Creed,
what
then
they
they're
believe in. Do you want
heretics.
to give me a big screen host?
So Unitarians are, we don't know whether they're Christian or not according to the consensus of the Christians.
They're not Christian.
Oh, they're not.
Oh, they're
Okay, fine.
non-Trinitarian. Yeah, so they're not Christian.
Yes, non-Trinitarians are not Christian.
If you want
Right,
the
okay.
definition of a Christian, look at the Nicene Creed.
Like
Right, thank
like
you. Okay.
Slav said,
That's all I needed to know. That's all. Thank
if you don't follow the Nicene Creed, you are not a Christian. It's as simple as that.
So what are they then in that case?
They're their own subsect who clearly aren't very intelligent. They
It's a
don't
separate
follow the
religion,
Nicene
basically.
Creed.
Right. Well,
They're
this
not.
is what we were trying to say about,
About
when it
Shia.
comes to Muslims. Not all Muslims, when they claim, just because they claim,
Yeah, we
oh, I am a
understand
Muslim.
that. We understand that, bro.
You
The
know?
girl's gone. Forget.
Yeah, no,
forget
that's what
her
I'm saying.
points.
Obviously,
We
That's
sorry, I
good. Now
didn't
we can
realize
have a
she'd
proper
gone.
conversation, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, Ninja. So that point, like Slav said, one is completely irrelevant because Isaac wasn't a prophet, and two, if you actually do the math, so
Was Moses a prophet?
Moses was a prophet. We're not talking about
Okay,
Moses.
and hold on, just let me speak and I'll let you guys. I didn't
He's still
interrupt
not
you guys.
So
infallible.
you interrupted me, and then you're saying let me
me speak.
No, because I was trying to speak and Slav interrupted me. I didn't
Yeah,
get
come
to
on,
speak.
now that girl's gone, let's have a respectful chat.
Well, I
Yeah,
think you need to
now
get rid of
Moses-
Ninja too, because he's like
Oh,
acting
no.
like a little girl, bro.
You're scared because I know your Bible.
Now,
like
come
the
on,
back of your hand.
brothers, come on. Just have a few deep breaths. We all got a little bit excited. Just have a few deep breaths, and we'll run again.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Moses, Okay, let me just put the verse on the screen. We'll read it together because I don't know why this guy's lying for, bro. Okay, now tell me if this is moral, okay? Now, therefore, unalive every male among the little ones, and unalive every woman who has known by sleeping with a man. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. And in the next verse, it says, you shall go into them. Do you agree with this verse?
No, but that was Moses speaking, and he was speaking in anger. Moses had committed other immoral actions in anger, such as breaking the plates that the Ten Commandments came down on. Again, Moses, even though he was a prophet and a very important person, doesn't mean he wasn't disobedient to God. He was also punished for his disobedience at one point. That's where he never reached the Promised Land and was stuck wandering across the Middle East.
This is true.
So,
I didn't ask you that. My
Moses
question
said
was, do you
something
agree with
immoral
the
or not,
verse?
it's
Do you agree
completely
with
irrelevant to the truth.
Just
of the text.
quickly, if you can accept that about Moses, and we actually put Muhammad sallallahu alayhi was similar to Moses' status, right? In fact, in the Quran it says not to make a differentiation between their status. So if you can accept that from Moses, if that is the case, and if you was to find certain hadith of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi which may come close to what you just read there, why would you not also accept that from Muhammad sallallahu alayhi?
You know why? Because there's a fundamental difference.
That's the same principle, no?
No, because there's a fundamental difference, because that hadith doesn't say that it was Muhammad who told them to do it. It says that when they asked the question, Allah sent down the verse, essentially initiating that Allah himself prescribed for men who were hesitant to have sex with captured women who had their polytheist husbands, and then Allah sent down the verse telling them it was permissible for them to do so. That's the difference. The Bible is describing
but you know what
something that
hadith
Moses
is?
says. Well, this hadith says that God prescribed it.
Right, Brother Slav. Do you know? I'm genuinely, when I ask this question, yeah, I'm not trying to be like, like I know it all. I'm
Go
just
ahead.
Just trying to get at like where your start is. Do you know what the hadith is?
Yeah, hadiths are.
Good question.
Well, I don't like. If you ask me for a strict definition, I probably won't get it.
No, just in your words. There's no right or wrong answer.
But essentially, as far as I'm aware of hadiths, they have a chain of narrations, the ones that are accepted to be people of the companions of the Prophet, and it's kind of more of a descriptions of their lives.
What hadiths are, yeah, is basically they're either speeches, like words, or actions of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yeah, and then obviously they were all these were all witnessed, shall I say? Yeah, by his companions. They were people called the Sahaba. Now, obviously, here we are now, some 14, nearly 1500 years later. Now, if someone comes along now and says, "Oh, the Prophet said this and the Prophet said that," how do we know whether the Prophet said this or Prophet said that? We don't, unless we obviously refer to books of narrations, i.e., Bukhari and Muslim. But obviously, in that book, yeah, even though, like, again, I'm not trying to say you're stupid or anything like that. Some people will open that book, yeah, and they'll just read it and they'll just take from it what, they believe this to be this and that to be that. Whereas the brother was explaining earlier, yeah, our chains at like the hadith science, yeah, is so strict that there was once a companion. Brothers, tell me who it was if you can remember. This man, yeah, everybody spoke highly of, and they were trying to take narrations from him. But this man, all his narrations, yeah, were dismissed because he tricked an animal or something like that, yeah, and it was perceived that he was a dishonest man. So they struck all of his narrations away. So basically, like what I'm trying to say is, even though you might open that book and it says Sahih on there, it might only be one person in that chain who's no good and it's dismissed. And even though it's a Sahih Muslim book, Sahih Bukhari, they're not all 100% Sahih in that book. You've got to go through it and find out whether
it's a very complicated.
It's a very complicated thing. Like I tried touching on it, yeah, as a revert of 11 years, and I was lost, absolutely lost.
Me as a born Muslim, I wouldn't.
That's
go
what I'm saying. And exactly. You know what, brother?
It's a very, very complicated thing.
Thank you for being honest about that, because even born Muslims will say that they know this and they know that. But that it's a good thing for someone like yourself who wasn't like they didn't find a religion. You was born into it, and even someone like yourself to say that, it's commendable.
Plus, if you look at
just ask a question so I can confirm what you're saying. Essentially, saying your response to me bringing this verse up is that you don't know whether it's reliable.
No, what I'm saying to you is...
the verse. We didn't speak about the verse.
Well, not the verse, sorry, the hadith.
Oh, no, yeah. I've tried to explain to you where my standpoint is, and I think the Muslim clinician and I think the other brothers in here will agree with what I'm saying. it doesn't matter, respectfully, and I'll say again, respectfully, it doesn't matter whether you you read it and what you take from it. This is coming from like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of scholars. And the main thing about that is it's women that were taken as part of war, captives. Now they didn't just go. Now when this whole thing about the graping, if they never waited for Allah's revelation to come down, and everybody was true about what they say about about Muhammad and his companions, why did Muhammad and his companions wait for the revelation to say that it was okay for them to go and have sexual activities with these women? Even when they didn't just go and have sex with these women. They took them as their right-hand possessors. They married these women. What's so hard to understand?
The point is, what God orders that? What God?
Yeah, why
right. Well, can I touch on this then? Book of Samuel.
In a second.
Book of Samuel.
Because Slav was caught lying out his front teeth. He was a liar.
The Book of Samuel.
Yeah? Yo, wait, one of you speak.
Right.
No, stretch. One sec. Let me speak now. 1 sec. I'm going to embarrass this guy. He's a liar. Now, he said, remember everyone, that... Hold on. Guys, can I get fully big screen host? Because you can't see that. You can't see the full thing. Now, this guy's a liar. Watch this. He said, Moses was speaking. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, avenge the Israelites on the... what does that say?
So you went, by the way...
hold on 1 second. This is the last... 1 second. Look, he's panicking now. He's lying. So now, guys...
You can't say that's wrong. Come on.
You think I don't know your Bible at the back of my hand? The Lord Yahweh. This is Yahweh speaking. He says to Moses, go to Israelites and the Midianites. Afterwards you shall gather to your people. So Moses said to the people, arm some of your numbers for the war so that they go against the Midian. To execute your Lord's vengeance on the Midianites. You shall send 1,000 from each of the tribes of Israel to the war. So out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 from each tribe were conscripted. 12,000, blah, blah, blah. So we know that there were 12,000 of each of them, okay? Now, if you go to the next verse, it says, now go and attack. This is Yahweh speaking. This is your God speaking. What kind of God commands you to honor live babies, bro?
He doesn't command them to take the virgin, so your point is still irrelevant.
Okay, watch this, guys. We see he's lying. He's lying on his Bible.
What do you mean? How is that they are virgins? Because what does it mean if a woman...
Average Christian.
But that's what Moses said.
Hey, 1 sec. This is an average Christian right here. He's a liar. Now, therefore, this is Yahweh speaking. On the live,
no, this is still Moses speaking.
No,
where's
the speak?
Look right here.
Show me where he's speaking. Show me where he's speaking. That's Yahweh speaking, bro.
Why did you cut off the rest of the verse? Why did you miss out?
This is all it shows me. I can't bring up the whole verse. It's too long. This is all it shows me.
Exactly. So what?
Yeah,
this is verse 17 to 18,
buddy. That's all it's going to show me.
Let me read it to you again. Let me read to you verses 13.
This guy is such a lie. This is why I don't like these people.
Moses, Eleazar, the priest, and all the leaders of the community went to meet them outside the camp. Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds who returned from the battle. Have you allowed all the women to live? How is that not Moses speaking?
Oh, hold on, guys. Yeah, guys, watch this now. Moses was getting angry because they didn't unalive the women. So he sent them back to unalive the women and the babies. And the women
so that was Moses
have not
doing
slept
it,
with
not
a
man. So it was Moses doing it, not Yahweh. You just proved
1 sec. This is the Lord speaking.
I proved to you it was Moses, and now you're saying that it was Yahweh.
How the hell did he prove me it was Moses? You're talking about a whole other verse, bro.
He never ordered them to take
You're talking about a whole other verse, dude. What the hell are you saying, bro? You're talking about a whole other verse.
That's Moses speaking. Is it Moses speaking in 17 to 18?
7? No, it's not, bro. No, it's not.
Okay, let me read to you 13 to 18. Moses, Eleazar the priest,
without
and all the leaders
lies,
of the community went to meet them outside the camp. Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds who returned from the battle. Have you allowed the women to live? He asked them. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites. It says Moses was angry, he came outside, and then it quotes him and says he asked them. Pull up verse 15 to 16 right now, or 15 to 18.
We're on verse 17. You see, this is a whole other verse.
15 to 18. Because, because verse 14 says, Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands of hundreds who returned from the battle. Look,
that's fine. Now, Slav, why was Moses angry?
Right. And then it says, have you allowed the women to live?
I didn't ask you that. Why was Moses angry?
Moses was angry with them because he thought that they should have attacked the women too.
No, he was angry because they didn't unalive the women. So that's why he commands them again to unalive the women and babies and infants. Do you agree with the Bible?
Moses told them to do that, not Yahweh.
Is the Bible... Hold on. Do you agree with your Bible verse? Yes or no?
I agree that that happened. I don't agree with what Moses did.
So you condemn your Bible, right?
No, I
What?
condemn
Bro,
Moses.
stop.
In that
Do you
instance.
condemn the Bible on that
Stupid
verse?
straw man argument.
Okay, listen.
Yo, this is crazy,
If I have
man.
no, let me ask you, Ninja, let me ask you a question. If
Go
I
ahead.
read a history book about World War II and it describes the Holocaust and I disagree with the Holocaust,
That's a non
does that mean
sequitur,
I
buddy.
disagree with the
That's an
history
argument
book?
that does not follow. We're not talking about the whole history of the
No,
Holocaust.
because this is a descriptive story of something that happened, not a
Yeah,
command
that's a
or
non
prescription.
sequitur, buddy. That's not an argument that follows.
It is okay. So if the Bible is describing an event that happened, it doesn't say that what happened was necessarily good.
I wouldn't say it's an event because we don't believe our prophets
Ninja, the
were
Bible
idolaters
Bible
or slept with their
describes
daughters. That's what you
Jesus'
believe in.
crucifixion.
We don't
We
believe in that
agree
shit.
that it happens, but we don't agree with Jesus' crucifixion. That doesn't mean we're saying the Bible's wrong. What are you on about?
Yeah, the Bible says a lot about Jesus, but I don't want to get into that right now.
What? Are you stupid?
Look, they're getting angry now because I'm critiquing the Bible. You see, guys?
No, because your critique makes
LC
no
host,
sense.
you see, when they critique our Quran, we give them answers. When I do it, they get angry.
No,
at
you
me
didn't.
because-
You actually
You never.
dodged my
One, you
answer.
never gave an
You
answer.
said you don't know about the Hadith. That's all you. That's not an answer. I'm telling you, I know what this says.
Look, it's fine. We know you're defending women being unalived. It's okay, bro.
Well,
It's
we're
fine.
not because
No, we're condemning it.
Slav
We're
quite
just saying the
literally
Bible is
said,
describing the event.
Guys, they condemn the
Slav,
Prophet Moses.
Ninja,
Right.
you're gonna listen. Slav quite literally said he doesn't agree with Moses doing that, and then you just asked another like stupid question that makes no sense. I explained to you, just because the Bible says something doesn't mean it's prescribing you to do it. The Bible isn't actually a book, it's a collection of historical texts. Do you understand that, or do you need me to like spell it out for you? And now he's off the app, probably searching on like.
So first of all, and again, by the way, he says they come to me with answers. I mentioned the Hadith. The only answer I got to that Hadith was, we don't know everything about the Hadith, so you're an
Bring
unbeliever,
the
so you
Hadith to me.
don't
Let me
know.
answer. Bring the Hadith
You
to me. Go
claimed
ahead.
to me that it was Yahweh speaking, not Moses. I had to prove to you 5
Bring
times
the
that it was
Hadith,
Moses
bro. Stop
speaking.
running. Just
And then
bring
when
the
I
Hadith.
already told you, prophets
Yo,
are
this
not
guy's
infallible.
panicking.
Moses
Bring the
gets
Hadith.
punished within the Bible. David gets punished within the Bible.
Oh my lord.
Multiple
We
prophets
get it. Your
punished within the
prophets
Bible.
were punished. Okay, we get it. Can you bring the Hadith?
Yeah.
Now?
So Moses is still not infallible. So I can condemn the action of Moses.
You just said it's okay to unalive women. Can you bring me the Hadith?
What, bro?
I just spent 5 minutes talking
You're
about how
so
the
disingenuous.
prophets
Like,
aren't
are you,
infallible.
why are you even here?
Bring me the Hadith.
What Hadith? Well, the one that I was talking about?
Yeah, the ones that they said they couldn't explain. Bring me it. I'll explain it for you.
Okay, so the Quran verse it refers to is Surah 424, and the Hadith is Sahih Muslim Hadith number 3432.
Okay, read it.
Yeah, Raj, guys, sorry, Raj should be on the background for a while. So Raj, come on in, please.
I think it's so pathetic that all you grown men are arguing about which religion is better and which one isn't. And you know what? All these religions
Islam
and
is
all these
Christianity,
books and
so
everything.
tell it.
Let me finish talking. I think it's pathetic because the thing is, a lot of the times, all these books and everything were written thousands of years ago. Back then, it was a norm for young girls to get married very young.
Thank you, sister.
It was also a norm.
Completely irrelevant to what I'm talking
We're
about.
not even talking about that.
Oh, shut up, Johnny.
No, but she's been sitting here waiting for about 20 minutes to talk. So, like,
Look,
that's why she's still saying. That's why she's saying what she's saying.
I know Rat. She's not
Johnny,
religious.
shut up and
Well,
let me
it's
speak
true,
because it's
bro.
going to take you 10 hours to get one sentence out. Right. As I was saying, even when the Bible was written, even when the Quran was written, it was very normal for young girls to get married. It's very normal for girls to get married in all cultures, in all religions, at a very young age, like, you know, as soon as they hit puberty, because they were seen as women at that point. We are now living in a day and age where a lot of countries do have minimum age. And before anyone says that, oh no, Muslims still believe the same, just know I'm not Muslim. But Pakistani is a Muslim majority country. They do have a minimum age as to when you can get married. They do have a minimum age as to when you can give consent, and it's 18. In the UK, our age of consent is 16.
There's some states in America where it's 13.
Exactly.
Bro,
Come on.
But some states don't even have an age.
Respectfully, we weren't talking about this. We could respond to it, and I would respond to it by saying the difference is wait. The difference is you can argue about it was normal back then, but Allah commanded it back then. That's the difference. But
Yeah,
we
but he
could
may
we
have
could we could
commanded it back
argue
then, but
we
we
could
have
argue
gone
about it and go
thousands
off
of
on a
years past
tangent.
that.
But we're not talking about that. So Ninja, have you read the Hadith and are you gonna explain it?
I said bring the hadith, bro. What the hell is this
He
guy
gave
doing?
it.
Anyway,
This
Like I had the
Ninja,
I
anyway,
had the verse ready
he
for you.
gave it, but Ninja wasn't
anyway,
on the stream at the time.
Yes, he was. He literally
anyway,
said
I'll
it.
say
even
it
in
again.
regards to the prompt,
It's 34,
even
32, Ninja.
Guys, one each time.
I'm not doing that homework for this guy. He can bring it up if he wants to, bro.
Just 1 second.
even in regard to the actual prompt, okay, Sharia law, it does not work even in the Muslim countries. Look at UAE, okay, that has Sharia law. Is it working? No.
None of them are ruling 100% by Sharia, though, sister.
But this is it. There is no country on this planet that is ruling by 100% Sharia. It's not going to work. It's never going to come into this country. We are a secular country. It's never going to come into this country. Full stop.
This is what I keep trying to say to people, yeah? They can ask Muslims all they like, do we believe in it? Yes, as believers, yeah, we have to accept the Sharia of Allah. If we don't accept the Sharia of Allah, yeah, we are not Muslims. That's simple. Now, number two is, like you've just said there yourself, the Sharia law, whether we want it or whether we believe in it or whether we don't want it and we don't believe in it, is never going to happen in this country in any of our lifetimes. Yes, is it something we want? Yes, Muslims will all tell you. Well, I'm not going to say all, actually. I'd say, like, you know, a high percentage of Muslims all want it because we truly believe that Allah's words, yeah, God's words, are the best for not just ourselves, but as the whole of mankind. That's what we believe. So, you know, it's pointless going back and forward saying, oh, well, you know, your God said this and your God said that. That the main thing was, the question was, do we believe in Sharia law? Yes, we do.
Rich,
do we want it implemented in the West? Of course we do. We believe that it will save the West. But unfortunately, there's so many people that just immediately, the minute they hear that word, and it is quite sad, because if people looked into it, they'd realize that, yes, there's some harsh punishments within the Sharia law. But it's not just, you know, you're not just going to get punished for minding your business, doing your 9-to-5 work, you know, coming home, raising your children, all that sort of thing. It's like, you know, people automatically think, as I say, it's about the barbaric punishments. Yes, there is some extreme ones. But, you know, there's even things in there. It's against the Sharia to put people, like old people, in old people's homes. Well, how is that not good for society? That we're not allowed to dump old people in old people's homes?
Stretch, can I just add to that, please, bro?
Right, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say, these guys don't understand, you know. We have a saying in Islam, La ikraha fi din, yeah? There's no compulsion in religion. We cannot force that upon you. Whatever our beliefs are, we cannot force it.
No.
Your religion for you and our religion for us. You get what I'm saying? So this whole narrative, and it goes hand in hand with the right-wing great replacement theory. Yeah, these guys are here. They breed in volumes, and they're here to introduce. And I'll tell you what.
We've all come here with our Sharon law and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And the problem is they don't.
Why don't we all go back to Ramadan?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So the problem is they look at isolated incidents like a Sharia law court opening, and there's plenty of Jewish courts opening. It's not that we don't want to impose the rule on the public. It's for maybe to annul a marriage. Do you get what I'm saying? Will be
respectfully,
issues.
We're not. I know it's the prompt, but I'm just making this clear. We're not here talking about. We weren't really talking about Sharia law. We were just
Sharia's
debating
boring,
religion.
There's nothing to talk about with Sharia. It's boring. I just want to bake the Christians. You know?
Exactly. So
anyway,
even Ninja's saying that we don't want to talk about Sharia because we to be honest, you guys are right in a sense. Fake people on the right wing like Tommy Jew Robinson, they run around it like it's some next, like it says, oh, just go kill people. We're not claiming that. We're here to talk about religion, not Sharia law.
Man's a paid shield.
Yeah, we love the Sharia law. That's it. Anyway, what do you want to speak about, Danny? Where was we?
I mean, I can read out the hadith to you because I don't know how to bring it up.
He was talking about 34, 32, weren't you?
That's it.
Yeah.
And you're
So
talking about
again,
what the barbarism in the fact that captive women are able to be married, right?
This
well,
is, I'll
I
tell
don't
you
know
why.
because
This is my argument,
according
okay?
to I'm looking at scholarly sources, and they all say that those whom your right hand possessed most commonly refers to slaves or captives of war.
Yeah, we don't have
Okay,
an issue. I already explained that to you,
you
bro.
see. I'll tell you. Can I explain that whole situation there? Yeah. You see, I'll give you a modern day standard for that. Yeah. You see, let's say when the West, well, I'm talking about Israel, America, and Britain, went into, let's say, Iraq. Yeah. This place, millions and millions of people, completely obliterated the place. Yeah. This place, millions and millions of people, and then left them there to suffer. Yeah. So the people that left there to suffer, the collateral after the war, the innocent people after the war, they were called, and they were called slaves and captives, basically. Yeah. But see that whole slaves and captives thing, because of the wording that's used, is quite misconstrued. They're not actually slaves or captives because they have a hell of a lot more rights than slaves and captives. Okay, so what happens is they have if they're married, they have the idda period, yeah, which is
Blame what that is, brother.
yeah. So basically, it's a period of 3 months after a divorce happens, where a woman is not allowed to marry. I don't know what the scientific term. There's a scientific term for it. I can't remember what it is. Yeah, but the idea is explained in the Quran that the captive woman doesn't need to wait for her husband to divorce her. She waits for the period of iddah to be over, just so that she's not pregnant.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, the main reason, from what I can gather, the main reason is like we've just said there, is for the pregnancy thing. So obviously, if she was to be married, say like 2 weeks later, like after sleeping with her husband, no one would know except her. And then, for instance, she falls pregnant, the new man's going to accept that child as his own and never know. That's why, obviously, women aren't allowed to have 4 husbands, and that's the main reason why. Because if a woman was sleeping with 4 men, she wouldn't know who the child's father is.
So the reason why I wouldn't call them slaves or captives in like the modern day standard, yeah, is because they can generally free themselves through proving their kind of financial capability, and then have a number of options, yeah. So they can convert to Islam and be willing to be married and have the rights, have more rights than a woman of modern standard in England. So she'd have her dowry paid for, she'd have all her expenses paid for, she'd be able to live a good lifestyle. So you see this whole slaves and captives thing, it's completely misconstrued.
Well, the thing is, I don't know, because Surah 424 still says you can't have sex with married women except if they're women that you possess, or bond women you possess. It's sometimes used the word, and to me that still kind of fails, because I don't really believe that it would be logical for a book to say you can't have sex with married women that unless you've married them. Like, obviously you can have sex with a woman you've married. So this most definitely seems to instruct that it is about having sex with captive women that you do not marry.
No, it's not, brother. It's not.
Okay, but again,
that's your opinion. I'd rather take the words of Scott.
I'm looking at scholarly opinions, and they all seem to say that Allah prescribed sex with, captives, regardless of marriage to the Muslim man. But if you can find me a scholar that you think disagrees, please provide your source.
Right, well, just go on sunnah.com and type your question into sunnah.com, and you'll get an answer from one of their sheikhs, like whoever that person is, whoever's answering. Sheikh that's answering it right now, as I say.
You know what it is?
Unless you can speak Arabic, there's no point in me asking you.
That's the problem. You're
to a sheikh. But unless you speak Arabic, he's not going to be able to answer you.
One at a time, please.
Sorry, he's relying on transliterations from English people, who don't speak a word of Arabic. And they're using words like slaves, captives, and all these other buzzwords that the right use to try and push a particular narrative, as if it's some sort of.
That's what I say. I've answered it
archaic-
about 7 or 8 times now, respectfully, Slavia. You can keep asking it in many different ways that you want to answer it, or ask it, sorry. I've answered it.
Yeah, but the problem is you provided no evidence for your claim.
You know what-
Neither
brother.
scholarly opinion
Slav.
nor other hadith
Brother.
that says
Slav,
that.
can I tell you something? Yeah, you see why I find these kind of narratives, yeah, have been kind of programmed into, yeah, because we believe in this.
Right, what you on about?
What are you on about?
He's not talking. He's talking to Slav.
You know what the funniest thing is? This is not funny. He didn't even let me finish. I was actually going to
You
refer to
keep
the right
repeating
wing.
yourself. You keep saying like, "Oh, these
I was
narratives
going to
been
refer to
programmed
the right
into you
wing,
by
big
the
man.
right." You
didn't
don't
let
know
me
our
finish.
political beliefs. I
But
can't
he's not
come
talking
with
Did not
to
let
you.
me finish.
It doesn't matter,
Talking to
bro.
Slav.
Can I
Well, it does
get-
matter if he's talking to you or not. He's not talking to you, is he? He's talking to Slav.
So
Let
stretch
me
up,
finish
man.
so you can understand my point. Let me finish so you can understand my point. Yeah, we believe in a set of beliefs, a number of books. Yeah, and they all fall under the Abrahamic category. Yeah, so a lot of things are said. Even the Bible, it was originally written in Aramaic. Yeah, a lot of things can be taken.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, a lot of things.
It wasn't written in Aramaic.
Okay, a lot of things can be taken from that. A lot of things can be taken from that and misconstrued. Yeah, the same way with the Talmud. But you know, see the only consistency I find within the right wing, yeah, or people who are programmed to believe certain things is let's just concentrate on Muslims. Yeah, when there's things said in the Bible that can be taken out of context. Yeah, there's the Isaac. I think it's Isaac that married Rebecca.
Oh my
wasn't a prophet.
brother. Why are we talking about the right wing? Who cares? And also, you're wrong. The real right
Where
wing
will I type it into
criticizes-
Sunnah.com?
The real right wing criticizes Judaism more than Islam. So
No,
why
that's
are you
no,
talking
No,
about
that
the
is
right
true.
wing?
I will.
That is
I will
true,
have you
It's
guys
not
know.
true. No, it's not true because
No, it is
Okay,
true.
okay.
Anyway,
Can I ask you a question?
It is
you're
true.
talking-
Can I
Emway,
speak?
No, you're talking about extreme far right factions.
Host, can I
far
speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Ria.
The extreme right, such as Johnny, they do not like the Jays. I will agree with that.
I'd rather live in a Muslim country than live in Israel, but that's not the conversation right now. So let's not talk about that. We're talking about religion, and you're talking about how we've been
Yeah,
programmed
and be
by
careful
the
as well,
right.
people. Be careful.
What?
You see that word that you were just using, the Jew, the Jew, yeah? Be careful
The
saying
J.
that too much because the live will get struck off.
Yes.
Say that.
Call them
In
Yahoods.
addition to that, the moderate right wing that you're speaking about, Enway, they keep saying that Islam's taken over. But if you actually look at the statistics, and I've just put those up, majority of the country is actually still Christian. Okay.
What, the UK?
Practicing
majority of
Christian.
the UK is still
practicing Christian. As in God. So why your church is being closed down? You'd have to answer that.
Well, the real threat to Christianity in the UK is actually atheism, if you look at it.
Exactly. I was just going to come to that. If you go onto it, there's been a major rise in people claiming they have no religion.
Rach, can you just clarify the point that I make? Can you just
I'm not Christian, so
No. I'm just saying, put a
don't
rebuttal
understand why I'm
together
going
because you're using
to
statistics.
answer why the churches are being closed down.
Yeah.
Maybe no one's going in them. I don't know.
Okay, so are these practicing Christians or are these Christians by name?
This is as per a census that was done.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the problem is the census doesn't factor in these things. They don't ask people whether they go to church. It's just one.
Yeah,
Regardless of whether they practice it or not.
Emway, what are you trying to say? That Muslims are taking over? She's literally backing you up. What are you on about?
Mate, you're just so up your depth. You're just not even listening and you're just waffling. Yeah?
You're the one waffling.
What I asked her was, if you possess a belief, you see me, I'm Muslim, right? I possess a belief. I go to the mosque and I pray 5 times a day.
Alhamdulillah, brother.
Yes. So if you're Christian, you cannot just be Christian by name and go out to marches and hold a cross. Do you practice Christianity? Do you read your Bible? Do you go to church?
Are you asking me?
does.
Yes, I do. And I'm not part of, don't say, oh, do you go out to marches holding a cross? Because I assume you're trying to compare me to like Tommy Robinson, bro.
I'm not trying to compare you to
Well, then
anyone.
what are you trying to get at? Because I am a practicing Christian.
What I'm saying is a lot of the people that are answering to this census and saying they're Christian are not Christian.
Yeah, obviously, but we're not debating on whether or not the country's Christian.
Well, she just
all
put up
I'm saying
statistics, you
is-
numbnants. She just put up statistics.
Yeah, she
Yes.
wasn't trying to
what we were
make the
discussing.
point.
Oh
That was
my
the point.
days. Anyway,
Christian.
shut
What are
up and
you
just
on
listen. All I'm saying is that the mid right wing side, Okay, they keep saying that Muslims are taking over, Muslims are taking over. They're trying to scaremonger everyone in regards to that. Statistics do not prove that. Okay,
I mean,
I think we're all able to live amongst each other and be fine, except
Yeah.
for what's happening is that in the media, Islam has been, shown as this evil force that's trying to take over the West, when that's not the case.
Yeah, so it's been demonized. Yeah.
Yeah, of course it has.
Because the wrong people have been given a lot of media coverage and a lot of
Absolutely.
platform that they shouldn't really have access to.
Absolutely. And those that are saying that, Christianity is going down because of Islam, again, that's not the case, because the statistics show there's been a major increase in people claiming they have no religion.
Yes, yeah, because of secularism, yeah.
Yeah,
So
we all agree with you.
98% of the
We all
world's
agree.
media is owned by them lot. So of course they're going to be pushing that narrative on the TVs and in the newspapers.
Yeah, you notice that this whole you see that Rach did a good thing by putting those stats up. You know why?
Yeah.
Because it completely obliterates the whole great replacement theory.
Okay, no, that's where you're wrong, because the great replacement theory is something that they, if you understand when I say they, because that's what Stretch just said, the great replacement theory is something that they do not want to push. Nigel Farage, GB News, they don't believe in the great replacement theory. Tommy Robinson called the great replacement theory a bunch of rubbish. So don't bring that into it, because you're wrong when you say that, because they don't push the great replacement theory, because the great replacement theory is about how they want immigrants to take over the West. So why would they talk about that?
I think the main thing with him is he's going to support whoever's giving him enough money to support his up the nose habits. Because if he could be speaking for the Muslims and earning as much money as he is, he'd probably be on our side.
Well, I believe he actually is Jewish, but yeah.
I've said it for many years, and my mum said it for many years but there's more to, obviously, he's got a deep hatred towards Islam. But whether people believe me when I say this or not, but this is a fact, and I know this because I know someone who knows him. I don't claim to know the brother, and I'm glad I don't know him. The man's an horrendous human being. But apparently he's got a deep hatred towards the Muslim community because apparently it's either his sister or his stepsister she's become a Muslim and she's married to a Muslim man. And apparently his mum, again, I'm saying this apparently because I don't know either of these women. Apparently his mum is very friendly with all the local taxi drivers in Luton. And apparently, obviously, they're all of Pakistani and Muslim.
Can I add to that? Can I add to that quickly?
Go on, brother.
So it says here, Tommy Robinson, real name Stephen Naxianen, is the prominent proponent of the great replacement conspiracy theory, and has explicitly used the phrase "we are being replaced" in his rhetoric.
Do you know what the great replacement theory is?
Just so you are you able to now I've quoted the article. Yeah, you can write that verbatim, just the same way I've read it out, and the article will come up.
And who was that article written by?
It was written by The Guardian.
I was going to say, don't tell me The Guardian or the Mail.
Well, who owns The Guardian?
Yeah.
Bro, the great replacement theory, M-Way. I know what you're trying to say. Tommy Robinson does say that we're being replaced. But that isn't the great replacement theory, because the great replacement theory says that Jewish people are trying to replace Europeans with immigrants.
Say Jay, please.
Sorry. That J people are trying to replace Europeans with immigrants. So why would Tommy Robinson, who loves the Jays, say that?
Anyway, I'd suggest if you want to look up what the great replacement theory actually is, you look up the Kalergi plan.
Stretch, I have a question for you.
Who? Me?
You know on Sunnah.com?
Yeah.
How would you told me to go speak to a sheikh. How do I do that?
There should be somewhere in there where you can type a question, yeah? Now, obviously, type your question, find the bar. I haven't been on it for months and months and months, so they might not even have that option on there. But there should be a bar there where it's like there's a link that says ask a question. You should be able to type your question in there, and then you can even put your phone number in there, and the person will send you the message to your actual phone. There should be somewhere. As I say, I haven't been on there for months.
I can't find it, unfortunately.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a look. I'm going to press the follow, yes, and then afterwards I'll have a look, and then I'll see if I can find out, and then I'll message you after. And I'll
Well, because I did find some Sunni scholars though, such as Imam al-Shafi, if you've heard of him.
Shafi.
Yeah,
He's one of the main.
Imam
He's one of.
Malik.
He's one of the four main imams. Basically, there are four schools of thought.
Yeah. So I looked at their comments on Surah verse 424, and they said you don't need to marry captive women to have sex with them.
Wow.
Direct quotes. I can give you the quotes if you like.
Yeah, you know what it is. You know what it is, bro. No matter, I don't understand why we're going down this rabbit hole, because no matter what you throw at him, yeah, and you give him translation from any shayukh, yeah, that are actually well versed in Arabic and all manners of not just Islam but theology, yeah, he's not going to accept it in his heart, and there's always going to be a flaw. So that, brother, let me be honest with you. Have your opinion and see it the way you want to see it. Yes, it's barbaric. Yes, it's archaic. Yes, it's primitive. Yes, we believe in a 7th century warlord. Yeah, yes. Have your opinion.
I don't know. It just seems like there's a hadith. There's 4 main Muslim scholars, and there's a Quranic verse all saying you can have sex with captured women, even if they're married.
All right. Can I just say this?
I don't understand
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's just say this. Let's just say we agree with what you're saying, and you're correcting what you're saying. Your point being exactly again, respectfully, what? When I can go to Book of Samuel. And it's talking like words of your God, apparently, saying to go in and kill and wipe out the whole Amulek people, yeah? Even down as far as the donkey and the ox. What did the donkey and the ox do?
No, let me have a look.
Do you want us to explain that to you?
I know, brother. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah. See, the same way you're going to explain it to us is the same way we're going to explain it to you.
But exactly, brother. I know I wasn't a Christian. I wasn't a Christian until I was 31. So it's not like I've always been Muslim.
The explanation that Stretch gave was go look at sunna.com. I'm not going to tell you to go speak to a priest. I'll give you the explanation.
The problem is no, because you gave me a verse earlier on and then I explained it to you.
And the only reason I said that, Johnny, is because I've tried to give my answer and it's been the same answer every single time. Yeah. And then I said, well, if you don't want to take my answer for it, go on sunna.com, because there used to be a bar on there where you could type your question in and someone would give you, like, they'd reply to you with their answer. But I don't, as I say, again, I repeat, I haven't been on there for so long because, and again, it's not me being big-headed, it's I was getting a lot of information from there, but then I started studying under a couple of sheikhs out in Riyadh. So now I don't need to use that. Obviously, I've got a sheikh on the end of the phone who I can ring, and I just get my answers from him.
Can someone just tell me, how do I put something on my screen?
You got to put your camera on, and then use the green screen filter.
Where's the green screen filter?
Scroll along to there's like a background subheading.
It just says enhance and effects. Green screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Stretch, can I say something?
Then flip your camera around so you don't accidentally got yourself.
With regards to that situation,
like you, Joel,
we believe that the people of the Kitab are brothers. Yeah. So people of Abrahamic faiths are brothers. Yeah. Not so much in faith, but obviously. The
humanity.
Yeah, a lot of the fundamental.
Why is it so blurry?
Yeah,
a lot of the fundamental principles we all kind of believe in. You get what I'm saying?
Of course, yeah. Listen, I don't dismiss the Bible. I just dismiss parts of it. I believe there's still a lot of truth in that book.
Exactly.
But I just don't believe that. And again, I'll go out on a limb.
Which is why we can't attack it as Muslims, right?
No, listen, I don't know. Listen, I was a Christian up until 30. I say 30, about 28, 29, and I didn't just then all of a sudden just embrace Islam overnight. I looked into it for nearly enough 2 years. Obviously, not a daily thing, 7 days a week, 10 hours a day. Yeah. I looked into it because I could never understand why my 2 pals, they used to come to the house and they'd always greet me with Assalamu alaikum. And I always used to say to them, why do you greet me like that? I'm not Muslim. And then he was just like, yeah, well, we want to teach you, boom, 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 boom. And I slowly started from then. And as I say, that was back into, and I finally embraced Islam in February 2015. But so I don't dismiss everything from the Bible. It's just I find it very, very disingenuous. Yeah. And I'm not speaking about the 2 brothers on here. I just find it very disingenuous when you have a high percentage of Christians, and I mean a high percentage, that they want to critique our Quran, and even some people even go as far as to lie and say that they read this in the Quran and they read that in the Quran. And then when you ask them to, well, where did you read this? Then it's, oh, well, I got it from this website, and
because you know what it
Wikipedia
is.
or wherever
Well, yeah,
else.
obviously,
And we
but
try
then
and critique their
there are
Bible.
people of all religion
Of
that do
course,
that. That doesn't
of
prove
course.
a religion, right?
No, listen. Like the brother was explaining there, we don't automatically just believe that because you're Christians, you're disbelievers and you're destined for the fire. No, we don't believe that. The same as that, there's a high percentage of the Yahuds, the Jays. We believe that some of those, not the Zio ones.
Some of those will go to heaven.
Some of
They're
them,
men
the
of
true
faith.
ones, the ones that speak out against the Zios, we again believe that they are our brothers in, again, not faith, but in humanity. And we believe that once upon a time there was a book revealed upon to Musa or Moses. Yeah, and we believe that they are the same people that Allah speaks about in the Quran. And they eventually, whether they're going to be punished or whatever, that's with Allah, but eventually they will be admitted to paradise if their belief system is upon the correct path,
monotheistic,
i.e. worship one true God.
Yes, yeah. So just to add to that stretch, yeah. You see, when man got their back up just a minute ago when they said, "Oh, we're not programmed," but we're not programmed, yeah. You see, this all this rhetoric would point to someone who's been programmed, because I'm a firm believer in if you seek, you will find, yeah. So if you seek goodness, yeah, if I want to go find out the good things about Christianity and the good things that are written in the Talmud, I can go and do that, yeah?
Yeah.
And if I want to find the bad things or negative things in there and try and misconstrue it and try and put it out in a particular way, I can do that. This is what I'm saying to you. So to the brothers on the panel, yeah, don't get your back up when I say you've been programmed. The reality is you have been programmed to hate.
We don't hate you though. That's where you're wrong. You think that because I know what you're trying to say, and yes, criticizing Islam is one of the things that the brain dead GB News, Tommy Robinson following people do. But just because we are doing that too, it doesn't mean we are one of them. I would argue that you've been programmed because you just said that a literal J, supports one of the most anti-Semitic theories of all time. Go on Google, go on ChatGPT, go on anything and search up. Wait. I'm talking. Search up, is the Great Replacement Theory anti-Semitic? And there will not be a single source that will tell you it isn't. So why would a literal J promote an anti-Semitic theory?
Do you want me to tell you why?
Sure.
Because it wasn't part of the script. And what I'm not going to do is delve into this rabbit hole of conspiracy theories, talking about Jewish billionaires trying to fund people coming into England or trying to globalize the world and have this person living there. No, that's something they use within Israel, which Britain gave them a mandate for. It doesn't mean they want to spread it across the world. The reason it's still a theory is because it's not proven fact.
Well, of course, because why would the Jays want it to be proven fact? Look, if one simple thing I'd say to the Great Replacement Theory being a theory, Emway. So I'm assuming you're from the United Kingdom. So there's 72 schools in the United Kingdom where there's not a single white British kid. There's 452 schools in the United Kingdom where the white British student population makes up less than 2%. And 1 in 4 schools in the United Kingdom, white British people are a minority. So if the Great Replacement Theory isn't true, why is that?
Get the statistics up. Do me a favor, run through the statistics again. Get the statistics up from your prompt, and I'll explain through it.
Yeah, okay, I'll get you the source, but I tried putting something on my screen and it went really blurry.
I guarantee you.
And wait, I have one question. It's related, but it's not exactly the same thing. Well, if he gets that up, it's like, okay, even if you don't accept the Great Replacement Theory, will you at least acknowledge the fact that Israel spends billions on lobbying to get politicians to do what they want?
That I can accept. Yeah.
Or like how Zach Polanski's Jewish. Reform is allied with a guy who says he will die for Israel. The conservatives support Israel as well, and then fucking Labour, Keir Starmer has a Jewish wife. They have Jewish heritage and family in Israel.
They have interest in all political parties. If you look at political parties,
I know, but we've got APAC type groups already. We've got APAC type groups already in the UK. In the UK political system, we've got Conservative Friends of Israel and Labour Friends of Israel, which is essentially basically
all of those APAC groups. While Reform UK does sort of push an anti illegal immigration, all of them support legal immigration and think that if you're born here, you can be just as British as, for example, someone like me. So none of them oppose the Great Replacement theory.
Anyway, I gotta go gym now. See you, lads.
Thank you,
The
Slavi.
replacement theory is a conspiracy theory, though, because if the British, as in YT population, are still majority, and the majority of them are, well, I don't know if it's insinuating that the majority of them are not in school, then surely that's a cultural issue as opposed to them being replaced because you're not outnumbered.
No, it's not that they're not in
Still the
school. It's that
majority.
it's not that they're not in school. That is just that
It's about the birth
amount.
rate.
Yeah.
But
The point
the YT
is,
population still makes up 80% of the UK, so you're still the majority.
Oh, that's
bear with a second, please.
Yeah, okay.
Because right. So if we were if we were to close the borders tomorrow completely, on birth rate alone, white British people would become a minority in this country in under 100 years. On birth rate alone.
100%.
And this isn't me having harboring any hatred towards anyone. I'm just giving you genuine mathematical facts.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's a cultural thing again.
It is a cultural thing.
It's the Great
British
theory.
couple are more likely to have
Sensei, Cisse, whatever, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. You are right. We agree that it's a cultural issue. It's a problem because it's the solution. We agree that it's a cultural issue. That doesn't, the Great Replacement theory is something that people have been lied to about, where it's like these fat men with no teeth saying, oh, they're taking our jobs, they're taking our kids. No, we criticize them as well. We criticize the people who aren't actively participating in what they preach.
But you believe in it.
Yeah, but Joel, what you've got to understand is, bro, a lot of British people are moving out from Britain. They're moving to
I'm under the personal opinion, right, that I have no problem with immigration, and I don't think we're ever going to stop it with remigration, closing borders, whatever. It's a cultural thing. We need to essentially fix the systems in place. We need to fix the economy. We need to fix the NHS so that we don't have to substitute our population in with people from other countries. Because I'm sure everyone here in this panel would agree with me that it is not right. I'm against colonialism in all forms. Okay, I'm against Israel.
Immigrants
I'm against.
to the UK is not a form of colonialism.
The only way you're going to stop immigration from coming over to Britain, is stop going over to the east and booming them, bro.
We agree.
Yes, I agree with you. That's my point. That's what I've just said. I'm against colonialism in all forms. Right.
Once that stops, bro, I bet you people will stay in their own countries. They'll redevelop economy.
Exactly.
Listen, if it wasn't for immigrants after World War II, this country would never.
Okay, no, that's where you're lying, bro. Because
what do you mean?
If you look at the demographics, in 1960, 15 years after World War II, the population of Britain was still 99% white British. So 15 years after World War II, when, bear in mind, they'd already built up a lot of the country, it was still 99% white British. I agree with you guys on a lot of things, but one bit where I'm not going to agree with you is you saying that the 1% built up the country more than the 99%.
No, I'm not saying more. I'm not saying more, but they had a great hand in it. Yeah, it's
You're just talking about the impact of it. The impact.
Yeah. I'm not saying they did more than the 99%. No, of course not. There was a vast contribution. But they had a great
John, what it was, look, let me explain it to you, bro, Nearly over 500,000 Indians came over, a lot of Jamaican and African people came over, right? Just to fit in, because you had shortage of labour, you had shortage of nurses, road workers, engineers, which, a lot of Jamaican and doctors as well, and all the things, and textile, and we filled them gaps for you to build the country. We're not saying that we came and fixed it, but we help it build it.
That's the one. See how many textiles factories were up north in Bradford, where a lot of Pakistanis stay.
I'm from Liverpool, I wouldn't know.
Wait, just quickly, M-Way, just to respond to you were asking me for the statistics. It comes from wait, let me quickly just check the name.
What
I
about the
think
school thing, bro?
the sister's trying to say something. I think
The
Can I
UK
quickly
Department for
add?
Education.
The issue with what Johnny's doing is I feel like you're proving the danger with the way that people interpret statistics. I feel like you're saying that the fact that there was more white people in the UK after World War therefore proves that immigrants didn't help. But that doesn't prove it, because when you think about the fact that it was, I think, 1948 that the Windrush generation was starting to come in,
that's it
and
for the
that there
bus
was a
driving. Yeah,
huge outpour into the colonial countries that were under the British rule, to
Yep.
inviting them to come to the UK and build it. Then that's what they're talking about when they're saying
yeah.
that, oh, immigrants did help build this country and
But
make
they never say
considerate
respectfully. They
contributions to
never
it.
say
But
they did
what
help.
you're
They
doing
always
is you're
say it's
saying,
all.
no, it's not true. Just because there was progress in that era, but there was more white people, therefore immigrants didn't help as
No,
much.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the people who word it always say, "Oh, if it wasn't for the
Oh yeah, yeah,
immigrants
no,
after
yeah. I
World
give it.
War
Yeah,
Two,
I agree
Yeah,
with
then
no,
that.
you're."
there is. It's true. That
I
is
don't
true.
think
There's a lot of
that's not
people that
true.
do
Yeah,
say that if it
one
wasn't
second.
for our kind, you know, we like
Yeah,
your
yeah.
country.
Yeah,
It's
we
yeah, no,
agree.
But
admittedly.
it's
I think we
true.
agree in the fact
There's
that
a
it's an
truth to it.
overstatement.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry,
definitely
go
Okay.
on,
an
say,
See,
sorry, go
look,
on,
look,
say.
look, bro, Johnny,
But
what you've got to
there's a
understand, right? The country wouldn't have developed as fast as it did, yeah? And what you've got to understand,
yeah.
yeah? And what you've got to understand as well, bro, yeah? What I'm really gutted about. You know, when I used to go to school and they used to talk about World War One and World War Two, yeah? Right? You always heard about the white people that saved the countries and that, but you never heard about a Jamaican or an African or an Indian that was fighting in the
the
war on
war.
front
Yeah.
line. Yeah, they don't teach that in the education system. Why, bro?
That's not true because I mean I don't know how old you are, but
I'm
I'm
50.
yeah, okay, so you might be right for when you were younger, but I'm 19, so I was in school not long ago, and we are taught like, and I'm not complaining about this because obviously it's history, it's true. We are taught about immigrants and how they were on the side of the Allies. We are taught about multiple things that shed a positive light on
What?
immigration and the
We're
Windrush
talking
generation,
about
etc.
recent history. This is a recent change that has come about from immigrants saying, where's our representation? And you're
Yeah.
reaping the benefits of it, and you're using that to go, well, actually, you guys are giving us half truths. This doesn't exist, or there's not as much of a need for you guys to continue emphasizing it
Say,
when
can
you're
I,
actually reaping the
No, look,
benefits of
yeah,
it.
you're right. The ones that
say,
come here and they make a better life, and you know, and they contribute towards society, they should be praised.
yes, absolutely.
I truly believe that.
And
And as
just to add to
a
Say's
white
point,
English man, you know, I truly believe that it has been beneficial. But what scares me is, and it's not about, oh, you know, I'm not on the whole Tommy thing, stop the boat, stop the no. But the thing that scares me as a white British man is, yeah, the fact of how the government can release numbers by saying that I think it was like 30 something thousand that they know have got in here by boat. Okay, fine. So you know how many have got in here and presented themselves seeking asylum. But what about all the ones that haven't because they've got a shady background? Those ones there's not enough security measures being put in place to check the ones that are, you know, either rapists or, you know, violent people, you know, all the, like the people that we don't want in our country, and the like majority of countries don't want them in their country either. That's the scary thing.
Stretch, can I add to that? I
Go,
don't.
brother.
Do you know what it is? I don't. You see where the disingenuity comes from when this Johnny guy talks. I'll tell you what it is. It's from the same playbook as the likes of like Robert Jenrick. Yeah, where they're going to an inner city area and they say, I don't see maybe a YT face and we're underrepresented here. Well, obviously, if you go into an area where a lot of people from ethnic minorities have settled, let's say from the 80s, yeah, and normally they like to be around each other, yeah, you're gonna have an imbalance within that area.
I'm not
You see
denying
with
that.
Rach, yeah, you see with Rach, she started a study. She started a study, yeah. She started the institute the studies come from, and she's put it up on the green screen. Yeah, I asked for the same from the Department of Education, and I'll tell you why. What he's done, right, is he's looked at isolated areas. He's not quoted schools around the country. Yeah, he's looked at isolated areas within the country where it's quite prevalent that a lot of the people that have settled there are ethnic minorities. Yeah, and he's saying there's an imbalance in schools. You know, there's only one white student in that school. There's only 1% of white children in that school.
Yeah, no, it's a fact. And the reason I agree
Wait,
with
Stretch, let him finish and then please let me respond
yeah,
because
so
I do
you're
have
looking
something
at
to say.
isolated areas as opposed to looking at the whole country.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this is a common this is a common theme within the media. I'll tell you what they do. Yeah, they'll tell you KNIFE crime in London is super rife. Yeah, and it's all black kids doing it. Yeah, but do you realise that KNIFE crime capital of England is actually Cleveland, which is close to Durham, which is predominantly YT. Do people understand that?
Okay, yeah,
I
get what you're trying to say, Emway.
How people spin a particular narrative.
What I stated was, and I'll say it again just for the people that weren't here, 72 schools in England, not Britain, England, there isn't a single white British student.
How many schools are there in England?
Wait.
How many schools are there in England?
400, no, just let me speak and then
let
you
him
can
finish,
respond.
please.
452 schools in England. The white British student population makes up less than 2%. And then the one for the whole country, 1 in 4 schools in England, white British people are a minority. So I did state ones for concentrated areas, and then I did state ones for the entire country.
How many schools are there in England?
Pardon?
How many schools are there in England?
I don't think it matters how many schools there are. The
matter.
point is that 1 in 4 white British people are a minority in. Can you like rationalize that in your head?
One in four. 1 in 4. Yeah.
What do you think that's going to look like in 60 years?
Hold on, which would mean, just as a rebuttal, 1 in 4, which would mean 3/4 remain as predominantly white with white British children. Yeah, predominantly white British children.
No, they would be the majority, not necessarily a big majority. Yeah, not necessarily a big one. And you can like pull out these arguments, but it doesn't matter. Like 72 state schools in the country where there isn't a single person who is actually native to the country. If you don't think that's a problem, then
So
you are
what
just.
are you looking for? Are you looking for a homogeneous society where you're going to go into schools and find just loads of indigenous white children?
I believe that all countries, the indigenous population should be far more prevalent than any immigrant group.
So you know what? I'm struggling to find out where you sit on the political spectrum. Are you like an ethno-nationalist? Are you a civic nationalist?
There's no such thing as a civic nationalist. Okay, I'm an ethno-nationalist.
You're ethno-nationalist. Okay, there we go. Now I'll find the true beliefs. Okay, so.
But I hold to that belief for all countries. I'm not just an ethno-nationalist for England. I think all countries, their people should be put first, and that's why I'm against. I won't apologise for it, but that's why I'm against colonialism.
Exactly. This is my point. Like, if this was any other country, but somewhere in Europe, if this, like, a great example of this is Palestine. I think what Israel's doing in Palestine is disgusting. Obviously, I'm not trying to say that all of the immigrants coming into the UK are booming us and unaliving us, because that obviously not. But the point is that you're demographically replacing a native population, not on purpose. I'm not saying that this is the intent. This is just factually what's happening. And I think any single country that should not happen in.
But when your forefathers embark on a journey of colonizing,
I'm not my forefathers.
I'm not
sorry. I would disagree with that too. I condemn that.
And
we
literally both just said we can. Well, we
yes,
don't.
But I haven't even finished what I was saying. I don't attribute that to you, okay? But when there's a continuation of that through your monarchs and through your political systems, and still going around displacing people through proxy wars, then what tends to happen is you get an influx of people coming in.
We know.
Because you went in there. And I'll tell you why it is within your own policies. Because when you guys went into Syria, okay, what happened is you set up the Syrian resettlement scheme and you let an influx of Syrian immigrants come in here, okay, and then your own people are complaining about it. So this
Emway, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's the government's fault. I don't think you seem to understand where we stand. We are saying that it's the government's fault, and we should stop getting involved in foreign countries' affairs. We should stop invading other countries.
But it's never, let's speak truth here. It's never going to happen. That's the problem. I'll tell you why it's never going to happen. Yeah, because you recently leased an island that has absolutely nothing to do with you, the Chagos Islands, yeah?
That's it.
And an influx of people have come in from there as well. Recently on the news, they pictured them coming in. Oh, we've got more people coming in. We're going to need to house them. We're going to need to take care of them. But
Never going to stop because there's too much money in war.
They don't give you the background behind it. They don't tell you we've gone and annexed this bit of land, which has completely, because it's off the coast of East Africa. We have nothing to do with that land. But what we've gone and done is we've gone and taken that bit of land because our king said we can do so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to lease it to someone else. They're leasing land which isn't inherently there.
Listen,
nothing to do with it.
Okay, first of all, the people of the Chagos Islands actually do want to remain British. An overwhelming majority want to remain British. So while you are right in that Keir Starmer and the UK government has been for hundreds of years corrupt, and they shouldn't be leasing land that doesn't actually belong to them. The people in the Chagos Islands do want to remain British and don't want to be given back to them.
Because it will be, you know why that is?
Well, because it's beneficial for them.
It's beneficial because it's going to be a British overseas territory, which means what? Which means there's an easier route to Britain.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, so there you go. See, this is what I'm saying to you. Don't go there in the first place and make it a British overseas.
I just said that. Oh my. Yo, Emway, have you listened to a single thing me and Joel have said about colonialism? We have said that we disagreed with it. So why are you bringing up colonial state?
I understand. What's going on right now out in the J-land wouldn't be happening if it weren't for the Brits anyway.
I know, but it's the British government, Stretch. It's the British government. It's the British government who, by the way, isn't even British. Keir Starmer is Jewish.
John, look, I'm going to say this to you, mate. Yeah, you know when you come for the students and that, right? At least I don't know what data you got it from, yeah, but the minority of people that are ethnic community that are in schools are about 38%, yeah, right? And then the rest are white, 72%, yeah. And that when it comes to minority ethnics, that's including the Jamaicans, the Africans, the Pakistanis, Bengalis, Chinese, and all that. Yeah,
it's far too high. It needs to be in the tens.
Wait, no, Scott, let him talk.
The problem is in England at the moment, yeah, because of the Jewish Western way at the moment, yeah. They've told your women not to have children by saying, "Look, go."
I know.
Yes, bro, because you are declining by birth rate, bro.
I know. Yeah? I know.
Yeah. And why is that? Because your systematic system at the moment is saying to you, because in our community, bro, we believe one of the biggest in like, I'm not trying to take this to religion, yeah, but half of our deen, half of our religion is to have children reproduce.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I oppose anyone who claims to be a patriot but doesn't follow religious values and won't admit that one of the reasons why we're being replaced is because of the decline of Christianity, which has stopped people from getting married and stopped people from having children. I agree with you.
That's where we've got some common ground. Which group do you think? What group do you think?
How is it conspiracy theory if percentages of white European?
Because the issue here is you're saying 72 kids. There's 72 schools in the UK in which white
in England
in which white children are minorities. Out of how many schools?
It doesn't matter.
It does, because this is what happens. If anyone is from a statistician background, you understand the way that numbers can also be used to push a certain narrative.
Course.
And when
can I ask you a question?
When you just say 72 and you don't provide the context that this is in areas in which these
I gave the 1-4 out of the whole
in England. This is areas in England.
In
England.
These are
Final story in England, Stacey. You can't finish
these,
because you're saying in England.
The
bottom line is in England. So if it's in England, it has to be way lower. This is England for the English.
One at a time.
So clearly, this is in areas in which those demographics are a majority.
In what nation?
Of course, the point is they shouldn't.
In what nation?
What? Are you not listening?
No replacement.
In what nation?
Of course. Oh my.
Does 2 + 2 equal 5?
Wait, Stacey, listen to Joel.
I'm finishing. You're using numbers to almost fearmonger and to scapegoat immigrants as though they're being used to replace a community, and that is not the case.
Monkey business.
Cece.
Okay, if I
The
can
reason
also,
why I
I'm
gave
going
you,
to say my last bit as well.
three
I wish that
independent
the most
sources.
annoying thing, and when you guys are like, oh, why are you bringing up colonialism? Is
Monkey
because what you're
business.
almost trying to allude to has not happened in the UK. So what you guys are using is you're using countries as examples, but you can't compare to, like Palestine, like countries that have been displaced or are experiencing actual ethnogenic cleansing. You are using those as examples to propel your point because you have no real points. It's a
Okay, fine then. I'll
conspiracy
give you an
theory.
example,
I wish
Cece.
that the UK took the
Ireland
same
didn't.
type of I wish that the UK took the same type of approach as Germany did when they saw actually our government did something horrendous to people, to an ethnic group, and we're going to take accountability, not play victims and then go, why are all these people coming
How
to
am I
our
playing
country?
victim
You
when
know what
I'm?
we should
See,
do?
look.
Because
We
you're not
should just
accepting
go
immigrants,
towards
Johnny. You
them.
have to accept immigrants,
Hold on one
otherwise you're the
second.
victim.
We should
Cece,
just
the reason
close the
why
border
this
and we
argument
should
makes no
we
sense.
should reduce
One at a time. One at a time.
we
One at a
should
time.
Yo,
reduce
Cece,
the
you've been
numbers of
speaking for about
immigrants in
10
the
minutes. Just
country
let me quickly.
without
Johnny, go ahead.
Cece, the reason why your argument fails is because you can bring up colonialism and say, oh, Britain did this, Britain did that, Britain must pay for colonialism. Who did Ireland colonise? Who did Sweden colonise? They're still
Are
being
you trying to say
demographically
the
replaced.
Irish are
So
a minority in
who
their
did they
community? They're
colonise?
not. They're
What?
not. You're fear mongering. They are not a minority in
They're
their
not a
community.
minority,
They're
but
not
they
a
will
minority
be.
in their
Okay,
soul.
Cece, I'll
What are you
give you
talking about?
statistics.
That's why they don't have high
In
immigration policies
Cece,
problems
Give
because
him
the
that. Give
people
her the
don't have
Anglo
connections with them.
statistics.
The
Give
same
her
way
the
that they
Anglo
do with
statistic.
England. Come
Cece.
on, it's common sense.
Johnny, it's not just a
Stop.
conversation
I think
between
you're
us.
coming with some ignorant comment, okay? I'm going to have to drop you if you carry on, okay?
Go ahead, mate.
The original, can you answer the question? Can you, come on, the original, please? It seems that you're the eldest person on the panel.
No,
Can
look,
you,
the way I see it, I think the community of the how can I say Caucasian community, yeah, to put it in a nice way, right?
Just say white British.
Caucasian, bro, is a lot nicer, right?
No, because
Right?
we aren't Caucasian. Caucasian refers to people from the Caucasus
mountains of
region.
Caucasus.
We're not
What?
from the Caucasus region.
All right then. Okay, the whitey people, right? Look, bro. Let's put it this way, yeah. The stats that you're bringing about, the local areas, about the schools and stuff like that. I guarantee you, there are areas like Birmingham, Manchester, where there's a high population of
In
Asians.
England, by the way.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, the stats have come from high population of Asian areas. If you look at Liverpool, bro, there's only a small, minute population of black Africans, and we're all in one area that's called LA, right? And I guarantee you, bro, the majority of the schools here are fully white schools, bro. Yeah, you only find a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 Asians going to these schools, right? Now the problem is look, the real problem is it's not that we're coming and we're populating England. You people are leaving England, yeah. You are going to other countries, yeah, setting shop up there, right? On top of that, your churches are being shut down by a certain group of people, right? If you look at it properly, yeah, churches are being shut down. There's no, how can I say, community left within
I know.
yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So you can't blame us.
I'm not
We're not blaming you. No one's blaming you guys. No one is blaming you guys. I promise. Well,
Genuinely.
not in this panel at least. I know that there are people that are.
You are blaming me, bro.
There
Look,
are
I just
people.
add to that.
You're right. Emway in the original. There are people that blame you, like Tommy Jew Robinson and like Nigel Farage. But me and Joel and other people that have been on this panel, we are not blaming you. We are blaming the government for displacing you from your country.
What the best way to repopulise England's white community? Do you think it's to teach your children that you should go and become a family unit? You should stay together, have children, stick with your family, and do things like that, bro. Like that, like the Black and Asian community.
Yes, of course.
But the thing is, you know what it is. I know you say you're obviously ethno-national, but you do realize that you guys read from the same playbook and the same script. That a lot of these reform guys and
Reform voters are not ethno-nationalists. What are you on about?
They're civic nationalists.
Exactly. So a big difference.
Nationalists. A lot of them do fall into the ethno-nationalist bracket.
They don't.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. They really do.
Bro, you ask a reform voter if a black guy born here is British, and they'll tell you, yeah. they're not ethno-nationalists.
Well, there's some of them fall into that bracket.
Okay, maybe a very small percentage of them do, but just because we fall into the same bracket as them doesn't mean you should act like we are them.
There are a lot of infighting. There's a lot of infighting within the right as a whole.
Yeah, of course.
There was a clip that came out not too long ago, right, where a couple of guys who were masked up during a right-wing rally, and they were talking about we don't consider any POC as British, whether you were born here or not. So they wanted every POC to know. And what Tommy Robinson and the likes of Danny Tomo came back out with is go and start your own rallies, then go and start your own rallies. We don't want to be associated with that, and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
But back to the central point. Yeah, the central point is you guys have been missold secularism. Yeah.
Yeah.
Base Christianity.
Yeah? Of course.
It's now become and this whole colonialist thing. I don't attribute it to normal working class British people. I attribute it to the establishment and the monarchy. But what you've got to understand is there's a modern form of colonialism which is still going on.
Yeah, proxy wars.
Proxy wars, and giving weaponry, starting wars and giving weaponry to either side or selling weaponry to either side, monetizing off that war. Okay, monetizing of the displacement of people, going in, taking natural resources all around the world, and that's how you benefit. So you've got to understand these problems are not an us problem, which you've already conceded. Okay, all credit to you. You have conceded. We have found some middle ground, but you have to understand this has now become an embodiment of British culture as a whole, which is why you have these problems.
I know, and I know, and I'm agreeing with you. So, like,
you realise, we are both very anti-establishment. At least I think Johnny is as well. Like my
this is what I'm saying. We have found some middle ground. Yeah, we have found some middle ground here. Yeah, we all believe in at least a few principles where we are both aligned. Yeah.
Can I just make something clear really quickly? Like, I don't know about, I can't speak for Johnny, but me personally, I'm against remigration. I support a sensible level of immigration, right? And I genuinely think we're past the point of no return now. I don't think there's any feasible way that we can stop any of this demographic replacement happening. All I'm here to do is just point out the actual maths of it, the actual facts of it.
Yeah.
I'm not holding any opinions. I'm not harboring any hatred towards anyone. All I'm here to do is just say 2 + 2 = 4, not 5. Like that. All I'm saying is regardless of what anyone says, if I don't care whether 3 out of 4 schools now aren't minority white. All I'm saying is in 60 years at the current rate, all 4 out of 4 schools will be
well, actually, I just put the statistics up in regards to the schools.
Sorry, go on,
Rach. This is percentage of pupil by ethnicity in England and state-funded schools. As you can see, yes, there's a slight drop, but sorry.
Yeah, so So that it actually shows it even more, because you can see in 2024 the white British line is on 50%, in opposed to what we were saying.
Yeah, but no, you were saying, 1 in 4 schools have no white students.
No, that's not what I said. I said 1 in 4.
What you said?
I said 72.
We got to breed them out, guys. The white guys has got to go. We got.
It's not going to happen.
Yo,
it's not going to happen.
We're breeding you out, mate. You can't do anything about it.
LCM, this guy's a troll.
Johnny, the best way you can get what you want is to have 1,000,001 babies. Just go around impregnating every woman you come across.
No, because that's wrong.
We're going to breed you out, and there's no way you're going to stop it.
All right, bro. Like, you sound like a gypsy. Be quiet.
I am a gypsy. You've been racist to my people all of my life. So, and all of my granddad's life.
Well, you can't be
this
racist.
racism thing we use white guys do.
You can't be racist.
You've been doing it for generation and generations of people.
Gypsies aren't a race, you freshie.
He's saying.
What do you mean we're not a race? We originate from India. Of course we're a race.
Oh, bro, if you go back, that's such a stupid argument.
Of course we're a race. We come from India, you idiot.
If you go back,
you ain't even got a clue that gypsy people originate from India.
You're a patriot. If you go back
No,
far
actually,
enough.
only Romani gypsies.
Yeah, but that's what we are. We're Romanian gypsies.
Only Romani gypsies.
Thanks,
Well, I'm a
We're different to
Romanian
other
gypsy. My
gypsies.
descendants originate from India in the 1860s.
No, because
Hey,
Irish
what are you,
gypsies
bro?
do not
Have you
originate
actually
from
got
India. They
one?
originate
There's
from
no such thing
Ireland.
as an Irish gypsy. They're Irish travellers.
Yeah, the Irish travellers, they're not Irish gypsies.
There's no such thing as an Irish gypsy.
Right, look, Chiefs, look, I'm going to say this, right? I'm just going to say this before I go, yeah? And just disrespectfully to everyone, yeah? At the end of the day, I've been here long enough. I'm like nearly half a century old, yeah? All I want is let's get rid of the labels, yeah, of what colour we are, where we come
Mate,
from.
the white people would never get rid of their labels. They're the racist people on the face of the
brother,
earth.
can I just say this, please, brother? Let me say this. I know it's not going to happen, but I would love to see if all the labels that we were given by the British, because the British have give, made all the borders and said that you're India and you're Pakistan and this and
They
that.
want to give all the stuff back they've nicked from other countries in Britain, do, don't they?
I would like to see, because we all come from one seed, yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what colour. The only reason you're whiter than us is because you live in a lighter, area.
1,000,000%. 1,000,000%.
Yeah, and we're darker because we live in hot countries and we've got pigment to stop this,
That's right.
Yeah, so that's the only difference that is Mother Nature's giving us, yeah. Otherwise, we're all the same people, bro, and we shouldn't be bothered.
Original, before you go, I wanted to ask a question because relating to the original prompt, because I don't see, I guess the prompt is about Sharia law in the UK. What benefit would it bring to the UK? Because I don't see the benefits
I'll tell you
implementing it.
It'll bring a lot to lot of better benefits to the country.
Save the West.
What it'll do, you see the banking system that you have an interest rate in, yeah? You've seen the interest rates go really high now. Mortgage rates are really high on the interest. Credit cards are high on the interest, yeah? That will all be shut down. That's why they don't want Sharia law here. Because the reason is because the hierarchy, the J that run the banking system will lose out on money, yeah?
Same as the alcohol, same as the cigarettes.
Yeah, same as the cigarettes. So Sharia law, what it'll do, it'll cut out the interest. No, it'll be a decent amount where both people can afford and live happily. That's why they don't want Sharia law. It's not about...
You're right. Yeah, the original, you're right in a sense, and I agree with a lot of Sharia law, I don't know how you say it, policies, whatever.
Policies,
yeah. I agree with a lot of them, but respectfully, we don't need it to be Sharia law. Yes, we can have no interest rates because in Christianity, we don't agree with interest rates either. Yes, we can have taxes or ban certain things, but that doesn't need to be Sharia law.
No, but what it is...
No, it doesn't. But how do you think that any of those things could be stopped without it being a law?
Like, what it is...
You see what I mean?
No, it could be a law, but it doesn't have to be under the name, like... Because obviously, brain dead people who watch GB News all day,
of course,
just associate Sharia law with like killing people or whatever.
Yeah, listen. As soon as you hear that word, you're automatically presume. Everybody assumes the same thing, same as when I first heard the word, and I'd even become Muslim then, and I started looking into it. Everybody just automatically assumes the thing where, oh, a woman cheats, she gets her hands cut off. A woman cheats, she gets stoned to death. A woman this, and a woman that, and a woman this, and a woman that. But like I was saying earlier, there's even things down there as far as to say that it would be a crime. You can't abandon your old, for instance, like your elderly parents, putting them in care homes. Like, there's a lot of things that could benefit.
My skin, so I never have to tan.
Can I be corrected if I'm wrong, please? I believe that there's a bit in there in regards to making sure you financially provide for your children as a man.
Yes.
Even if you're no longer together. Now, look at the poverty rate in this country, okay?
Yeah.
A lot of children are going hungry.
Yeah.
So the child maintenance services are not great.
Yeah.
These are the
same as it would also
there more that I was saying that I'm okay with say like there's a few of them that I don't agree with, and realistically speaking, the Sharia law is never going to be in the UK. But there are some laws that would really benefit and take this country out of the shithole that we are in.
Listen, there's some laws in this country, sister, that are just so stupid. You can go away and fight for this country and give your life for it at 16, but you can't buy a pint of beer until you're 18.
I don't know why people think that we're going to take over by point. We're not bringing Sharia law into the system. What happens in Sharia law, bro, is like I'm a Muslim, yeah? So if I want to work... I want to find out how I can benefit from making money and stuff like that, but in a Sharia law way.
Halal way.
yeah, the halal way, it's not going to be a law put in place. It's going to be like little foundations where I can go to and sit down with the person and say, look, what's the best way around this? Yeah, for me to do it the halal way. Yeah, and what you've got to understand as well, Britain already uses Sharia law anyway. Yeah, when it comes to the benefit system. Yeah, because let's look at it really. Yeah, let's look at it really. I sometimes think that Britain is more of a Muslim country than a Christian country because the benefit system is the only country that will give you free healthcare, benefit system.
Well, yeah, but that would also be, you could interpret that as a Christian belief. Jesus healed people for free, so.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, but as a law, it's in our law system that the innocent, all the healthcare system, even the money system that you put up, yeah, is supposed to, you're supposed to look after your elderly, you're supposed to not put them in homes and all that, yeah. It all comes from a law system, bro. And if you look at it in it, it does come from the Islamic law system, yeah. Because a lot of I know Jesus, healed for free, but it's not like a law system, innit? Yeah, that was healing by God's power through Jesus, yeah, right? Now, what I'm saying to you, bro, is look, at the end of the day, we're not here to take over, yeah? We just want to live our lives. A majority of the Caribbean people want to live their lives, do better for their family members, yeah? It's, and look, my mum come here in the 60s, bro, yeah? I was born in 75 here, right? She hasn't spoken a word of English, but she owns 3 acres of land and she's a millionaire, bro. You understand me? Yeah? So she worked in factories, she's worked in all kinds, saved all her money and built a better life for her children. The same I want for my children.
Allah bless her, man.
Right? Yeah. And what I'm saying, bro, look, I'm married to a mixed family. I'm married. I've got a mixed race wife who's a family. One side of the family is Caribbean, Guyanese, and the other side is Irish, white. Yeah. And I can't see no difference between colours because I've been brought up like that, right? My kids are a mixed race of all kinds. Yeah, the Pakistani, Irish, fucking, Caribbean, Guyanese, and all that. I have the luxury of having roti, curries, curry goat, jerk chicken, shepherd's pie, everything, bro. Yeah, I've got everything gets cooked in my house. Yeah, so it's a wonderful thing. You understand me, bro? When you're actually in that system and that mix, you realize how much benefit you get. The when it comes to like Sharia law and stuff, bro, don't worry about that's never coming into England.
This is what I tried saying the earlier in this live. Yes, us Muslims want it, but it's never going to happen in our lifetime.
No, I never opposed what you were saying. Like, I know, like, you might be just wanting to repeat it because there are people who think like that, but the people on this panel, we agree with you, so you don't need to keep repeating.
No, what I'm saying, Johnny,
it's
look.
Just because I asked.
Johnny, what it is, look, I've got friends here that I see suffer financially. Yeah, I see them suffer because they're still paying the mortgages are high. And sometimes I think, I wish, there was a banking system that my white friends can use, and it will be less headache for them, and they can live a lovely life. Yeah, that's what that's why, like, I would say that I would want Sharia banking around here because it saves a lot of people a lot of headaches and problems, and a lot of these men that are unaliving themselves, because of stress and stuff like that, that'll go down as well, bro. You understand me? So there's a lot of benefits of having an Islamic banking system, but it's going to be impossible when you've got that 1% that don't. Because look, if you remember the BNF party, the leader of the BNF party, I forgot who he was. What was it? Not Nigel, Nick Farage or something like that. Yeah, right. He said himself that he got an American lobby came to him. You know which lobby I'm talking about, yeah? And there was 2 genders that they wanted, and they'd pay him and make his party big. And the 2 genders was one, hate on Islam, yeah, and the other was do not ask about don't question the banking system. And why do you think that is? Yeah, because they want to make people happy. Look, you're British, you might be white, but you're still my people, bro. Yeah, and at the end of the day, I don't want to see my average white British person suffering, bro. I've got next door neighbours that an old granny that I help all the time. She phones me every day or the day. Dirty, can you come over to my house and help me with this? And I don't say no to her because of her colour. Do you understand me? I go and help her because she's a human being, bro. Yeah. And a lot of Muslims feel like that about the British people here. The percentage of that are following Tommy Robinson, are people that are not educated, people that have sat in their houses all day, people that majority of them are PEDs themselves and abusers themselves, bro. And because they want to because they don't want to be caught out, they're pointing the narrative at us Muslims and black people and Asians and all that, which I know the general public in Britain don't think like that. That's only a small percentage, but it's very hurtful, bro. Because my daughter, who's mixed race, went to school, came back to me and said, Dad, there was a whitey girl that came up to me and said, I don't belong here. And I'm in Liverpool, bro. Do you understand me? So it's very hurtful to see your child to come home and when she's got all rights to be here, all rights because you know we put our lives for this country. Majority of the black people and Asian community are in the army, right? And they help in all kinds. And when you hear another white person come to you, your child, and say you don't belong here, it's a bit horrible, bro, and it's hurting. And then we counter-react. That's what majority of it is, counter-reacting. And these people that come up to you and say, we're taking over and we're going to do this and we're going to... I wouldn't even call them Muslims, bro. I just call them rage baiters, bro, yeah? Because they're rage baiting just because of what's going on. They're trying to hurt your feelings like our feelings are being hurt. You understand me? So, you know what? I just, God bless. I just, everyone has a God bless, has a good life, and we can get over this and get out these stinky governments that are running by the lobbies, bro, and get a proper government in, a system in where they only think about the British people, not about how much money is coming into my pockets and I'll help these certain people. That's it.
I think we should all vote Elaine the Payne to be the Prime Minister.
Nah.
So
she's got my vote.
No, not Elaine. Not Elaine. I'd make him Prime Minister, the guy that's sitting here that's running the live, because he's a genuine guy. But anyone that tries to push a narrative and make money off TikTok by pushing a certain secular or community, like we're the bad ones, I wouldn't ever vote for.
I agree with Elaine, though.
Sister, just a question. I mean, we're talking about Sharia law, so bring in something else will, deviate the conversation. So let's leave the sister on the side and then talk about Sharia law. What do you think about Sharia law?
I have no opinion on Sharia law. It's the Islamic law. I don't think it really should be in England because it's not a Muslim country.
Well, isn't the problem that the main thing about Sharia law is that non-Muslims can't follow it, right? So you'd have to have the whole country convert to Islam.
No, not like that, bro. You can.
Everyone I've heard talk about Sharia law says you need to be Muslim to follow it.
It's just a different, there's different area for non-Muslim with the tax and that. That's why it would never fit for Britain.
Wait, can I try to explain? So Joel, basically, so in theory, non-Muslims don't have to follow Sharia law. And for example, Christians or whatever the other group was, because obviously when Sharia law was made, there was no such thing as atheism. So it would have been Christians, Jews, Muslims, maybe Zoroastrian, whatever. They would be, in theory, made to follow their own law. The reason why I don't think it belongs in the UK and shouldn't be in the UK is because, like many people on this panel have stated, there's not a single country in this world that actually follows Sharia law, yet there are many Muslim countries. So what that says to me is that it's basically like communism. Like in theory, it's relatively good, but it will never happen. So you shouldn't promote it.
No. But what we're saying, when you're talking about law, you've got to understand what we're talking about. Yeah, the law system here. If you do something bad, you're gonna go. It's not. Your fingers are gonna get decapitated and stuff like that. That's not gonna happen. What we're talking about is everyday living. Like the interest rates and stuff like that, bro. About marriages, how can we, and things like that. That's for like marriages within Muslim law. It wouldn't apply to say a Christian or a non-believer, yeah, because the marriage system is totally different compared to yours, yeah.
Yeah, but if we bring the marriage system in here, then it'd be unfair that the non-Muslims couldn't marry 4 wives if the Muslims can.
No.
But we can still do that already, though, sister.
Yeah, but not in the eyes of the law. You can't. You are fraudulently doing it in Britain. You're not following the laws of the land like the Quran says when you have more than 1 wife in the country of Britain.
Yeah, well, I know brothers in this country that are married.
Yeah, I know brothers too, but that's not what I said. What I said is it's not Islamic. It's not.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry, sister.
Islam says follow the law of the land you live in. In Britain, you can only have 1 wife. So allow Muslims to have 4 when the non-Muslims can only have 1. Sharia law would never work.
No.
It will only work in a Muslim countries for Muslims.
No. When it comes to marriage, we're talking about when it comes to divorce. Obviously, in England, majority of Muslims go by the law because you don't see many people. You see the odd one here and there that are married out of the system, yeah, right? But as when it comes to like divorce, how a woman should have, what rights she's got, in the Islamic way, yeah, that would work here, yeah, because obviously, like I said, even the banking system. If we had banking systems, then we can
How
go
would
through
it
bank.
work? How would divorce
Because look,
work here?
how does a Muslim
You
get
got the
divorced?
3-month waiting period, then you have to
Yeah,
go back and get it signed off that you actually still want to be divorced.
yeah,
Like
that'd be
how
good.
does it work? Islamically,
Yeah,
the stepdad has
yeah.
no Islamic duty to the stepchildren. The stepdad don't have to
We're
pay
not
for
talking
them.
about
He don't
stepdads.
have
We're
to
not
put
talking
no,
about.
but this what we're
We're
talking
not
about
talking about
Britain. There's
stepdads.
a lot
Look,
of
my
single
sister.
mums in Britain.
Look, sister.
So you
I
bring that
agree with
law
it.
in,
Look.
stepdads won't be in the house
We're not talking
providing
about
for
stepdads.
the children.
We're talking about. We're talking
Yeah, but
about.
you this what I'm saying, you can't pick and choose. It's not
No. I'm
cherry
not picking
picking
and choosing.
which part
I'm
of
looking at.
Islam
Look.
you'll bring and
Yeah,
which
yeah.
part you won't bring.
Look,
You
listen to
either
me,
bring the
sister.
whole of Islam or you bring
No,
one
no,
bit.
no, no.
You
If
can't.
we
Okay,
divorce a
we
woman,
take the Islamic banking
right,
system
sister.
and the Islamic divorce,
Look.
No.
but
If
we
we
leave the
divorce
Islamic
sister,
ABC.
sister, if we divorce a sister, yeah, a mother of our children, we still have to support those children whether we're with the woman or not. So it doesn't. So the
And
stepdad, as you say, doesn't need to provide for those children because it's still incumbent upon us as their fathers to support them.
Yeah.
But that's
And what you've got to understand,
married
sister, you know,
to
when
the
it comes to
mother.
the marriaging system, yeah, when you say you got, you know, when you, the first talaq, there's 3 talaqs, as you know, yeah, there's 3 months you've got to wait. The first month, it's like a little system that, you know, like marriage counselling. The first
That's
month,
it.
you've got to, yeah, it's like counselling, like, oh, look, let's see if stay away from each other. Let's see if
Yeah.
the heart goes fonder and see if you can get back
Or sit down and
together.
counsel with one another, you know, all that
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
stuff.
So it gives you 3 months to work out.
Reconciliation is what we
Yeah,
aim
yeah.
like, you know, that's the main
Yeah.
aim.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
the
and
main-
divorce takes months. Divorce in Britain ain't something you do the next day. It takes
Yeah,
months. It takes
No, but
lawyers.
no.
You have
This
the
is what we're
same
saying. If
stuff.
you've exhausted the roots of the three of the, like, you know, the backwards, forwards, you know, no, and I refute. Excuse me for saying she. If she doesn't want to reconcile, or he doesn't, or neither of them do, and a divorce is as simple as like a matter of words. That's it. It's done. It's not like a UK, like, you know, like a Western one, like my mum. My dad didn't. My dad wouldn't sign the divorce papers, and my mum waited nearly 2 years for it to go through. Within an Islamic divorce, it's a case of a man can divorce a wife by simply saying 3 words, and then she can go about her business. Or if, like the brother was trying to explain, if they want to try and get, like, you know, reconcile things, they can go through the guidance, you know, speaking with the imam, you know, speaking with family members, all that sort of thing. But if they come down to a choice where they both decide, or, you know, one decides whatever, and they, you know, they're going to wipe their mouths and walk away, that's it. It's over and done with. There is none of that going through courts and waiting on the, you know, for you to be
And
listed.
even if the court system comes into it, look, then
Yeah.
you sign the paperwork. If you sign the paperwork, you know,
It's
you get
done.
the widow. And if it takes a long time, you're not living with each other
No.
anymore, are you? You're going to be apart anyway.
But
the
we
eyes
still
of
have
the
have a
law,
responsibility
with
to
the eyes
support
of the
those children.
British law, you will still be married in the eyes of the British law.
Yeah, but
If you
as women-
think because Islamically you got divorced and
No,
you
listen,
haven't
sister,
finished the
this is the thing.
paperwork yet, you're committing adultery.
No,
Just
this
because
is
you're
the thing.
Islamically
No,
divorced,
it's not.
you're
It's not.
legally in the
No.
eyes of the law still a married man
you're
or
not
woman.
listening. Say after 3 months, sister, you
I'm
made a
talking if
decision.
it's registered in the
Yeah,
country.
I'm talking
that's
about
the thing.
registry.
So
I'm talking
even
about
if you get divorced
Sister, let me
Islamically,
finish,
you still
please.
have to get
Yeah,
divorced
yeah, but
in the
listen
law.
to me, sister. After 3 months, if you're not happy, then you can go to the
I've
law.
been divorced. I know the divorce laws.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
I'm not saying you do or not. What I'm saying, if it was done Islamically, after 3 months, if you don't want to be together and you don't think it's going to work out, or the marriage is whatever, you can go to the law, say, listen, we want a divorce, and get the papers signed, and you're done.
That's it. It's there and then, done in front of you and the sister, or, you know, the sister and the husband.
Yeah, I
It's
don't.
done.
I actually think that makes it very easy, and I actually think that's why in Britain we have this society, or Muslim society, maybe not Pakistani so much, but there's other Muslim people than Pakistani people, okay? So
Yeah.
in other
Not me.
Muslim races, yeah, there is a lot of divorce very quickly, a lot of single mums,
Yeah,
and
and
a
I
lot
will
of
say
that
this, though,
comes
sister,
down
that's
to
this new
the fact that
generation.
they've done it haram.
Yeah,
They've
that's
done
this
it
new
in a
generation,
haram
sister.
mannerism by getting married in England and not registering it.
No, I'll
Because
agree
out
with
of
you.
all of my friends that
I'll
have
agree
been
with you.
married, no, let me finish. Out of all of my friends that have been married, the only one that is still married 20 years later is the one that registered their marriage in the law. And do you know why that is? Because it's halal. You've followed the law of the land
Oh,
you live
listen,
in.
I'll agree with that to a certain degree, but I will say this though, sister. Yeah, I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to be as rude as to ask you. Yeah, but
Almost
with
40.
me, I say again, sorry.
Almost 40.
Oh, well, I'm 41, yeah? And all I was going to say was, I don't know about anybody else, but I truly believe the last decent generation when it came to fighting for marriages were people of my parents' age, like
Yeah.
63, 64.
Yeah.
And then before then, obviously, their parents, where they were married at like 16, 17, 18, and no matter what would happen, they would fight for their marriage. Now, you do have, and I don't know whether the brothers or the sisters on here will agree with me, you do have a lot of brothers and sisters just getting married because obviously they want to do the right thing in the eyes of Allah, but they don't want to do it for the reason of making a marriage work and sticking together and making
And they don't want
family.
it to be a full
No,
contract.
they want to do it just to be able to just say, look, our marriage is blessed.
Hello, yeah.
And then they want to go and, do the things that come with the marriage or the fun, exciting
Yes.
things. But then when it comes down to the nitty gritty and, you're waking up and smelling each other's bad breaths and all them, the things that you've got to fight through, they don't want to do it. It's quick, straight to the divorce courts.
And that's why I think Muslims should follow the law of the land in Britain, and I think Muslims should marry under Islam and then go and register the marriage because I think it supports the woman.
I'm married to a Caribbean sister, right? She's married in the Islamic way and the Lord, the
Yeah, and that's why I left your community out of it. Pakistani community, most times you lot register your marriage.
What I'm going to say to you, right, these are facts, yeah? The problem, like my brother said, the only generation that would fight for their marriages is like our parents, yeah? My mum, no matter what my dad said to her, would stick with her. The problem with the generation today is they get married too quickly because they're not looking if they're compatible enough, right? Number two, it's a lot of it's about lust. Oh, look at her, she's gorgeous, yeah? Number three, a lot of the women nowadays, because back in my day when I met my missus, she wasn't wearing all this crap makeup and
big fake eyelashes and all that. Oh, wow. SubhanAllah.
But I don't wear makeup or fake eyelashes
what I'm
or
saying
nails.
is, what's happening with males nowadays, they're thinking they've got a 10-10 girl in bed, and then when they wake up the next morning, she turns out to be a 5 or a 4.
Body off Baywatch, face off Crime Watch.
Yeah, right? So there's a lot of devious things going on, and a lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to marry him because he's going to get me a big car. And the guy's driving a BMW, but he's letting a house. He's letting a house out. He can't even afford to buy a house. Do you understand me? So this
Champagne taste, Coca-Cola money.
Yeah. And this is where the problem is. It's like me and my missus we've been married for 21 years now, or probably plus, I've got 3 lovely kids from her, right? Because when I met her, the first thing I asked her is, what do you want? Yeah? She goes, I just want a simple life. I want my kids to one husband. I don't want bare kids everywhere to next month, And then the other question was, if my parents grew old and I had to stick them in a nursing home, do you think that's all right? She goes, no, you're bringing your mother to
but that's why your marriage has lasted though, brother, because you found a good woman that only wants to be, she wants to find herself a good husband, which she said, like, by the sounds of things she has. You found yourself a good wife. But all these women, these young Muslim women now, they're talking about
there's
like
a lot of men as well.
250K and a brand new car.
Women. There's a lot of young men out here that are not giving women their Islamic rights.
Sister,
you know how many women are paying rent, gas, electric, water, TV, food, the
sister,
kids to go to Quran,
please,
and the man is not putting in
No,
his bit.
listen, sister, I only say against the sisters because obviously I'm a man. I'm just speaking about my
No, but I think as Muslims,
no, of course, you're bang on.
We should talk man and woman.
Listen, man and women. I know a couple of brothers. I know a couple of brothers. Disgusting behaviour they carry out towards their wives. Disgusting. And I'll speak on it. The only reason I won't on here is because you know yourself. They're not here to defend themselves, and if I do it without them being here, I'm backbiting them.
Names,
but I've said it to their faces. They're
not
disgusting.
People's names. I'm just saying as a whole. I'm not calling
you're right.
anybody out, but as a whole, the male Muslims are not doing, not all of them, but there's a percentage that are not doing their dues, and there's a percentage of Muslim women as well.
You're right, 100%. Bang on.
You know why, my sister? It's because see this media, see this entertainment, it's literally diseased their brains. They're not looking at their roots. Yeah, they're corrupting their brains. They think, oh yeah, you know, I know a lot of Pakistani guys years ago wouldn't even dare to put their parents in nursing homes or nothing like that.
No.
But nowadays, everyone, oh, I want a life of my own. I want to be living my life. I don't want your parents looking after your parents. It's all that crap, bro. There's no family unit anymore. That's the
Listen, my
problem.
mum and dad would still be married to this day. If it hadn't have been for my dad couldn't keep his hands to himself, my mum and dad would probably still be married now. My mum put up with his, and I say abuse, it was because obviously for the first 10 years I was alive, he was a brilliant father. But then for the last 12 years, obviously, as I say, he became a drug addict, he became an alcoholic, and he was cheating on my mum. And then when she found out, you know, he started beating her and all things like that. My main point to it is, like I was saying, you know, there's no value, as far as I can see, in one. There's no emphasis on trying to make it work. It's just so easy to just say, oh, well, look, you know, we tried, we didn't work, and, you know, they're moving on to the next.
Back in the day, they used to fix something that
Fix
was
things,
broken.
yeah, exactly.
This time, now we just throw it away and get
Throw it
brand
away,
new.
yeah. It's quite sad,
But I don't think there's enough
I
positive
now?
influences for
No,
us.
no.
Male and female. I don't
Yeah.
think there's, like, even me, I look at females, like when it comes religious terms,
Yeah.
I find it very hard to find a female on social media that are like inspired by religiously, or
Yeah.
even a man at this point.
Yeah. It's crazy. I was speaking to one of my pals the other day, and he had the cheek to say that he'd had an argument with his sister. I was like, okay, boom, he's breaking it down for me. Without going into specifics, I was blown away when he turned around and came out with this one line. During telling me what had happened, he's turned, and I was like, well, like, what happened? He's told me what's happened. And then I said, oh, where is she now? Oh, she's out with her friend. And I was just like, oh, do you know her friend? And when he came out with the answer, I was gobsmacked. He was basically moaning that he caught his sister texting this boy and he'd gone mad at her. And I said, oh, okay, like, and I just happened to ask, where's she now? Oh, she's out with such and such. And when I said, oh, who's she? He's then turned around and said, oh, that's my girlfriend. What? Like, you're moaning that your sister's been texting another boy. Like, okay, it's not a great thing. But at the same time, you're then going to try screaming and shouting at her and trying to tell her she can't go out from the house. But then you're then telling her, like, her best friend is your girlfriend.
Yeah, that's
and I think, like, the whole thing is crazy. Like you say, there's not enough people that are a positive influence on these younger generation.
There's
and
not.
until there is, it's going to keep getting worse.
Host, are you there? I will say something now.
Yeah, go on.
I will say, people, don't be afraid. There will never come in this country Sharia law. Never. It is
I won't
only
say
for
never,
the
but it
Muslim.
won't happen in our lifetime, no.
Let me speak out, please. It is only for the Muslim people, and as the people know, religion, Christianity have their own law. Jewish people have their own law. And Muslim have only, we are look what is the land. Dus what is here, the law in the land that we do. As you look to the Jewish people, they have their own
No,
police.
we're not looking to the Jewish people. Sorry, sister, but
No,
we're not.
no. That I not say.
I look to the Christians. I ain't looking to no Jewish people.
Yeah, maar before was the other people, maar there was so many people
The
talking.
Jewish people are the ones that have brought in this transgender, this liberal
That's the
woman,
one, yeah.
this everything. The Jewish people have given the Christians, the Muslims, and the
Yes.
non-religious everything of corruption, but you
Sister,
won't do
als
it
je
to
let
your
me
own
speak out,
children.
I
So
was
you
not
never
ready
follow
with
them.
speaking.
What's good for
I
their
was not
children, I would
ready.
do.
I was not ready. I
I
will
know,
tell to
but
the
why did you
people,
bring up the Israel? We don't want to hear Israel.
I not talk about Israel, darling. I
Oh,
talk
Jews.
about
Why did you bring Jews?
Well, be
I
careful.
have it over the
Wait,
Jews
listen,
60 years.
sisters, be careful with that word because the live will get struck. Just
That's
say
what I
Jays.
said. We don't need to.
Yeah.
The Jays.
Yeah, the Jays.
The
That's
Jays,
it.
what in England, I shall not say, they have their own hospitals, their own school,
Yeah,
their
they
own
do.
police,
And that's
their
wrong.
own, listen, their own law.
Wrong.
Yeah? People, it is not us. We are all human beings, yeah? There are Z's are in the governments that make whole wide world, the world come dirty. And we must all come together as one human being when the governments try to take us all separate, hate each other. Why the will you
Are
do
you
their
Christian,
dirty
if you don't
business?
mind?
I'd say so. I
Are
might
you
be
a
wrong.
Christian?
No, alhamdulillah, I am count
Are you
27
Muslim?
year Muslim.
Okay,
Alhamdulillah.
mashallah.
Maar I
But
go
yeah,
quickly.
to be honest, what the Israeli community have in Britain with their own doctors, lawyers, police, and all of that, that shouldn't be. Britain is multicultural for every race and religion. That's what it
Oh,
feels
listen,
like to
go up
me.
Yeah.
Stamford Hill. They've got their own
But
ambulance service.
Yeah, I know. I used to live in Golders Green with
Oh, for real?
with them. I used to
I'm
live
not
with
too
them.
far
why?
I
from there.
know very in depth the community, what they have.
Yeah.
You
No, I'm in
can't
West
play
London
around.
myself. I'm not too far from there. I'm not. I'm just down. You know where? You know Norfolk.
Oh yeah, I'm near
I'm
you
just up
still.
there. Yeah, I'm just up the road from that. Well, I say
Why?
Norfolk because that's when you say to the people that don't really know West London. If you say Norfolk, most people know where it is. But if you know Norfolk and you
Hayes
know
is in
Uxbridge, yeah, no,
between.
I'm just up the road from
Hayes,
you know
Uxbridge. Yeah,
Uxbridge.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm just like 2 minutes up the road from Uxbridge, little village, Harefield.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but
Uxbridge
why
is
is
nice
this
area as
happen
well.
in the government and the big bankers? There are Jews from the Issy. I saw Issy, but I cannot say it fully the name.
Yeah,
Dus I
yeah, yeah,
always
yeah.
say Issy.
Israel.
They are here in England in the government. Why do that these people have their own pollution, their own
Ambulance.
yeah, everything their own things. Why they are here? And that must people understand that are not the normal Jews, they are the wrong Jews.
Yeah.
They're dangerous for the whole wide world.
Yeah, they
And
are.
so our people are so wrong that think, oh, I stand with them. They will come for you. Want he is working with these people. They will come for everyone. They are very dangerous.
Yeah, we know that, sister.
Do you know what it
Yeah,
is,
but not
sister? I don't know
everyone.
why. You sound like you see the one I was just talking to. You sound very much like a sister I know that lives in Fulham. I don't know why.
No, I don't
I know
live
it's
with
not. That's, I mean, I know it's not you, but
I
you sound
live
so much
nearer
like her.
to
Yeah, that's crazy.
nearer the other side.
Mm, they
But
say that you have always a tooling in your life. You never have met each other, but there is somebody else what like the same you or have the same voice as you. It is only you don't know them.
Yeah, yeah.
sister, are you over the age of 40?
Who, me?
No, the sister.
Oh, sorry. I thought me. I was going to say, wow, yeah, I'm 41.
I was waiting that you listen properly what she says, sister, and not brother.
Yeah.
I am 54 years old, darling. I'm older than you.
What advice would you give women that are getting married or married? Like, what positive advice would you give?
Now, what is the problem? You can't go marriage. You never will know how the men are. Maybe in the time they are good, and then maybe later they come maybe little naughty. You never know.
I don't think you truly know
You
someone until
must
you live
live.
with them.
Yeah.
Yes, you must live this
Yeah,
to Allah.
yeah.
I
Once you live with
always
someone and
Can I
you
say
have to go through
something,
that,
guys?
then
If you
yeah,
have to
then you
say
get to know
something.
someone's real qualities and their real traits. I believe.
Yeah, 100%. Can I interject? Thank God I'm 18.
I
You
should know
old. You niggas is
the most
old.
people.
Y'all niggas is old as fuck, bro. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? You old. Get a job.
I think the other person was trying to speak, mate. You're
Yeah, yeah.
young.
Calm
Go
down,
to
bro.
Yeah.
school.
What does it matter?
You
You're
go to
young or
school,
you're
kid.
old.
You go to
What I was
school.
gonna say, like you're gonna
It's
get on
Friday.
here
You should be
telling
in
us about
college. Go to
telling us about
college.
we need to find jobs, but here you are. You sound like that. You're that young. You should be in school, young fella.
Yeah, go to college, brother.
Oh my God, waarom you say to me old?
And
I'm
don't worry
maybe
about what I do
50.
for a living. I earn money. Don't worry about that in a halal way. So don't worry about what I do for a living, fella.
blocked him. I blocked
No
him.
problem. But I now tell you, sister, what you must understand.
I'm a different
God,
shade of white.
God or Allah have say it is your journey, and sometimes He make the choice for you, or your marriage go on, or your marriage will stop.
Yeah,
It
facts.
is He will tell to you something that was not good for you, and to make your life a better place, He make it finish. Believe in God, believe in Allah.
Yeah.
Not as I only will say.
So, Sister Dutch Queen, what do you think about Sharia law? Do you agree? Or if yes, if you don't agree right now.
I say it before to the people, Sharia law will never come in this country. You must more be afraid about the J.
Yeah.
Why? The
Yeah.
J's have their own pollution, their own hospital, their own school, their own law. Go
And I
on
think
and on and
anybody with
on.
half a
A
brain can
lot.
work that can see that.
Yeah.
For real.
Why in the government are J's and that are not the good ones, that are the bad ones,
Yeah.
and that is most people
And you got to
understand.
watch out as well for the
Zyos.
Zino
Yeah.
Christians.
Yes.
That's what
Yeah.
I
They're
mean.
dangerous
Yeah. I think they're
Christians.
just as bad.
Yeah, they're dangerous. I like
No,
Christians, but not Zino ones.
No, the Zyno ones are dangerous, mate.
Yeah, they
no,
are.
it is the Sayo ones. It is the Sayo ones. What sit in the government, and they use the religions from Jewish people, Muslim people, Christian people. Only
Yeah.
here they use the Christian and the Muslim religion, and in their in the Middle East they use the Jewish religion. They have no
Yeah.
religion. They will create hate between all the people in the whole wide world, want they will take over.
Well, they want to really bring Judgment Day, innit? They want to
Yeah.
bring their Messiah. So they're using the Christians to bring the Antichrist, the Dajjal.
Yes,
Yeah, the jail, yeah.
that's what I
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
They
Bobby
try to
Singh.
take
About
over
Sharia law.
everything, the whole wide world. Want the was come from Germany.
What's Bobby Singh got to say?
Bobby, are you
No, als
there?
ik go talk, I go up. Als ik go talk, I go up. I don't like this man. He
Hey,
is very
Bobby.
dangerous.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah,
I know him. I don't like him.
He's a Tommy
Let's
support,
hear.
isn't
What's
he?
he got to
He
say?
try to fight everyone.
Right, let me hear. What's he got to say?
Bobby, if
He's
you
a
like,
Nazi.
what do you think about Sharia law?
I
I don't
think
think
no. He basically has the live on whilst he's at work, and then I think he walks away from
He
it for
won't
a
agree
while.
with it because he's a Sikh, and
It's not a
they won't even allow meat. So
Yeah,
No,
and
no,
they
no.
no.
categorically
Give
they'll tell you
them.
no.
Let's be fair with the Sikhs, though. The
Now
Sikhs will
listen,
not
some beautiful
also
brothers,
eat.
some
They
beautiful
won't. The
sisters.
Sikhs won't eat any meat that
Yeah.
is blessed in God's name. So they won't eat the Jewish meat either.
Yeah, no,
They
no,
won't
no, I
eat
know that. But
kosher.
what I mean is just I'm just going out on a limb here, and I say with him being a Tommy
No, no, no,
supporter,
no. No, no,
yeah,
no,
That's
no.
why. That's why they don't like the Muslims. Because one Sikh did tell me, and I kind of, you know what, fair is fair. You know, I kind of understood his point, especially in London. Don't know about out of London. I can only speak for
No,
London.
but
But if you're a Sikh person in London, like if you're Sikh and they don't eat meat that's blessed, they're
yeah,
kind of stuck, mate. They got no meat to eat. That's why they're all
nah,
vegans.
vegans, yeah, or vegetarians.
I do feel I
No,
did
do you know what it is for
understand
me?
when
It's
he
just
said that,
and
because
it's
Britain is accommodating to everyone, so
yeah.
really we should just accommodate
No, what it
everyone.
is for me is not just it's nothing
Plenty
personal or
of
anything. I just find it like baffling, yeah, in the whole in terms of if you just disregard my religion for a minute, yeah, and take it that I don't follow a religion. I just find it like, and I've asked them because I know a couple of Sikhs, and I've asked them the question. I say to them, like, put the halal bit to the side, yeah. Why is it that you believe that? Because the way they slaughter their meat, yeah, is through the back of the neck first. So they go through the spine first. And
Yeah.
I've always just thought that's a bit of an inhuman. Don't get me wrong. There's no like, how can I put this? There's no
Brother, listen. As you know, in all the religions stand written in big letters, please, never judge people by the book.
No, I
No
don't.
matter
Of course not.
what they do in the life, I only will tell to people, this man, yeah, he tried to take all the people separate. I don't like this man, what is on the
But do you
planet
know what,
now.
sister? This is what I'm saying as humans, yeah. I'm Muslim as well, alhamdulillah. But as
Alhamdulillah.
human in England, yeah, you know, we go around as Muslims and give dawah to non-Muslims. You know, we want non-Muslims to be Muslim. That's what Muslims want. Sikhs probably want people to be Sikh too. So for us to be angry that he's going out and giving his Sikh dawah is not a problem to me, because we do it.
Sis, I don't think it's
Christians do it.
Sister,
sis, I
he
don't
not give six dawu. He talk saying as
Hold on, can I just
meneer
say something? Can I just say
Sikar.
something?
He
You
is a
can't,
hater for the
you can't
whole
convert
community.
into Bobby's religion.
To Sikh, I swear he can.
You
no,
can't. You
no,
can't.
you
You
can't.
got to be born into it.
Isn't the boy from EastEnders, what's his name, Bobby?
Nah, he
Jade
become
Goody's
Muslim.
son.
Yeah, to become a
No,
Sikh,
he
you have to be
didn't.
born,
He's
you have
gone
No?
to be
away
born
for
into
one whole
Sikhism.
year.
Oh, okay.
You can't convert into
He's gone to
Sikhism.
become a Sikh.
I didn't know. I stopped watching EastEnders years ago, but I
So
didn't
what do
know
you
that.
do then?
Sister,
No,
can I just
I liked Jade Goody's son.
So as
Jade
I
Goody, Jade Goody.
know,
Who's
Hey,
that?
Bobby,
That's the sister who
It's not a
died, wasn't it?
revertible religion.
Bobby,
so
come
as
in.
I
You
know,
telling us you can't
person
convert?
I
cannot
think, bro, I
marry
think he's at
with
work.
someone
He's at
else.
work. He leaves the lives on. He's at work, so he pops in and out. I've been on one of his lives before.
What about Hindu? Can you revert to Hinduism?
That I don't know, but I know you can't revert to being a Sikh. I know that.
LC, are you there?
Never knew you can't revert to be a
Yeah,
Sikh.
no. Well, that's not like according to my pals, and I've got one. Well, I say pals, pal, PAL. I know one Sikh. He's one of my neighbours. Beautiful brother. But no, he's always said that you're born into it or you're not. That's it.
Kijk, dat is same as we as Muslims. The men can marry with everyone, so
No,
long they have a
Just
religion,
Jews and
Jews
Christians. Just
or
Jews and Christians.
Christianity. Only the women cannot, and I understand why. Omdat de man is eigenlijk de koning in the home and must provide for everything. En daarom they say the woman must marry with a Muslim man. So every religion have their own religion, and in all the books that is written, you're not allowed to judge people in their own life what they do. And
Stretch,
that must people do.
Stretch. Can I ask you something, bro?
Go, bro.
Yeah. So, are you like Salafi, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're Salafi. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just a question. With regards to the prompt, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you believe like, are you one of these people that believe Sharia law should be implemented here?
I believe that, let's put it this way. I'll say it like this, yeah. From what I know of the Sharia, which obviously I don't know everything, but from what I know of it and what it would ban and, you know, what we would have to do. Yes, I believe that it is the best thing, and I think it would save the West in general. Full stop.
No, but I'm saying, do you believe it like should be implemented? Would you in like when you're talking to non-Muslims and stuff? Do you say? I know you say it's probably the best course forward, yeah. But are you for implementation of it?
Yeah. When you say it like that, of course I am. Of course.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying it as like an option. As an option, are you like? Would you?
What? So what you're trying to say is, do you think that like would I want Sharia now, or do I think it's better to stay as it is?
Would you fight for Sharia to become?
Yes.
You would fight for Sharia to come to Britain?
Yes.
No,
yes, I would.
No, we can't do that as Muslims.
But that's the thing. That's what I was just about to say. I would, but also at the same time, we all as Muslims have to bear in mind, whether we were born here or not, we are under a contract with the government which states that we have to follow its rules and regulations. So right about now, if it was a way that, you know, like, like for instance, like 10 million signatures on a petition, you know, like the Sharia law would be implemented. Of course, I would be
But
out
there's
24 hours a day
69
trying to
million in England.
no, but
So
you know,
10
I'm
million
just,
wouldn't
I'm
be
just talking
enough.
hypothetically, sister. If it was a
No,
case of, you know, or a vote or something like that, of course I would vote for it. But, you know, when it goes around like, like rioting and all that sort of stuff, no, because I know as a Muslim, you know, we have to, the honouring the contract is more, like, you know, that's more commanded of us to follow, you know, like
The
not
law
break
of
the
the
contract.
land.
Yeah, of course. So,
just to add to that,
Yeah,
just to
but
add
people
to that,
understand, everyone say the law of the land. What say the people here? That is a Christian country. No.
it's
It's
not a
not.
Christian country.
It's not a
It's a
Christian
secular
country.
country. And
It's a
if we're going to
secular.
get technical about things, let's go back before when this country started. This wasn't a Christian country. This was a pagan country.
Yeah, and then it turned into a Christian country.
Then it turned into a Christian country. But
Yeah,
right
there you
about
go.
now, it's neither. It's a secular country.
Yes,
And
it's
it's been a
secular.
Christian country for hundreds of years.
But
Yeah,
the
but it's still not a Christian country,
the
brother.
king of the country
because they didn't
is
know
the
what
head of the
Christian was.
church.
Yeah.
So the head of the country, in some form or way, is still the church because
Church,
the
of
king
course.
is the head of
But
church.
England has always been
I
England,
think
brother.
as
England's
Muslims,
always been
yeah,
England.
we have to respect the
Yes.
country that we're
Yes.
in. That's what I
of
think.
course.
And all of this, we're gonna take over.
Yeah,
we're
listen,
gonna
all
this.
of that,
It's not
nonsense.
Islamic.
Nonsense.
Now, the way that I
Well,
speak
look what you're
out,
brainwashing
And that also,
I was not
that
even
is what's not doing
speaking.
us any favours.
people.
That's well, that's what's not doing us any favours.
No, it's not, and it's putting the Muslim women at risk because
Yeah, of course.
it's now all of the Muslim men want to be stupid and come on
Well, you had
TikTok
those
and
ones over
tell
in East London, do you
everybody
remember?
we're gonna take over. Watch
Yeah.
what we're gonna do.
Stretch,
Remember
just
the-
add to what you said, bro.
Yeah, go on.
Just add to it. You see, like, and this is not a criticism to else.
No, go.
You know, like, see the prompt, yeah.
Yeah.
Can be. It's not intentionally misleading, yeah. But you see, when you got a lot of the people from the right or the far right,
Yeah.
the brothers that were on earlier on, the ethno-nationalists, yeah, they
I'm
see
right.
us
I'm right.
asking for. Sure. No,
I'm
this
right
is,
too.
yeah, this isn't a judgment.
I'm
I'll be
Muslim
honest
and
with
I'm
you.
right
I
as
respect-
well.
I respect everyone.
Respect that.
I respect everyone on either side of the political spectrum, whatever your beliefs may be. You're entitled to your beliefs. These are the freedoms and the liberties we have in the Western world.
Yeah.
So I believe in a live and let live policy. Yeah.
Yeah, to a certain degree.
Just so we're clear.
Who
just so
said to
we're
a certain extent?
I think
One sec, I'll tell you.
I think the general consensus amongst any sort of working class Muslims, I'm talking about the guys you bump into at work, the guys you might see at, Power League or goals, the guys you might see just out, it may be in a restaurant or your pals that you chill with, yeah? The general consensus is, we're not here to force Sharia law upon you. You get what I'm trying to say to you? It's never been that, and it will never be that, because like Brother Stretch rightly pointed out, yeah? There's no compulsion in our religion, yeah?
Yep.
And we have a
Daarom
contract.
I
We
myself
have a contract with the government.
to the
What can I say?
people.
We have a contract with the government here as Muslims, yeah? And you see, when a covenant is in place, we have to respect the laws of that land. And to add to that, this is also an Abrahamic land. It's a Christian land. So no one who's actually got a head on their shoulders wants any of this stuff to be implemented. You guys carry on with this.
Well, then you got English brothers over here saying that they'd fight for the Muslim people over his own land.
The what? Sorry.
He's from England.
What's that? Sorry.
I would fight. If there was a war,
Sister,
I
let
would
the guy
go. Like, if I could, I would go to Palestine and help Palestine.
Sister,
But if you're
let the guy finish.
a Muslim country, you fight that Muslim country.
No, what I said, brother, was, I believe it to be the best law, and it's obviously the law of my religion. Yeah, so I believe that Sharia would be the best thing over man-made laws. But at the same time, even though I believe it to be the best law, I have to honour the fact that even though I was born here, I still have to honour the fact that I was born here, and I have a contract with this country, which means toe the line and don't break their law.
That's the law bit, but I'm on about the war bit. What you said about the war.
No.
But you never said war, brother. You talked about
I'm not
Sharia
talking
law.
about war, like going out and hurting people over it. But what I'm saying is, I just used that as like, pathetically. For instance, if it was a case of coming down to a vote, yes, of course I would vote for it. If it came to a case of, get X amount of signatures on a petition, of course I would go out and get my Muslim brothers and sisters to sign for it. But at the same time, what is incumbent upon us as Muslims is the contract, and honouring the contract, has to go above anything else. Which is,
what I'm saying
in
is,
the
if
UK,
this
I hold a
country,
UK
passport,
Hi, can I speak? Hello, hi.
Bobby, we was calling you 10 minutes ago.
Let Bobby come in. Let Bobby come in, whether you like him or not.
Hi, Stretch. Quick question. Stretch, quick question.
Go, brother.
Stretch, did you get converted in prison?
No. No.
Wait, guys. Bobby, just 1 second, Bobby.
Don't get me wrong, don't get it twisted. I've been to prison. I'm not going to expose my sins, but I've been to prison a few times. I haven't been to prison now in...
I think he might be part of the crew on this app when they go to prison for a particular reason.
I'm a reaver.
I've been to prison 21 times, and wallahi azim, I never converted in prison. I'm a Muslim.
Okay.
That's an insult.
This country went to fight a Muslim.
It really doesn't matter where you converted.
Can I answer the question? I was asked the question. Yeah, Bobby, no. I never converted in prison. I've been to prison quite a few times. I haven't been in many years now, and since I've been out, I've not been in any trouble. But that all came down to one pure and simple thing. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I'm ashamed of the things I did at the time. Is I was a very, very bad drug addict. I've been clean. Bombs coming up 8 years now. I've been clean, and I was not converted in prison. I'm the first Muslim in my family, and alhamdulillah. Yeah, it's 10 years I've been Muslim, but no, I wasn't converted in prison.
Rich, going back to what I said a minute ago, if this country went to war with a Muslim country, who are you fighting for? This country or that Muslim country?
With the pet, wow. That's what I'm saying. See, this whole thing about what I'm going to answer it. Don't get me wrong, but it depends what the war is over. Like, if it was just a case of we're warring just for the sake of, like, for what reason?
World war, then I'm on the Muslim side.
To be fair, I don't believe in war.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
I don't think there's anything to benefit from war. Except for the higher ups that earn money out of it.
Guys, listen, please. Can I bring Bobby singing? Bobby, the subject today. What do you think about Sharia law? Or if you got any question, Bobby, you off. You muting yourself, Bobby. There you go.
Thank you. Hi. Any questions? Anything you'd like to ask? You can do so.
Yeah. What do you think about Sharia law? It's just a subject.
Nothing, because I don't know what it is, nor do I agree with it.
If you don't know what it is, how do you not agree with it? At least know what it is and then have a stance.
I just would not agree with it. I'm very happy where I am.
Can I come in?
That's fair enough. That's correct. Like fair to you.
And Bobby, can I become a Sikh?
No, you can't.
Why? Is that true, Bobby?
Sister, wait, sister. Let Bobby answer his question, please.
No, he said no. I want a reason why.
Well, he can't. Ears and eyes can't. As an individual, because I've heard him speak on a few panels, and we don't, as the Sikhs, we don't want him to come over to us. You can stay where you are, mate.
But does your religion in itself naturally have the ability to revert into it?
Well, no, there's no such thing as reverting or converting or conversion. It's just simply a case of people on this panel could be Sikhs without even knowing it. You're a vegetarian. You don't drink, you don't smoke, you practice truth in everything that you do, and you.
Oh, it's a way of life.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Oh.
So can say if an English person wanted to become a Sikh, can they become a Sikh? Yes or no?
There's many millions of people that are English that are already Sikh, and they just don't need to label themselves as Sikh. So we're not looking for that sort of quantity. What we're looking for is people to practice a beautiful way of life without harming the world and the nature around us. So you don't need to be labelled as a Sikh to be a Sikh.
Bobby, can I just ask you a quick question?
Of course you can, sir.
Is there any particular reason you asked the brother why he came from a criminal background?
Yeah, because I wanted to understand whether he was converted in prison or out of prison. It's a very important question.
It's a great question.
Why do you feel it's important?
It does make a difference.
It makes a big difference.
Sister, can you just let him speak, please? Please, I beg you, sister. Come on.
It does.
Okay. Well, firstly, I always give ladies the first choice to respond because it's out of respect for the ladies on this panel. So, ladies, would you like to respond?
No, I was just gonna say, I know I'm a revert, and I know people that reverted in prison, and then when they come out of prison, the religion's not like in them. Like if they're out of prison, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course, prison life is different. Okay, and culturalized, what's your view?
Because sometimes, it's kind of reminds. it kind of reminds me of like chapter 9, as in like, were you pressurized into it? But because apparently a lot of the Islamic groups run a lot of prisons in UK now, like they're the
They
biggest.
do, yeah. The dispersal prisons, they do.
Yeah, so it's best to join them. So it
So,
does.
thank
The
you,
pipeline to
Coltrose.
the faith is very
Thank
important.
you. So Stretch, only you could respond to this. And is that true that the prisons that you went into, were they mostly run by Muslims? Is that true?
I would say out of all the prisons I've done, there's been a couple that are heavily, predominantly Muslim. And yeah, I would say there's a few, but you're looking at your your more sort of higher class, higher category prisons, sort of like your A and your B cat dispersals, long-term prisons, like your Long Lartons, Gartreys, places like that. Yes, it's, you know, heavily
Long
Muslim population.
stretches and dirty crimes.
Huh?
Long stretches and dirty crimes?
Not dirty crimes. Can I just give some context to that, Stretch?
Say that again. What did you say, Bobby?
Sorry, what I'm saying is, when I say heinous crimes...
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, no, some of them like murderers, rapists, some like, and when I say monsters, some monsters that you wouldn't want near you or your family or your children. Yes, some monsters. And some of them do embrace Islam and some of them don't.
Just for the record here, I got a suspended sentence about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So I got a 6-week or 2-week suspended sentence. I could have gone in for a 2-week holiday.
Yeah.
Which I fucking fought really hard to go into prison, but they wouldn't allow me to go in. If I'd gone in, I would have liked to have got that feeling for myself to understand what prison life is. But unfortunately, I had to do so. Yeah.
Listen, this is ironic as well, because the last prison I was in, imagine the name of it as well. It's the one over, I won't say the name on here, but it's the one over by Belmarsh.
ISIS.
Yes, that one there.
No way.
Yes, that's the last prison I was in. And even my mum said when she came to pick me up, because I hadn't seen my mum for quite a few years. The reason being is I won't allow my mum to visit me in prison. I never have done, never will do. Well, she came up to visit me once to tell me about my brother passing away. And then when I came out like 3 years later, obviously, when I walked out, she's turned around and was like, "This is not a good look, son." And I was like, "Why?" She was like, "Look at you, a white man with a big ginger beard coming out of this prison." And then she's turned and pointed at that sign. It was not a good look.
Yes, Mommy.
Stretch, can I just give some context?
What did the sign say?
ISIS.
That is bonkers, man.
Oh,
That's the sign. HMPISIS.
Where was the sign?
It's outside the prison. That's what the prison's called.
I need that is
ISR.
What area is it?
It's next to Belmarsh, Thamesmead. You got
That's
that
South
one.
London.
Yeah,
South
Woolwich.
East, that's where I'm from.
Yeah, Woolwich.
I never heard. I know of Thamesmead. I know of Belmarsh.
It's next door. It was made by Trident.
Things are getting hot, yeah.
Sisters, please. Let M-Wave speak, then Cultural News can come up.
Yeah, so what I was going to say was it's been called that for a long time. It wasn't called after that.
2012 it was made.
After that group was set up, no.
Yes.
So what I'd like to say is, look, firstly, thank you to the host for allowing me to come up here. Now, I don't always try to deflect the conversation. You guys are having a lovely conversation. But what I do like to do is I do like to understand who's on the panel. And of course, I saw my brother here, who's a revert, and I thought, well done to him. I have no prejudice, and I'm saying, well done. If that's brought in peace, then that's brilliant. Like, there is nothing wrong with that. But I'd also like to explore if he had other options. Were there any Sikhs in that prison? Did you consider any alternative faith? Was there something wrong with the Christianity in prison?
I did.
I was just going to add to that, Bobby.
I actually looked at all religions before I chose Islam. I was raised as a Christian. I looked at Judaism,
I thought you said your mum reverted and you reverted.
Yeah, I reverted to Islam. I chose Islam.
I thought you said your mum reverted and that's what reverted you.
Bobby, what have I done to upset
There
you?
girls on there just lie, you know.
Can I just come in?
Lie about what?
Guys, if you want to know, if you want to know a bit more about Sikh,
my mum, I didn't grow up with my mum. How could my mum revert me anywhere?
I
never spoke about it. I grew up in foster care. I never grew up with my mum.
Yeah,
No
but
mum
you're
reverted
going
me
to
to
time.
nothing. I reverted at 17, almost 18 of my own choice.
Cultural News.
God bless you.
Cultural News. So let me
Was
just
you in a
give you
fair,
a
was you in a
2 second give you
full care order?
She's married with
I
your
was in
husband.
care since the age of 8. I grew up in foster care with a Bajan family from Barbados, and I lived with them till I was 16, 17. I grew up very big part of my church. I even brought the foster parents to the church, and because I just always had God. And then there was things like I didn't thing with the Bible, so I went and looked at many religions. Then I chose Islam because to
Why would you
me,
choose
it
Islam?
Sister,
because to me it reinforced what I already had. I already had Christianity.
Did you have to
So
look for Islam because you was in care or no?
no, I looked for Islam because I told you as a big part of my church. I went to my pastor's wedding. I was I used to record the ceremonies every Sunday. I was in church 4 times a week. I loved God from young. I just always had a sense of God. But when I proper got older, more into my teens and really understood the Bible, Matthew, Mark, Luke and John mainly, it made me start to see Matthew said this and then Luke said that and John said that, and it contradicted each other. Then I thought, you know what other religions are there? Then I looked at all of them, and Islam to me fitted the best because it to me independently, it reinforced what I already had.
Can I ask the question? You said you looked at Buddhism, you looked at Sikhism. Can I
I
ask
like
you?
Buddhism.
Okay,
Right,
fine.
okay.
So
I like that, yeah.
what did you not like about Sikhism that made you go to Islam?
It's not that I didn't like anything, dislike about Sikh or Hinduism, but the thing is, because I grew up with the sense of God in Christianity, I was looking for Moses, Abraham, Noah, Noor, David, Luke. These are messengers I already knew and I already believed in. Jesus as well, obviously, is the main part of Christianity. So for me to leave
Okay.
a religion and leave Jesus in a
No, that's
hole.
fine. I get that. So that's brilliant. You've justified why,
Yeah.
because you were already Christian, you were leaning towards Islam already. Do you
No,
how?
and Judaism. I really looked into Judaism as well, you know.
Okay, that's wonderful. Now, can you tell me what has it brought for you? What's it given to you over the last 10 years that Christianity failed?
I wouldn't say Christianity failed personally, but
So
what I would.
can you be a believer in both the religions? Can you go to church and also go to the mosque?
No.
No,
Because the
obviously I
mosque is
can't like go to
blasphemy.
church to worship. No, but to be a Muslim, one of the 6 pillars of Iman, which means faith, is to believe in the Torah, to believe in the Bible, to believe that they come prior to Islam, which made sense to me because I couldn't go into a religion that said Christianity didn't exist or Judaism didn't exist because
But
I believe the
Sikhism
Jews
never
were the
said that.
original God people.
Sikhism respects all the religions of the world.
Yeah, no, I know. Sikhism is a good way of life. Like, this is how I would take Sikhism. For me, like, no disrespect to you, but the way you lot practice day-to-day living, just as a community, is good for society. You have low crime rate, you're not aggressive, you got like kind of Buddha element, not Buddha element in
You're right.
religion-wise,
You're
but
right.
that
It's very
calmness.
much that sort
Yeah.
of meditative state.
Yes, I like that. I
Yeah.
really, really like
Not
that.
to hurt anyone, not to hurt any
Yes.
animals. Appreciate everybody as one.
And meditation, all
Meditation
that
is
aspect
important.
I really, really like. And I do meditate independently from praying. You know what I mean? But I needed.
I will say, you're probably following a part of
Sorry, I'm
the
going to be back in 2
Sikh
seconds. I'm just going to help my mum with the shopping. 1 sec.
Thank you, Fred.
No, but I'm not going nowhere. I'm just going to help my mum with the shopping, bless her. 1 sec.
Okay, fine.
Boy, you come in a minute.
So what I'll say is, look, Sikhism is not about come on in, we want to bring you in. Sikhism is actually about let's share this journey. It's a beautiful journey without labels.
Okay.
And imagine a world without labels, it's less conflict.
Yes, I agree with that. My son actually, believe it or not, he actually goes to a 98% Hindu school. But that's because I wanted him in a certain environment.
Yeah, high
He's a young
performing.
black boy.
High performing.
Yeah, and high performing the school. I'm not joking to you. That school, I keep
No, I know.
advertising it. I should
You
be
don't
there
even tell me. You don't
advertising.
need to tell me.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
The education level.
What's the name of the school, hon?
All right, I'm just going to tell everybody. It's called Avanti House. It just won a award.
Where is it?
There's many. I'm not going to say which one
Okay,
my
I
son
haven't looked
goes
though
to.
because I like, even though I like to look at schools, I like to stay knowledgeable.
That school is the best school in Britain, hands down. But it just won an award this year for being the third best school in the whole world. The level of my son starts school at 7:50 in the morning.
Okay, it's
He
like
finishes at 3:30. He learns the language, the Hindu language. I don't know it because I'm not learning it. Yeah, he learns that. He learns Spanish in there. He has classes for public speaking.
Oh, brilliant.
The level of education is, I even went into the school. I said to the school, this type of education, honestly, take religion out of it. This type of education structure needs to be implemented into every school in Britain.
Is it a Christian school?
It's Hindu.
Oh, it's a Hindu school.
It's a Hindu school.
Oh,
because my son's autistic, high functioning autistic, he can function in the
I
world.
feel like Islam has really robbed us of an Indian experience. That's very interesting, actually.
What makes you?
I want to point something out. My children go to a school here in Birmingham. You know, when you said he was Asian, I knew immediately he was going to be top performing.
Yes.
They go to a school here. It's called Nishkan. So Nishkan means selfless service. It's run by a gurdwara or group of people. It means selfless service, and they've been operating for just over 10 years. Within 10 years, that school is now like top 20 in the whole of the UK. And that's out of, I don't know how many hundreds of
My
schools.
son's school's probably the top. You know, I think they had something like a 98% GCSE pass rate. That's why I sent my son there, because you know why? He had the opportunity.
Sister, can I let sing
to another public school? Like, sorry.
No, it's fine, but you know,
Public school. My son would have slipped through the gaps. He would have been at the back of the class talking. In this school, I'm not joking. My son he don't slip through no gaps in this school. They're proper on. Fully on. The school, even they have a.
Sister, can we let Bobby speak a little bit more so we can go to MY, please?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, you see, with see the disingenuity in starting conversation with, brother, are you from a criminal background when you were questioning Stretch? Yeah. See, why I don't think we should start questions like that is because that's like a real sort of right-wing soundbite that prisons are run by Muslims and there are Muslims gangs in there. You have, you know, some people come to their own conclusions about religion, and it's the peace and the structure that religion brings to them, not only in jail but outside of jail.
Yeah.
And the jails that the brother Stretch was talking about are specifically jails which people are on key charges for.
What jail should we close up today?
Yeah,
but Stretch is the one who said that.
Yeah, I know he said that, but what I'm saying to you, to add to the point, the reason why there's a community which have been radicalized in there is because they're already in there for the wrong reasons, and
they are full of them as well.
Yeah, they are full of them. Yeah, but it's not a widespread issue. Like for instance, in Wales, you know what the
the host did say let Bobby say a few things as well.
Yeah, I know, but you see, because of your notoriety, Bobby, what happens is you come in and then you take over, and then you're sitting there questioning people about this and that, and you're not allowing everyone.
Are you saying this is acceptable?
What's acceptable? No. What's not acceptable is you coming onto a panel and you making it about yourself.
Oh my God! How the hell?
No, we was to be honest.
You were having
me and Eyes were having a conversation when Bobby was on mute, and we wanted to answer Bobby. Eyes and Ears and me wanted to answer Bobby a few questions about.
I hear that, and then everyone went on off a tangent about schools and.
Anyway, this isn't about you. Can you let the lady speak?
No, but it's all about you, isn't it? It's all about you. You're on a grift, so it's all about you, Bobby. So you've come onto the panel, someone else's panel.
I would like to say. Host, I'd like to say I haven't been to prison yet, so it's not about me because I'm not speaking from a prison. Number two, I don't know who Stretch is. I was intrigued by him being a Muslim. and I found out that he'd been to a stretch, he'd done a stretch, he'd done a stretch.
And you proceeded by asking him about his criminal background.
Now, look, guys, I have no issue in this being about somebody else, but why is Emway running the show for 4 minutes?
No one's running. I've not even spoken. You have literally been sitting there doing a Q&A for the last 10 minutes.
To be fair,
what are you talking about?
I was actually connecting with everybody on the panel, whereas you're running your mouth off.
No, I wasn't running my mouth off. But like I said, Bobby, the difference between me and you is I'm here to have a genuine conversation, and you're here to have a grift and try and grow your brand and try and grow your notoriety. That's the defining factor between someone like myself and yourself.
Well,
judging is not good. We shouldn't judge each other.
Sister, I'm not judging. I've been on a panel with you before, sister. Yeah, and I've stuck up for you because of the adversity you were going through. You remember when we were talking to the purists? I stuck up for you then, sister. So you know what I'm about already. Yeah, I understand what this man's trying to do. I'm not saying
why don't you like me?
I'm not. No. You're good, bro. I've not got a problem with you.
No. Bobby said he don't like me.
Oh, Bobby don't like you.
Yeah, for some reason.
Bobby, you don't like ears and eyes?
No, it's not that. I may have mistaken him with somebody that was just causing a disruption on my panel yesterday.
Oh, no, that wasn't me.
Nah, don't worry, bro. I think your picture looked very similar. So I've just looked closely at your picture and realised it's not the same guy. So sorry. I'll take that back. I only said no because I thought you were just taking the mick.
Oh, okay.
No, that was what we were genuinely talking about.
No,
like
yeah, you know,
able to come seek.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, there's different levels of seek. There's one where you just want to explore it, and that's a beautiful way to just explore it without having that sort of threat of being converted.
Yes.
So one of the reasons why I do like to come up on these panels is I'd like to say we should be open to exploring, and you can come and have a look at any Gurdwara anywhere in the UK, and if you go there, oh my God, they'll just embrace you with so much love. But I promise you one thing: not a single person will say to you that Sikhism is the best religion, that this is the best way. Not a single person will ever say that, because we find that really derogatory and rude. To be able to be competing and comparing religions, Sikhs don't do that. In fact, what the Sikhs do is they say that we'll stand God and we'll stand with you whilst you practice your faith, because we think it's perfect the way that you are.
Right, but let's not be bullshitting over here. I've seen you on many panels where you're very Islamophobic. So don't come out with bullshit.
So can you give me an example? Sorry,
can you give me an example? Shut up, I'm speaking.
Can you give me an example?
Shut up, I'm speaking.
Rach, don't be rude to him. Just.
No, the thing is, even last time, what I don't like is disingenuous people.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm giving you an example. If you stop speaking and let me actually speak, okay? Last time I was on a panel with you, I told you that, okay, before you go around saying, because you were just putting Islam down on a panel, okay? I even came up to you and said, you know what, before you put any other religion down, look at your own religion and what's going on right now with it. I even gave you some examples. And what was your response to that? Oh, you're just a Pakistani Muslim. That's why you're coming out with this.
Rach, can I add to that?
Bear with me one moment.
Yeah, go on, Mway. Add to that,
No, Rach, bear with me
He's taking over the panel.
Let him answer first, and then you go.
Thank you very much. Firstly, anybody can come up here and accuse anyone of anything. So I find what you've said there highly offensive. And I know what you're trying to do. Stay there. Just give me one moment. Anybody can come up and say anything to anyone. Now, Rachel, whatever your name is that your real name?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what are you, Christian or Muslim?
That's none of your business what I am.
Okay, well, I clearly know that you're not Rach and you're definitely a Muslim. Yeah?
I'm not a Muslim.
Get to the point, Bobby.
I've told you that plenty of times.
Get to the point, Bobby.
My point being this: you've got a slightly twisted agenda and you'd like to defame me when you're not telling the truth and you're not telling everybody exactly what panels you've been on and what I've said. But what you've done is you've given this roundabout stories about Bobby being against this, being against that. I happily sit on many panels amongst many people, including Culturized, who was sitting on the panel a few minutes ago. And I assure you, Rach, I don't sit here with a fake profile, fake name, and no religion. Got it? That's the difference between you and me.
Okay, I didn't say that I don't have a religion, first of all. Second of all, I've told you before, this is my real name. Third of all, I've told you plenty of times, I'm not Muslim.
And we should believe people when they say things,
sister,
man.
sister, please,
Yeah, but
please, let me come in.
if she's a Muslim and she says she's not a Muslim, that's more shame on her. So
Yeah, why would she do that? I would
She's
be
not allowed to.
gobsmacked.
By religion, she's not
Yeah,
allowed.
you're not. I'm a Muslim. If she's not,
But can I just add
if
to
we
the point?
if we find out she is a
Go on,
Muslim
Em.
now, then it's even worse for her.
Let me just add to
Yeah.
that point. Yeah, what he does, I'll tell you what Bobby does, and he does it very subtly. Yeah, he aligns himself, and he can do this whole racism thing, but he does it very subtly.
Who's Mossad, and why are your images of an Asian Muslim girl?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello, Rachel. Hello, who's Mossad?
How is the image of an Asian Muslim girl? Please tell me.
Who's Mossad?
Mossad is a guy called Muhammad who is in Gaza right now, who I am
there you
helping
go.
to
So
raise
there you
money
go.
for.
She's a
No, that
practicing
don't mean
Muslim.
she's Muslim, though. Christians helping out Gaza.
No, I'm sorry.
Rachel,
just go
he's
on to
just trying to
profile.
he's just
Go on
trying
to
to throw you
profile,
off.
guys.
Go on my
He's trying to
profile
throw
and
you off.
please do, if you
Rachel,
can actually
Rachel.
help him out, him
Rachel.
and his wife,
Rachel's
please
trying to
help them
throw-
out because they're in Gaza right now and they do need the help.
Look, let me tell you something. He practices a subtle form of racism, and I'll tell you how he does it. Right? He uses right-wing sound bites, yeah, and then he slightly puts him into the conversation. I'll tell you one way he's done it within this conversation. Yeah, the first thing he asked the brother Stretch, yeah, was he probably clicked on his profile picture, and even this is from the book, the playbook, and the script of Tommy Robinson. Why is it always white ginger lads who go to prison that can get converted and radicalized into Islam? So he's reading off the same script and the same playbook as other grifters, yeah? And that's how he's gaining notoriety. And that's why he's sitting there playing with his beard playfully right now. Because
No,
this
it's
is what
not
it's
that.
all about.
Rachel,
It's
Muslim
all
Rachel.
about, let me tell you something. It's all about Bobby Singh, yeah? And this is why he can come into a panel and he can start a Q&A and talk about Sikhi and talk about how Hindu schools are overperforming. But Rampton Manor, which is local to me, it's full of black kids from underprivileged backgrounds. They're overperforming as well, you know? So
Hey, Stretch.
No, but do you know what? To give fair, the truth is, I was the one that sent my son to that school.
I know that, sister. I know
And
that,
the
sister,
truth
but
is,
I'm
that
saying to
school is the third best in the world.
I'm saying to you, you got to be very careful of characters like this, yeah, because they won't attack you directly, and it won't be so obvious to you, okay? But what they do is go into stereotypes, and they do it very subtly, and they worm their way in, and they'll show you,
Does anybody here feel that M. Wavy is this twisted individual who likes making up loony stories?
very,
I know he don't like you, Bobby. That's for sure.
No, it's not that I don't like him.
Are you
It's
just
not, I
weird
don't
or
know
something?
him.
Are you just strange
I
guy?
don't know him to not like him. Does that make sense?
Okay, so
I
you're
don't-
just
I
a
don't-
strange
I
guy
don't
with
like-
so many different assumptions.
No, I don't
No,
like
he ain't a
his-
strange guy,
I
Bobby.
don't-
He's got you down to a T.
Thank
Come on, good afternoon, everybody.
finance guy, just wait 1 minute.
No, Bobby. M-Way, everything he
are you
said, everything he said is so
stop,
true.
Stop, guys.
No,
let me talk.
Bobby.
Let me
Bobby.
talk. No.
It's not about you,
Let
Bobby.
LC manage the panel.
Guys,
It's LC.
one at a time, one at a
I
time.
joined LC's panel. I didn't join Bobby Singh's panel. Okay, so just calm down. Let LC. I'm sure LC is more than capable
For
of
everybody in the
regulating the
comment
panel.
section.
It's
Everybody in the
not
comment
about
section.
Take the time, one at a time.
Rachel's been identified as a Muslim.
Yes.
So she said she wasn't
No,
a
she
Muslim, but
hasn't.
she's a Muslim.
What point have you made?
Bobby, why are you making stuff up?
What point have you made?
Bobby, you've been identified as a fraudster, but you won't admit to it.
Yeah, she said she's not a Muslim. Why are you doing that to her?
Because it's not working. Finance.
Yeah, sorry, bro. Go.
Yeah, so it's all about Bobby Singh. It's all about
It's
him gaining.
not.
It's all about him gaining notoriety. And listen,
Stretch
a wise man-
is Rachel a Muslim?
No, she's not.
What is she?
No, she's not.
What is she?
I don't know.
Why do you know you?
That's what I am, Bobby.
Stretch, Aki, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
This
Bobby,
is
are
a
you
bit
a
much
practicing
of
Sikh?
Rachel, man.
Stretch,
Bobby, are you
can I
a
ask you
practicing
something?
Sikh?
Can I
No,
ask?
mate,
Hindu.
I'm a practicing Muslim.
Stretch, can
Well,
I
no,
ask
you're
you
not
something,
practicing
brother?
Sikh, though, are you?
I'm a practicing Muslim.
Stretch.
Bobby, you're not a practicing Sikh, though, are you?
But I'm a practicing
No, man.
Muslim.
You
I
got
just said
done for
that.
fraud and
Are you
outright-
allowed to
had
do
the
that
brass
in your
neck.
religion?
Finance.
You got
Let me
done
just
for
ask
one
you-
second, brother.
Can
One
I
second.
speak?
This guy got done for fraud, and he had the brass neck to come on here and say, "Oh, you know what? Sikhs are lovely
All
people."
right, you know what?
If you
Finance, let me
classify
get somewhere
yourself-
with this. Let me get somewhere with this, Aki. Stretch.
Yo,
Stretch, yeah.
to you too, brother. You too, Baji.
Bro, host, can you make me a super mod, please, for this live? I'll help you out here a bit.
Oh, thank you. We don't need you as a super mod. So
Bobby,
can you make
Bobby, can I ask you
Host,
something?
don't
Bobby,
do that.
Host,
He'll start
I'll make
dropping
a
people.
super mod on mines.
Hang on,
Hey,
hang on. We were
Bobby,
discussing
Bobby,
Sharia, and now
in Sikhism, are you allowed to
Bobby.
claim another religion when you're not that religion? Are you allowed to do
I'm
that as a
allowed to be
Sikh?
anything that I want to be.
no, you're not,
Oh,
bro.
okay.
You're
Yes,
not.
I
You're
am.
making it
Yes,
up.
I am. Yes, I
You're
am.
not. You're
Yes, I
not.
am.
What's
Who's
your real
stopping
name,
me?
Bobby? What's your real name?
Who's stopping me from being a
What's your
Muslim?
real name, Bobby?
No one, obviously. But I was just saying, if you're
What's your
not
real
a
name?
Muslim, like as a Muslim, I ain't gonna say I'm a
Bobby's
Christian.
real name. Bobby's real name is Amajit Duga.
And what's that got to do with anything?
So why are you calling
Why
yourself
are
Bobby
you lot on
Singh?
this panel doing this? This is supposed to be a conversation and you're attacking one another. Bobby, you stuck up your finger at Enway for no reason and you're supposed to be an Hindu or whatever you are. This is not the way to do things.
Well,
You've
no,
got
hold
issues
on.
with each other.
No, you're
Take
right,
it
Taylor.
out of
If
it.
I
Let's
went like
stick to
this,
the
if I went
discussion.
like this,
You were right, Taylor.
if I did this to
100%.
M Wavy, it's because he deserved it.
No, you deserve it, mate.
But you
can put
don't
that in your
behave
porn
like that. It's wrong.
But if I'd done
It's
it, I'd done
wrong.
it. And if I'm going to apologise to M Wavy,
But this is why this is
No, there's
going
no point
on.
in
Okay, let's
apologising when
move
you've done
on.
it.
Let's move on
no
and let's
point.
stick to the
but you should be able
subject.
to accept the
There's no point
Okay,
apologising when
guys,
you've done it
M-Wavy.
knowingly. So you can shove
Host,
that
can
where
you just mute
in your
these
bond
guys,
fight.
please?
No.
Host, can you
Let's
mute
not
them?
do this, guys. Let's not do this. If we're going to do this, let's do it properly. Let's talk about what we're talking about. Who's next?
We should make her mod.
So we were discussing Sharia law. Okay? We weren't discussing Bobby Singh, we were discussing
You
Sharia
go
law.
first.
Taylor, can I just come through? I was just making
All right.
before quite a few people played into Bobby's little tricks. Yeah. So I was going to ask him Stretch, yeah? The first thing Bobby asked him, yeah, and this is the disingenuous part, and this is the subtle kind of bits of little racism that are and stereotypes that we try and fall into, and this is the trap that he set. And what happens is, it doesn't feed into your conscience immediately, right? But you know, when you get several people saying it, people start getting programmed to actually believe in these things. So the first thing, and Brother Stretch, correct me if I'm wrong, the first thing he asked you, see, he's now resorted to putting up pictures of himself.
What is he, a celebrity?
Yeah? So no, he's not a celebrity. No.
Guys, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah. So Stretch, what's the first thing the guy asked you after
Did I get converted in prison?
Huh?
Did I get converted in prison?
Do you think that's by him asking that?
I don't think there's a wrong in it though, M-Way.
No,
To be honest with you, I'll say it like this. Yeah, me personally, I don't take any what's the word I'm looking for? I don't take any offence to it, yeah, because I've heard it all over the years. Like I was radicalised, I must have been bullied in prison, all the rest of it. Now, don't get me wrong, I do know brothers in prison that have accepted Islam, knowing full well that they have no intention on following it when they hit the road, and they believe it's because they either A, believe they're going to get better food, which they don't. All they do is the meat they get is halal, right? But 9 times out of 10, the prisons that you're in anyway, 9 times out of 10, it's halal meat anyway. And take that from someone who's worked in many a prison kitchen. Even though it says halal and then non-halal, the only things that you really got to watch if you're a Muslim or you're not Muslim, regardless, is when it comes to a Saturday or a Sunday, depending on what prison you're in, is when they do what they call a fry-up, is whether you want a pork sausage, or you want the halal one, because only on that day the sausage is about twice as long.
But the thing is, you know why I say it's a right wing soundbite? Because I've heard I've heard Tommy Ten Names say this before, and they attack people like you. They attack people
listen,
like you.
I can't speak for the man's intentions, because I don't know what's in the man's heart. Only he knows what's in his heart, and only he knows why he asked that question. But
the problem is he professes to be some sort of peacekeeper who's really into Sikhi, who practices Sikhi, and he's an advocate for peace and getting along, and he doesn't mind what you are or what we are. But the reality of the situation is he does really have an innate hatred for Muslims, which is a wise man once said, "Show me your friend and it will tell me who you are." And look at the people.
Okay,
Look
can
at the
I
people.
say
Look at the
something?
people
Can I
he's
say
helping.
something?
No, but sister, you keep interrupting.
No, you just finished. I'm
I
trying to
didn't finish.
respond.
No, you just keep doing
I
it.
tell you what, why don't you not like and share while you're here and figure out who's going to go next? You know, like and share the live.
Well, when you finished, I'm going to go next. You
Guys,
finish,
can we
Emway.
just mute Mway?
Okay.
Mway, he's
No,
spoken
because
a
he
lot.
doesn't. No,
No,
he doesn't.
let him finish. He
He
can
doesn't
finish.
like what I have to say.
Guys, can we just
He doesn't
mute
like what I have to
Mway?
say
Mway,
because
thank you very
it's the
much.
truth.
I'm
Thank you,
going to mute
Mway.
everyone that's not supposed to talk. How
It's the
about
truth.
that?
It's the truth. It's
Getting
all about
sick and
Bobby
tired of
Singh.
this.
It's all about Bobby
Taylor,
Singh.
chill.
And I'll tell you the way he does it. He platforms people who are heavily right wing, and he sits there and has photo
100%.
opportunities.
100%.
He sits there and has photo opportunities, and it's all a grift. It's all about notoriety.
Yeah.
Now he can't go down the estate agent route anymore. You know what? Let's grift for the right wing. But let me tell you
100%.
something. Let me tell you something. One of the most deplorable things that people like you can do, yeah, when the same people that you align with go and grape your sisters, yeah,
Yep.
and you
Yep.
don't stand hand in hand with your
Oh, no.
sisters and your own
He
community,
doesn't do nothing for that.
and you sit there and pander to the right wing, yeah, for your own notoriety and for your own gain. That is absolutely deplorable. So let me tell you something. Shave that beard off. Shave the beard off.
Oh my
Shave the
God.
beard off.
Can I speak
Take
next?
Take your turban off. Shave the beard off.
Let
Take
him
your-
finish.
You do not
Yes.
fall into
You
Sikhi.
dirty racist.
You do not
No,
fall
you're the
into
dirty
Sikhi.
racist.
You do
All
not
right,
fall
can
into
I?
because
Bobby,
That
you're
one's
the
really
dirty
hard.
racist.
Can I say
Bobby,
something?
Bobby, the Sikhis I know, are proper people.
100%, Mway. 100%.
The people that really practice Sikhi that I know are proper people, and they
100%.
sit there and during times of adversity, when we've had people, because they've experienced the whole National Front thing, they've experienced racism, they've experienced all of the
Anyway,
things
what you
we've
just said to him was
experienced.
racist, bro.
Can I say
Mway,
something?
if people
Host,
don't,
can I
if,
talk?
wait, if people don't believe you, there's a program on Channel 4,
You
Channel
can
4
talk
Player.
next,
Go and
Doctor.
watch it. It's called Defiance. It's when the Sikhs, the Asians, and the blacks in 1979, 1980, I think it was, and they actually fought against the National Front. Now, majority, 99% of Sikh people are lovely, but people like Bobby are asswipes. They come to sow division.
Exactly.
He went on Tommy's march. What for? And he even wrote an article where he underlined that the problem is Islam. Now, is this a man of peace or somebody who wants to actually create community cohesion? Hell
No,
no.
he isn't. No,
The
he
only
isn't.
reason he comes on here is to promote himself. Emway exactly is 100% right.
Okay, can I say something
What
now?
he said was racist, though. I'm not.
All
Yeah,
right, can I?
Doctor is
No,
next.
what
Let her
what
speak.
part was that? What part was racist?
All right, can
Let
I?
her
Can I say
speak.
Oh,
something?
sorry.
Could they cut off his hair and his
First
beard,
of
bro?
all, I actually do agree with Emda on the fact of the undertone, him answering Stretch about where did you become Muslim in prison. I agree with everything he said on that. But at the same time, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a revert. I was on a panel yesterday with Muslims, and I was told by the Muslim women that I'm only a Muslim because I liked a Muslim man, and when a Muslim man leaves me, I won't be a Muslim no more. So, like, my point is, you was right. When you think on it, his comment was like a dig. But I'm not going to lie, I get digs from my own Muslim people telling me I'm not even a Muslim and I'm only a Muslim for a
But
man.
sister,
So
one thing,
we have
right?
to curb it out of our own
Let her
self, mate.
finish.
These
We
are
have to
people.
Let
curb
her
it out
finish.
of ourself.
Let her
Let
finish.
her finish.
We have to curb it out of ourself instead of looking at other communities doing it to us, because we are doing it to ourselves. And I've said to Muslims before on TikTok, and I'm not joking, Allah's my witness, wallahi, if it was not that Allah had put Islam in my heart outside of Muslims, wallahi, I would have left Islam because of Muslims.
What did I?
The abuse I have faced from Muslims online, being called a non-Muslim, a slag, a monkey, being racially abused, religiously abused, denounced from the religion, all of that's not acceptable in our own community. And we are pushing our own community out of the community, making your own Muslim people resent Muslims because the way they're being treated, because they're reverts or because they're black Muslims. Like, we really, as a community, cool, he did what he did, Bobby, but you're not part of our community. We need to start drawing each other out. I'm not saying you haven't done that, but I'm just saying in general, we need to draw each other out, because I'm still hurting from Muslims who have abused me this last week, racially, denounced me as a Muslim, even though I'm Muslim. Like the same thing he was doing has been done to me. The same way he was saying, Rachel, you are a Muslim. You are a Muslim.
Sister,
When
I
she's
was
blatantly
on the
saying
live.
she's not. I've been told blatantly, I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. I'm a kafar. Haram aleg.
Sister, I was on the live with you, and this is the difference between people like me and people like Bobby. Did I or did I not call
Finance, you can be next.
Did I
Yeah,
not?
that's what I said. You did. But
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
It's still what she's feeling and what's
yeah,
I'm
I
happening
know
to
still
her.
hurting,
but
I'm still really offended.
I know, but I'm telling you, those are the people you don't listen to, and I am the kind of person you do listen to because I'm your brother in faith.
Yeah,
You
you
understand?
was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I was sticking up for you, and those guys are purists. Yeah, they're from they take from a cultural Islam. We don't take from a cultural Islam. We believe in
Agreed.
one ummah. Whether
Yeah.
you've been born into it, whether you've come to your own conclusion and reverted into it, whether you've been married into it, we are all one ummah. That's what I'm saying. You see idiots like
100%.
that. The problem is there's no litmus test when you come onto social media. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a regulated environment. So a lot of people come with opinions, but they can't back it up with any doctrinal information. They can't back it up with the deen. They just talk out of cultural ignorance.
I'd agree with you wholeheartedly, but you know what, brother and sister, I'll say one thing: people on an app saying this stuff to you, they will one never say this to you face to face. Secondly, they are not representative of Islam themselves if they are saying this kind of stuff to you. And you know, you should just take it with a pinch of salt. Literally, like what Bobby is. Bobby is not representative of Sikhs at large. Majority of Sikh brothers and sisters are lovely people, but people like him who actually go to Tommy Robinson's marches and then say derogatory stuff about Islam, and then has a brass neck to come on this live, which is about Sharia law, really, but he's trying to make it about himself. And then he has, he has this issue where he questions Emway or Stretch or Rachel and so on. Mate, you are nobody. And one other thing, Dot, the magazines that he's showing you are the same magazines that he's paid to have published with him in it. These are not magazines on the shelves in newsagents, just so you know.
Oh, they're his own magazine. I was
Yes.
thinking, is he a celebrity or
No,
something?
he ain't a celebrity. He's a fraud. And he's a fraud who got done by
He
the
actually
court.
did come on the live and say
Okay,
something
guys,
about.
can I just say something? This conversation isn't about Bobby, and
Yeah.
everybody's actually complaining and saying that, you know, he's a victim of racism. I don't know where that came from, but can we move on from Bobby?
From
This is
Bobby,
not
yeah,
about
true.
Bobby.
Say something.
And can you like and share, please?
You know what, Kayla? I just want to apologize. You know, people like him get me riled up because they're here for their own agendas.
Emma, you were here, honestly.
Listen, I totally
Sorry.
understand, but you know, you have to be able to control your emotions.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I can no, but the way he does it so subtly, and he will sit there and take over a whole panel. But anyway, we'll move on. Sorry.
Listen, I respect that, but you have to be able to control your emotions
I
because you don't know what you're going to say.
In hindsight, I shouldn't
Yeah?
have said anything to him. I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah.
Can I just say
Okay.
something?
All right, let's move on, guys. Like and share. Come on.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go on.
On my profile, there is a link. The link is for a man called Mohammed and his wife. They are in Gaza right now. They do need the help. They desperately need help to get by. So if anyone can help, please go on that link and support Mohammed. Thank you.
Thanks, man. We'll do that, 100%. Anyway, I'm assuming the subject for the discussion was something to do with Sharia law.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, look, we already have Sharia courts, which primarily are places for Muslims to go and actually have sort out their kind of civil issues, really. And the thing is, it's not a case of like, oh, Sharia law is going to dominate this country. This country's already got a law that people follow and live by. If certain aspects of Sharia law come into the religion, like Jewish law has got into the normal British law as well, and Sharia law aspects of it come into the British law as well, then there's nothing wrong in that. But Sharia law is generally designed for Muslims. It's not for anyone else.
Yeah.
And people like to make it, blow it up into huge, something else, and to say, oh, well, look at Sharia law, they do this. Mate, first of all, you've never been to a country where they practice Sharia law. Secondly, there's not many countries that actually do practice it anyway. I think there's only Afghanistan and maybe one other, I don't know. But majority of us are brought up here, we grow up here, we work, and we live, mostly a decent life. Then people start kind of creating this division, this divide between people, and the people who do this are the kinds of people who actually suck up to Tommy Robinson and Nigel Farage, and that's what certain players on even TikTok, like Bobby and a few others, that's what they do. They want to go by that narrative.
I vote reform.
Well, I would never touch them, bro. They are going to ruin the country if you're going that way.
Can you tell me why?
Financially, this country primarily runs on finances. Okay, if you're in a good job or you're able to earn money and look after your family, no one's going to complain. Everyone will be happy. When deprivation comes in and you are struggling, then you start hearing people saying, actually blame the other people who are doing well or of a different skin color or a different faith. Blame them. They're the ones to blame. Reform have no policies when it comes to finance, how to running this country financially.
They do.
They don't, brother. I'm telling you now.
At the moment, so people what are like say starting the businesses up, or I've got a businesses but it's not sustainable. So at the moment, you got the £12,000 bracket where you don't have to pay the taxes.
12.5, yeah.
Yeah, so they want to bring it up to 20k.
It's not feasible, bro.
Well, that's what they want.
If it was feasible,
that's helping us as a community to have more money to then help yourself.
But brother, do you remember what happened with Liz Truss when she did the budget with Kwasi Kwarteng? Yeah, and 80 to 100 billion went down the drain. What happened? The cost of living crisis happened, right?
Yeah, but we can't talk about other people. We've got to talk about what's happening now.
But no, that's exactly what will happen. They will have to borrow money to actually be able to supplement different tax brackets. If it was easily...
They're taking certain things away from other things to then
pay
for
them. It doesn't... Bro,
yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can't.
It doesn't work like that. They're just selling you a pipe dream. If it was possible, do you think previous governments wouldn't have done that?
No, because they wasn't for reform. There was for their own.
No, it's not about reform. Listen, first of all, reform is not a party. First of all, reform is not a party. It's a limited company. The only person benefiting largely from it is Nigel Farage. Then their deputy, the deputy leader, Richard Tice. Where does he live? Go on.
I don't know where he lives.
He lives in Dubai.
Oh, Dubai.
Because he doesn't want to pay tax in this country.
Yeah, but a lot of people, a lot of higher ups do that.
No, but how then can you believe people? How can you believe people
oversee bank accounts?
Brother, how can you believe people who are senior in that party telling you to pay tax or do one thing while they live in a different country and don't pay no tax?
So who do we vote for then? Because I don't want to vote for Labour or...
Still haven't said why reform is bad.
Because their policies, whether it's to do with...
Guys, one at a time.
I can tell you the policies
now.
now.
No, brother, their policies do not align with... Bobby, this is not your show. Shush.
I've just paused him.
Sorry, Kayla, about that. But you know what he's like. He's trying to make it about himself. But Bobby, please go away. We don't need you. But brother, the thing is...
Do you know what? Can I just say something? If anybody else mentions Bobby in a way that's not supposed to be mentioned, I'm going to drop, because this is a conversation. This is not about what Bobby does or Bobby doesn't do. Please.
No, 100%. But he'll make it about himself in a minute. I'll
deal with it. Is that okay?
All right. That's good, Kayla. Cheers. The thing is, financially, their policies do not line up. And you can ask anybody in the city. We will be bankrupt if reform...
What doesn't line up?
Everything that they actually put forward. Not just the taxes,
please.
Bro, let me explain something.
I can tell you the policies now. Policies?
I can't go from the top of my head at the moment because I'm working while I'm...
The real reason why people don't like
he doesn't know the policy.
No, we do know the policy, Bobby. Shush. Bobby, you're not in this at the moment. Shush. Now, the thing is, and in terms of social cohesion, and then they say about...
Name two
Bobby,
policies.
Just shush. You're not in this at the moment, Bobby.
Please. Hold on, 1 minute, right? Bobby, I've brought you back up out of respect, yeah? Because I dropped you. Now, if you're going to come back and do this, I'm going to drop you again. So it's up to you how you want to do this. Finance, go.
Post. I must say just for two.
No, Bobby, you're not in this at the moment.
I've told you to wait, Bobby. I've told you to wait, and you will be next. Go on, finance.
Okay, so the thing is, and in terms of them keep going on about EACR and so on, what they're already trying to do is take away your rights. And the minimum rights you even have at the moment, 20, 30 years ago, you had far, far more rights. And not only that, but services and provisions. The Conservative government, and I've been working for the government for 24 years, bro. So trust me, I know.
Please tell me a policy what doesn't.
None of their policies stack up. That's the whole
The
point.
real reason why people don't like them is because they want to get rid of illegal immigration and stop immigration for a while.
Brother, you cannot stop.
That's the real reason why people don't like them.
It's not about illegal. Look, if there was a quick fix, do you think none of the other parties would have done it?
It's not going to be a quick fix. It's not going to be a quick fix.
This is a self-created, bro. This is a self-created issue that the Cameron and Osborne government did by cutting out all the processes of overseas people with asylum or refugee status being able to go to consulates in other countries and actually getting vetted and coming over. When Suella Braverman was in Parliament last year and she was asked what's the safest route to come here, she couldn't answer the freaking question, and she's the Home Secretary at the time. And how do you think reform?
Guys, can you
can't
like
even
and
run a
share?
bath? Sorry.
But we do need to close the borders for put a pause for a minute,
We do
just
not
to
need to
help the
control
British
borders.
people. There's British children starving. We're undereducated. The women are need of support. The businesses ain't doing. We need to pause, and then we need to
Hang on. Can you name
put the
me
money
one,
into Britain,
can you
build
name me
Britain
one
6
successful
months to a
business?
year, then reopen the borders.
Can you name me one successful business that Nigel Farage has run?
Yeah, but it's
No, I
not
don't know Nigel Farage, but I'm just saying.
One at a time, one at a time.
This is what we need. I'm not saying Nigel,
Right, go
he's
on,
the
Doctor.
perfect one. Yeah, Jamila, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Jamila.
Jamila, yeah.
Sorry,
no,
Jamila,
I'm
go on.
just saying that I think we need, not him personally, it don't have to be reform, just anything. But as a people, we need to sit and say, do you know what? We need youth centres. We need the NHS to be in the top form. We need schools to all be top form. We need the children to have like food, and everybody in England be able to have a breath for a minute, because we're kind of semi-content. And then open the doors and let other people in. I ain't saying get rid of anybody, but let's deal with who's
I
in
absolutely agree
Britain
with
now.
the sentiment.
But hang
thank
on.
you very
Because
much.
Farage is all for that.
Bobby,
Farage
you're
is
not
all
here
for
yet.
that.
You're not here yet. We'll call you later, Bobby. 1 second.
People
All
try
right,
to
do
say
you know what? Do you know what? Guys, let Bobby speak. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Oh,
we haven't
Yeah,
even
let's be
completed.
nice. Let's be nice. Let's mute. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Thank you. Firstly, well, you've got some wonderful people on this panel, some really nice people, and I'm not just saying that. I genuinely mean it. But then you've got Mway who said,
Oh, no, don't, Bobby, please. We're having a debate. I know you feel away. Everybody feel away. Let's move on from it. What is it that you want to say?
Okay, fine. I'm going to forgive Mway and carry on. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And he forgives you too. Let's move on.
So, guys, look, I think we're all against the illegal migration boats people, aren't we? Can we agree that we're all against that sort of boats coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, great. There's one person on this panel, Muslim, on this panel, who says it's not about the boats. He says it's nothing to do with the boats are made up. Now, is it ironic that 80-something% of people on those boats are Muslim, and he's defending the boats for that reason?
No,
they're human beings, bro.
I don't think the boats itself are
They're human
actually a
beings,
problem.
Bobby.
There's not.
If they were Sikh, I would say the same thing.
The mask is off. The mask is off, guys.
There you go, Mway. Exactly.
So, host, what I'd like to point out here is everybody on the panel agreed that we don't want any more people. Some people even said we don't even want either migration, illegal or normal. But there's one person on the panel that's still fighting to flood this country with more of these
country, brother. Do you know how many Indians from your ancestry have come over in the last 2 years?
Why are you allowing finance guy to speak?
No, Bobby, don't start spreading your lies here. Okay.
Yeah. Finance is right, Lou.
Host, why are you allowing finance guy to speak over me?
Well, why are you
Listen, do you know what? Don't get me involved like that, yeah? I'm not taking sides here. I'm just here to keep the peace. So I'm not letting anybody talk over. Listen, but you're just talking over me.
Bobby,
you've
you're
just
being
spoken over me.
argumentative.
Okay, all I want to say here is we've got to be patriotic to Great Britain. We've got to raise the flags. That's not a racist movement.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yep, thank you. Who agrees with me? Who agrees with me?
No, I agree. We're British and we should be proud of Britain.
Yes,
But that doesn't mean being proud of Britain means don't be proud to be a
One at a
Muslim.
time, guys. One at a time, please.
I'm still speaking. I haven't even finished my point, and you guys are already charging.
No, but you keep asking us questions.
Guys, come on.
All I need is a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you get to the point. They're not here for you.
So raising the flags is not. Sorry, let me speak, finance guy. Honestly, So are we all in agreement, being patriotic to the country and having an attachment to the Union Jack is not a racist move?
100%.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
agree.
Thank
We
you.
agree.
Do you think the Muslims could do themselves a bigger favor by being
I'm
more
Muslim.
I'm not going into the Muslims.
Anyways, Muslim. We just agreed
hang on.
with
See, because
it.
this is part of the problem. This is part of the problem. You lot are using religion and race as a
Thank you,
thing
Kayla.
when we should be uniting, finding a way to do things. Because at the end of the day, when they're ready to ship out people, you've got to remember, if you're light skinned, you're brown, even if your color's not white, you're going.
Yeah.
Okay, so host,
you're
what
not
I'd like to
going.
say
That's
is,
false. That's false.
host, what I'd like to say is, why be in a country where you're not being welcome? So
Well,
let's
you
say,
should leave them.
We are being welcome for a
You
long
should leave,
time. It's
Bobby.
only the last year or so
No,
that
they're
okay,
there's
still
been
being
an
welcome.
attack
They're
on
still being
us.
welcome, but shutting the borders doesn't mean you're not welcome.
But are you aware
Thank
that
you.
if they
Thank
wanted to
you.
do that, they could do that? They could do that without us doing all of this. Why
thank
Yeah.
don't
you.
we
No, they
Thank you,
can't.
unite,
Kayla.
They can't
build
because we have to.
something, and fix all
No,
of
no, you
this?
can't because we have to sign out of the ECHR
No, we
first.
don't. We do
Yes, we
not.
do.
You
Yes, we
don't have
Oh
to
do.
my
sign out of
God.
nothing. Don't let them fool you.
That's a myth. It's
Unite.
a complete myth
Yeah,
because the
I
Tories,
think, guys, everybody on this
honestly,
I
panel,
mean, no, guys,
I'm gonna
Bobby,
say something. If we
listen
all
for a minute.
united, one moment, if we all united on
Bobby, we are
making a
not
move,
here as a flag shagger.
guys, please let me
Having a
finish
flag
my
doesn't
point.
One at a
Wait,
time.
let him finish.
One
I
at a
want to hear.
time.
If we all unite, what?
If we all united under one agreement, yes, we don't want the boats, we want the government to take strict action. Do you think it could create a little bit of peace for us and give us some time to stabilise England?
Yes.
No, I
not when
don't
people
think
like you
that's
are.
going to
You don't think
I'm
stabilise
not
it, the
listening.
boats.
you don't
I'm
think
not
It's
it's
listening
nothing
to
to
possible?
do.
someone who
The
went on
boats is
Tommy's
not
march.
our biggest problem.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. You can come in next.
Okay, so what I was going to say is I've got 2 points, 2 central points to make. Yeah. So the first one being the us not being part of the ECHR with stopping the votes is a complete myth because there was a time the Tories, when we were part of the EU, there was a time the Tories had the option to actually put
Can
up a
you mute Bobby,
detention
please, for a second?
to put up a detention center in France, and it would have only cost them £50 million. They didn't exercise the option to do so. Yeah, a lot of Tory donors you will find, and you can research this for yourself. Yeah, a lot of big Tory donors like Clear Spring Ready Homes. Yeah, the owner of Clear Spring Ready Homes. He
Exactly.
stands to really profit from the fact that these migrants are coming in. Okay, so it's done in such a structured way, and then what they do is they stoke division. Okay, and they have each other. They have us at each other's necks. When this issue could have been resolved years ago, and we wouldn't have any boats coming over in the first place. That's number one. Number two is there's a growing phenomena within the Sikh community, yeah, and some notable people that I will name. And I know we're not trying to make it about him, but Bobby and another chap called Harman Singh Kapoor are central to these kind of issues. And as much as he says, "Oh, you know what? I love Muslims," the mosque just came off a second ago. Yeah, these people, and I'll repeat for you guys, these people are here for their own political gain. They're here for their own notoriety. They are not here to unify people.
But we don't need them.
No, we don't need them, but we need them to stop what they're doing.
We need
There's no need for that. You know there's no need for that, right?
There's no need for what?
Let's keep cool.
Hold on.
We
hold
need
on. What do you mean?
everybody.
Yeah, we need everybody.
We every,
need them. No, we
That's
don't.
it, exactly.
No, the
don't
point
need
I was
them.
making
Okay.
was we don't
We have
need people
immigration.
to sow division. So what he did was
No,
he did,
yeah, okay.
he did an extremely funny thing with Finance Guy, yeah? Finance Guy wasn't saying, let all these people in because they're my people, yeah? Because the people who are committing atrocities are from Ethiopia, which is a Christian state. It's a practicing Christian state, and they're very staunch Christians, yeah? So he won't talk about that, but he'll say, you know what? The reason why you back the migrants or the dinghies coming in is because you're Muslim, and 80% of them are Muslim. We don't go to the port and receive these people and say, yeah, you know what, let them come in because they are a danger to our sisters and our families just as much as they're a danger to YT people, just as much as there's danger to Sikh people or Muslim people or anyone else. And that's the central point that I'm trying to make. Don't let people come into these panels and trying to control these panels when they have their own agendas. Go and do your own research. We are supposed to be unified, yeah? And the people that he stands with are people like Danny Thomas who are calling for civil war. Why do we need a civil war? Why can't we just sit here and understand each other?
I think that's not just from Bobby's side, or it's not just from the right. I think it's from the right, left, centre, and back and front. You know what I mean?
But
I feel like every group has them kind of people in it, no matter what.
Yes. Left and right.
Can I ask you one question? I won't raise my voice this time, but can you tell me, any of you, we don't want migration, we say, or immigration or whatever. Can you tell me what's the biggest, which in the last 5 years, which country people came here to the UK? What was the biggest number of people, and from which country?
I believe somewhere around Jordan.
No, in the last 5 years, the number of immigrants that came to this country, the largest proportion came from where?
What, legal or illegal?
Both.
Sudan.
Romania.
I'm going to
India.
say India.
India.
It's not Sudan yet. Was it not Sudan?
No, India.
Well, a lot
And
of the
do you know how
Indians
many
come
came
here
in
the
the
right
last
way as
5
well.
years?
A lot of Indians come here the right way.
These are Bobby's fellow people, apparently, right? Who he wants to stop. Do you know how many came in the last 5 years?
Come here the right way.
No, Bobby, mute yourself, Bobby. You're not. Yeah. Do you know how many came in the last 5 years?
How many actually? Because it would be quite.
170 something thousand.
No, over 2.5 million.
No way.
Yes.
Yeah, but were they trafficked by the NHS? What
Yes. Well done, cultural. Yes.
Yeah. They I've worked with those girls. They're lovely girls, but
100%.
there's little nuances of nursing that they don't understand.
Exactly.
But they're lovely girls, though.
Listen,
But
no,
the ones
I'm
that-
not.
But they're
Listen,
very smart girls. The ones
listen, I'll tell you one thing.
Well, you're
If
talking
people
about
coming
migration, but
cultural, would you like
you
to
know
see
something? The thing
Indians
is,
here or
majority
Indians
of Bobby, one second, I haven't
tried
finished.
doing before. Yeah,
Majority of these people.
we've tried not to keep it
Guys,
into a
let's
race.
find this guy finish.
The majority of these people who came over here were Indians, okay? But guess what? Because they're not Muslims, Bobby won't point that out, and he won't even have an issue with it. But,
No, but I do have an issue with it because those jobs in the NHS should be for British people. And
Exactly, for
don't say
British
they
people.
don't want to
So
work. Don't say that, please.
The thing is, if we're going to stop people coming
Hold
here, or
on,
even
Bobby, you can
or
come
even-
in when he's finished, okay?
yeah, if we're going to stop people coming here, or even telling the ones who've come in the last 5 years to go, guess what? Majority of them will be Indians.
But the thing is, we're not talking about those ones. We're talking about the sleeper cells that are doing madness on the road. We're talking about those.
Listen, that's because you know what?
Speak, please. Can I speak?
No,
Thank
not
you.
yet. We're having a conversation.
was
Hold on, let him finish.
Bobby.
All right, can you land your plane so he can say what he's...
Okay, I will do that. But like Emway pointed out, Bobby has a way of actually trying to align somebody on the panel with a specific religion. When you see people coming over to this country from war-torn countries and from torture and seeking asylum and refugee status, and people have been doing that for decades. Even when the Indians came from East Africa, it was the same thing. But then people like Bobby want to be disingenuous and say, no, it's Muslims. It's mental. How can you actually equate it towards religion when it's actually about humanity?
Thank you.
It's
So-
about humanity.
Okay.
People will not let others think it's humanity because they want to sugarcoat it and say, you know what? No. 80% of them are Muslims. It's not. They're not Muslims. But the fact that they're coming to seek asylum seems to be overlooked.
But 80% of them are, as per the website.
Well,
Okay,
there's
go
not
on, Bobby.
government.
All right,
2.5 million
come on.
Indians came, mate.
Sorry, finance guy.
He
Thank
hasn't
you
got
very
to do a
much.
race.
Your Honour, host, I just want to say he lied. It's not 2.5 million. I'm on a website right now, and the numbers are in front of me. And
I was
anybody
just
can
going to mention it because somebody mentioned it in the comments.
240,000. He only lied by 11 times by 1100.
No. Hang on. Which website are you looking at? Which
Guys,
website
let
are you
him
looking
finish
at?
because he did let you lot finish. Let him finish.
So what's the statistic, finance guy? Is it still 2.5 million, or are you just a liar?
It's 2.5, and I'll show it to you in a minute. Okay, 765 came in the last 2 years alone.
Okay, is that why I've got a website open right now telling me via AI it's 240,000?
Well, you're obviously looking at some warped website.
I'll tell you what, let me go and
I'll
check
show
it.
you which website in a minute.
Host, can you just put me on the large screen so I can just prove it to my...
Finance guy, we both know it's £250,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
No. Hang on. It's not $250,000. There is in the last 2 years alone, 1.5 million people came, and 765,000 were from India alone.
Okay, guys.
Okay, you put up
guys,
your evidence and he puts up his evidence. Let's look at it.
Come on then, finance guy. Prove it.
I'm going to have to try and see if I can get it from other
Liar,
phone onto this phone. One second, one
Just
second.
another liar.
No, brother, Bobby, you're the liar.
Can we be nice to each
Because you know
other?
what,
Come
Bobby,
on, guys. We're
Bobby,
Come on,
adults.
guys.
We are
Finance
Bobby,
guy is a
adults.
classy guy.
you might want to tell people that you're all for humanity and it's all wonderful and it's roses, but you're the kind of person who goes on Tommy Robinson marches and then actually is so Islamophobic towards Muslims, but then you want to come on here and say, you know what, it's all about love and peace. Everything is great.
He's not.
Have a look in the mirror, bro.
But
You
what's
know
the
what?
border?
Okay. Can we move on? Can we move on? Let's
Hold on, he hasn't
hear
showed
what
his
he's got to say.
statistics. He hasn't showed his numbers, mate. He's just making things up as he goes along.
Because you can screenshot it and green screen.
Come on, finance guy. I hope you haven't been trying to bullshit all of us.
Finance guy, I'm a bit upset because there's only one reason why a Western man would want Sharia law, and it's not for the tax breaks.
Well, we're not talking about. We're talking about the borders.
Law,
by
the way.
Yeah, but it all boils down to that.
Culturalized.
Guys,
Sharia
we're
law
waiting for
is not coming to
finance
this
guy
country.
to be a truthful
All right.
guy and show the numbers.
Sharia law is
now.
not coming to this country.
don't
Sharia
want
law
it to
is
come
for
to this
Muslims only, okay? It's not for anyone else. And in this whole world where there's 225 countries, there's probably only 1 or 2 countries that actually even have Sharia law.
Really?
And they're not the best example of Sharia anyway.
I think it's more than 1 or 2, and it's horrific what's going on.
Go on, which countries practice Sharia law?
Come
Culture?
on now, don't act silly.
Oh, no, go on. I don't know.
You know Afghan and them man there still do Sharia.
Listen, tomorrow, I will be flying back to Saudi. Guess what? They don't practice Sharia law.
All right. Cool.
Sorry, finance guy.
And tomorrow I'll be flying back to Saudi. And you know what? The only country that I can think of from the top of my head, the only country that I can think top of my head that does practice Sharia is Afghanistan, and they're not in any respect.
Well, we don't want Sharia law.
No, Bobby. This is not about you. Shush. Bobby,
what about Somalia?
Do you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do.
You're going to give him a minute to speak, Kayla.
I just think you lot need to take a deep breath.
I think we do, you know.
Culture, what have you got to say? Come, let's have a woman's peace in this.
But to be honest, you guys seem to be on a different. What topic are you guys doing right now?
Culture. You know what it is, sis? Listen, I actually want to have that kind of conversation with you.
Yeah.
But you see, when man come up and try and take over the panel and try and, do you get what I'm trying to say?
Who's taking over the panel?
And this is part of the problem. They're fighting with each other. You know, go somewhere else. Because that's what it is. You're not really having a debate. You're trying to prove something that, you know, I'm better than you or I know more or whatever.
Kayla,
Let's have a debate. You don't
Kayla,
need
when
to
you're
shout,
making up
argue.
the numbers, when you're making up the numbers, it's a lie. He shouldn't.
No. Hang on.
Sikhs in Islam have been having a battle
You
since the beginning
said,
of the
hello. Even though you said he's making up the number, I asked both of you to put up your numbers,
I'm on
okay?
numbers there.
No,
I'm on nobody's
you're looking
side.
at 250,000 over the last 2 years. I said 5 years, brother.
I tell you what,
Read it.
you know
It's
what?
5
You know
years.
what?
It's 5 years. Read it.
I tell you
it's
what.
written.
Asian people actually give you joke.
And Culture, would you like to come into the conversation?
Yes,
I'm sick of it.
please.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Okay, this is a whole scene, right? Even with me, you're probably gonna have some heads jump up after me because they know what I'm like.
Yeah.
Like, it's the Asian Sikhs and Muslims. It's a hundred. This battle's been going on for hundreds of years. Same with criticism.
Let me tell you something. You know, like you see, a lot of people, especially from the black community. I'm from the black community, but I'm Muslim. Yeah, you got to understand. A lot of people associate being Muslim with being South Asian. We're not South Asian, sis.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm talking about those.
You're getting people.
I know you're black.
You're Caribbean. You're Caribbean, right?
Yeah, I know, and I'm not Muslim.
I'm not. I know, but you're Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's enough people. There's enough man within your own community that practice Islam. You know
I don't business, and I will cuss them out to their face as well.
No, but
it's blasphemy. They're the children of Shaitan. Why would I want that in my country?
No, hold on. Why are they the children of Shaitan?
Well, you know why.
Why?
They deny that Jesus is the Son of God.
Yeah.
And their prophet is a warlord and a PDF file.
Okay, and where'd you get this information?
Do you know who I am?
No, I don't know.
You're asking me where did I get this information from?
Yeah, no, I don't know who you are. So explain who you are.
It's been a fight. It's a fight. It's a fight that's been happening since the 7th century.
No, it hasn't.
It has been.
No, okay.
When
you're making these claims.
When Prophet Muhammad entered Mecca and tore down all the Christian artifacts and tore everything down, when he got powerful enough, when he came in peace.
Those weren't Christian artifacts. Those were idol worshippers. Are you a pagan?
Really? Yeah, but the Christian artifacts. It was black Christian artifacts.
Guys, be nice. Be nice.
This is why black men are lost around the world, wandering around the world, thinking about transatlantic slave trade, like say Arabs weren't the biggest slave owners on the planet and still are. You're not mad.
And I can concede that. Point. But so there was the white man. So why have you got so much vim from Muslims?
I haven't got no vim. I just don't have any I don't know if I can be bothered to even talk to lefties.
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I dabble with Orthodox Christianity and touch of Rastafarianism.
Can I tell you the difference between me and you? You see what I'm trying to.
I believe in God, not a devil.
Okay. You can call whatever I believe in.
Islam was put on the planet via the sword. So was your Islam. What part? Where
so was Christianity.
No, it wasn't.
It was. I'll tell you how.
The scriptures were in Ethiopia.
Can I tell you how? Through colonialism. It's simple. Go back and read.
It was there way before colonialism. Do you know who I would much rather come to the Caribbean in 1467?
Gone.
Europe. Because if Islam had come there, nobody would have been left. You know what they do when they go. You know what they do when they go.
Because the Europeans are such civil people. And let me guess, they came into
so Islam aren't savage then. So when they take off the heads of all the Jewish tribes in the 7th century and they take the men and they rape the women, like what they're doing now in Syria, like what they're doing to themselves in Gaza.
Guys.
Yeah, hold on. What about the Jews?
What about the Jews?
What about the Jews?
There's no Muslim should be in a Bethlehem. Done. No Muslim should be in a Jerusalem. Done.
Do you know what I feel?
They deny the Son of God. This blasphemous. I don't like Islam.
Can I say something? Yeah. I feel, especially people within the Caribbean community.
Yeah? You don't know nothing about Caribbean community.
No, I do.
All you don't do is beg us.
Chill.
All you do is beg us. He probably pretended to be.
I'm Kenyan, man. I'm very proud to be.
Right, this guy, honestly, don't debate him. He's got nothing to debate for. He's a racist.
Talking over him. It's just basic.
Why am I racist, Bobby?
You said you want me to shave my beard and hair off 10 minutes.
Yeah, because you don't stand for.
That's actually really disrespectful thing to say to a Sikh man. A Sikh man who's allowed to carry a sword because they are known for fighting for the good.
Thank you, Culturized. Thank you.
Because you do.
No, I don't.
You do.
I'm telling you, we claim.
Do you condemn
Punjabi
marrying a 3-year-old?
Sorry.
You guys, one at a time.
Do you condemn Prophet Muhammad for sleeping with a 9-year-old and making it normal?
You condemn Isaac for sleeping with Rebecca at 6.
Oh my God, she wasn't 6; they were teenagers.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You don't know the set of fundamental principles that we believe.
What goodness does Prophet Muhammad ever say?
You'll sit there and you'll come up with these little talks.
This is historically fact.
Do you know what, guys? Listen. Let Bobby speak. He's come up. Bobby, unmute. Let's hear what you got to say. Bobby? Mr. Kermit?
Okay, where you gone? Bobby's missed your go. Where's he gone?
No, he's
right there, but he's not answering. No, he's there because
he's already had a good hiding. He's already had a good hiding. That's what it is.
Why is everyone hating on Bobby, man? He literally has videos of him at like quote unquote EDR, even though EDR doesn't exist anymore. At like white marches saying,
"Why are you so pro Bobby?
Do you have a problem with Muslims?" And they're like, "No, we don't."
I swear, you sound like you've been through bare trauma, man. I'll be real.
You are a Muslim from Africa.
Yeah, I am.
I'm from Wandsworth. I went to a prep
There's no
school.
need for that.
You are Muslim from Africa, bruv. So don't tell me about trauma, darling. Because countries create triad.
This is not right. Come on.
No, I don't like Africans. They love to beg it too much. They love to beg it. You win. I'm not African.
No, guys, enough.
I just want to say one thing. You see me. Kayla.
You're not getting a chance, man, to speak.
Mr. Kermit, go and speak. I've
Okay.
muted everybody. Go on. Hi.
Hi. I'm sorry I was King before. I came back as Kermit. This is my main account. Hi, everybody. Right. So, before Bobby, how are you doing? Before we were talking about
Culturized. Thank you for that.
Hi, Bobby.
Appreciate that, guy.
You knew I was King, I know. Right, Bobby. So what I was going to say was before we were talking about boats, yeah. What's the conversation now, Kayla? If you don't mind me asking.
About Sharia Law, do you agree with it in the UK?
No. I heard that the Sharia law is available only in 3 countries. One is in Saudi, one is in Afghanistan, and one is in what do you call it? Just next to Afghanistan, Kurdistan. Because the Taliban.
But are you aware that the UK is got a Sharia law? Are you aware of that?
Oh, is what, darling?
The UK.
Yeah, we have one. There is one in the UK.
Oh, yes. That's in private Muslim mosque.
Okay.
Is that
correct? There was a little girl who got married and a social worker took her there recently. I'm not sure how, I'm not sure where, but she was 15.
Is that true?
That's true.
Yes.
So that's true.
And that's the sort of stuff that Emre likes. It makes me wonder why he's so. I know why he likes Islam because it was put onto him. That means you're a pervert.
Guys, one at a time. Let Kermit finish, and then you lot could.
Right. So yes, I don't agree with Sharia law because this country that we've come into, we've made this our country. Now, I was born in this country. A lot of people say I don't sound Asian. Yeah, that's probably because I'm from Scotland. Now, Bobby, I've heard Bobby's voice. I've known Bobby for a long time. Bobby sounds very English, but he's got a big turban. He's got a big beard. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, he's not got anything against anybody. I mean, I've not heard him say anything bad, against any culture or any religion. But then again, I mean, yes, there was one point when Bobby did say about the Muslims, trying to come over, and they were trying to get the UK, all of the UK, to go to Sharia law, and I don't think that would be a possibility because of the amount of white WHT people here. I don't think that would be feasible, and it wouldn't be allowed because at the end of the day, I think even the people that came here back in the 60s, yeah, worked their arms, legs, arses off, had kids who were born here, they're 3rd generation. So at the end of the day, those kids will also get parked out the country. If Sharia law was to come. So no, I don't agree with it, Kayla. I don't know about you, but I did hear that there is, if you go to a mosque, they have special courts in a mosque. Now, I don't know if that's right or not, if it's true, but I've only heard of that, I mean...
See, I don't know much about it. I'm just learning right now, if you know what I mean.
Same as me, Kayla. I'm just learning as well. So about this, about the court thing, I heard this on Scottish News, and I've got this app on my phone that keeps giving me, the notifications of things that happen in Manchester and Birmingham, and there's so much what do you call it, child problems, children problems, whereby older men, they all seem to be off from other countries. People without visas, people that stay in hotels, people that stay in army bases. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Kermit, I think you're one of those sinister guys that really just know how to just waste time on purpose.
Why resort to ad hominems though?
Where do you? Yeah, because this is TikTok. This is a war zone. Where do you stand, Mr. Kermit?
Say no more. Okay,
sorry.
Where do you stand?
With what?
Are you religious man? Are you Hindi? Are you Sikh?
I'm a Sikh.
Oh, you're a Sikh. Okay,
I practice Sikh. I only go to Gurdwara.
Guys, like and share the live.
I've got a good brother.
So are you
Sorry.
familiar with the history of Sikhs and
Yes.
Islam?
Yes.
And what would you say, it was a bloody history?
It was a bloody history.
Yeah.
Well,
So what
the
type of
oldest
people?
history
What
in the
type of
world that
people
I
are they?
know was Hinduism, right? Now, that's the oldest history. Now, even in the Bible, there are parts from the Bhagavad Gita, you know, the book, the Hindu book, yeah?